When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Hello everybody and welcome back to the action of the World Grand Prix, and what a better place to start the semi-final clash than the two players from China as we complete the four China semi-finalists there, and it's Zhou against Zhang. Perfect warm-up ahead of the highest rated semi-final meeting between Xiaogadong and Zhao. And still, make no mistake about it, one of these players will be in the final, and they certainly will deserve it because Zhang has been on a roll recently. You know, he certainly didn't have too much of a brilliant German Masters campaign, losing out in the second round to Kyle Wilson, but he did really have a tough draw there, beating Barry Hawkins twice within 10 days, basically, in the first round of German Masters and the second round here. And then, you know, it doesn't really get a lot tougher than that for you to try and get through Mark Williams, Barry Hawkins and Wu Yize in the World Grand Prix within a space of a couple of days. So now the turn goes back to Zhou here after a break-off. And yeah, I still feel like it is going to be Zhou match to lose because he comes across as someone that is super consistent. And, you know, in the last sort of 5 matches that he's played, he only had 1 defeat coming out against John Higgins, beating the likes of Daniel Wells quite nicely, Stephen Maguire, Jack Jones, and, you know, of course, beating Ali Carter yesterday in the decider. You know, he led 3-1. He was trailing 3-4, and in the end still managed to come out on top in the decider, which still pretty much went one way at that point. And very close to getting that red into the left corner. Let's see if it's going to drift all the way over the left middle. And it just about will, but also it's probably not going to be, you know, in position for Zhang where he's going to say, well, it's a guaranteed pot, which I'll take. So let's see, I feel like the start to this match is certainly going to be very interesting. Zhang just having a look, maybe a couple of reds into the left middle, and yeah, in the end, just going for the one into the right now. Just trying to guide one of these reds. Well, in the end, I thought he was going to try and find the cut, maybe stay on the block. In the end, he's just trying to guide the cue ball away. Hasn't played the shot too well, though, it has to be said. Gives the turn back to Zhou straight away. And I feel like, you know, the long shots are going to be a very important factor of the game because I'm not going to make it up and say that I've been watching every single time that either one of these two have been playing. But, you know, the reputation and the clips and the highlights that I've certainly have seen certainly suggest that Zhou has been really clinical when it comes to taking his chances. Zhang not so much, but he just seems to be very consistent and not taking a lot of risky pots on, which sometimes you feel like is always going to be an advantage for him. And, you know, it's a weapon that he can use against someone like Zhou that just seems to be more like a guy that he's going to go for 80% of the chances that are actually presenting themselves. So let's see what we're going to witness. But I do actually back Zhou to beat this one and to get to another ranking final after him being able to make one previously at the Home Nation Series at the English Open against Mark Cullen. Lost the decider, and this is not going to go too well for Zhang, although he gets a nice traction on the cue ball in the end. Gets a big bounce on the side cushion, and you can see there straight away, despite him getting away with it, he's not happy with the way he's played that shot. May have got a bit fortunate there on the side that he put. And yeah, I feel like 6-3, 6-4 is going to be a fair scoreline, but I do actually feel like it is going to be Zhou match to lose. He seems to thrive in the conditions when it comes to, you know, the longer the match goes on, the more he seems to be the favourite for me. You know, he didn't just defeat Mark Selby in the semi-final for no reason. Same with the world champion, Luca Brissell, on his way to actually trying to get to that final. And then I had another successful campaign at the Northern Ireland Open, losing out to the eventual winner in the semi-final of Jack Lisowski. And the highlight of you know, Zhang season probably has to be making the quarter-final of the Wuhan Open. Hasn't really done a lot since. You know, of course, lost out all these ranking points for the, you know, for the international championship that he managed to win in 2023. Didn't really have a good start to it in 2025, and yeah, in the end, has dropped from the world number 12 at the start of the season to the world number 23. Zhou has been on a sort of consistent rise up all the way up to the top of these rankings, and now finds himself as a top 32 player. Just managed to play in the UK Championship and Defeating someone like Watchalong certainly helped in the first round by 6 frames to 4 whilst playing some really good snooker. And yeah, I feel like it's going to be all about trying to utilize those opening chances here, because it is going to be Watchalong that gets an opportunity now to be taking the red into the left corner, but he refuses it right at the death, and yeah, just decides to put the cue ball onto the black ball cushion. In the end, clearly happy to concede the reds into the right middle that Zhang could have been taking. In the end, once again, just a bit of a safety play here. So something that, you could have easily anticipated going into this match is that, apart from Watchalong taking one of these opening chances, it is going to be a very slow burner to start with. But I feel like when we have to open up the reds and we have to open up and speed up the sort of the way the flow of the match is going to go, this is where we're going to get some of the most interesting stuff to be happening here at the table. Because, as I say, it's a perfect warm-up ahead of the match of the Zhao against Xiao. The top 2 seeded players left out. So we've got the world number 20, the 23, the world number 30, the world number 11, and the world number 8. All featuring right next to each other. And I do feel like, especially after the 2 deciders that he's played, Zhao, as much as, I just hope that he's not going to be compromised by all the coughing that he's had to do at the end of that encounter. And I feel like if he's going to be alright when it comes to his health issues management, he should be a real threat to beat. Otherwise, it's Xiao that has been very much the man in form, beating the likes of O'Sullivan, Si Jiawei and Kyron Wilson on his way to the semi-final. Doesn't really get tougher than that, especially for the world number 11 seed. Once again, just a bit of a trade now in between those shots, and the Reds not really going to be sort of making the players to desperately try and go for these long reds. In the end, it's all about just, managing your time and making sure that every single time you send the cue ball to the top of the table, well, there's a couple of points there. You don't leave the red over the right corner, which Zhang has managed to do pretty well on the previous shot, and now Watchalong needs to respond with a shot of his own. He was looking at the plant to be taken into the right corner, but I have to say, without being shown the angle, difficult to tell whether he was on there, but he certainly played a really nice shot with the cue ball control. Though he walks away slightly disappointed, so let's see if he has done a really good job, because the cue ball seems to be very nicely tucked in behind the brown, and it is. So probably the shot off the side cushion is going to be the prime opportunity there for him. Now let's have a look. Match started, yes. Just a bit of a slow flow now. It's all about just trying to get the first chance, but we may see a bit of development now. Depends on which shot Zhang decides to play. And he's played this one really well, to be fair, getting 2 cushions on the way of the cue ball of hitting that red. And I feel like Watchalong won't really be able to do anything with this position, so just onto the side cushion with the cue ball. And then get it away. And once again, very much beyond the ball colours. Because, the problem is when it's a dangerous red, which is going to be so close to the corner pocket, that means it's going to be close to the side cushion, and therefore it means that, you're always going to be likely to have the chance to try and get it on the way bounce of the side cushion, which was exactly what Zhang has done. Now we have to try and do it again, because Watchalong just committing to trying to send those reds to the top part of the table. One next to each other. And now it is Zhang to try and find the answer here for himself. Looking at a couple of reds that he's got available to be taking potentially into the left middle as well. But, if he decides to go for this red, which he seems to be going now, just underneath the blue, he needs to make sure he gets the cue ball pretty much spot on onto the bulk. And, yeah, he's going to push one of those reds towards the left corner pocket, but he played it really well from the cue ball's point of view. And if anything, he actually wins himself a bit of time and, just forces Watchalong to be the player that is trying to cover 2 reds at the same time. Zhang has managed to do that, getting the brown in the way of both of these reds to separate them from the cue ball. And now Zhou has to try and do a similar sort of thing there. Maybe just roll the cue ball to the red closest to that pocket. So it's taking a lot of pace out of this shot though. So let's see if he's going to have what it takes for it to touch the red. And looks like he's just about missed. It was super close. But I feel like it is going to be first point scored for Zhang. So let's have a look. They haven't actually given the foul shot, so I want to retract that for now. And just for the future, we'll have probably the commentary on, because as I say, they don't really see the contact on the red. But because of the scoreline still saying 0 when it comes to points each. Have to try and do something about it. Good afternoon. Yes, certainly good afternoon if you're watching from, Asia. And China, Hong Kong, Malaysia, whatever it is, Philippines. Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing, those two semi-finals. I want to see the bit of a speed up now, though, because it's been around 15 minutes since we started the match, and still didn't really get anywhere. But Zhou may be able to get through to this dangerous raid closer to the left corner, as Zhang gives him the play once again. So have a look if he's going to be able to try and send that one. With the cue ball guided through the side cushion and very much to the top part of the table. That's what he's played, but I mean, he may not be too disappointed with this one, because yes, he's left the red over the left middle, but it's not like it's, an easy red for you to be going for. And when you go for a shot that you basically need to hit that red perfectly thin, you always have the risk of catching it on the bounce away from the cushion of the black ball. And in the end, you can see that Zhang is just once again refusing that red and just guiding that cue ball. We'll try to guide it in behind the black, which I actually feel like he's done a pretty good job of. Zhou is going to have acknowledgement of that. And he's going to be put in a bit of trouble there for himself. Try and make his way out of, basically. Because, it's not going to be too easy from this angle, because usually, if it was from the opposite side of the table, that would be absolutely fine. But, he's got that red quite close to the left middle. And the left side cushion is going to be the way forward for him. So, ideally, doesn't want to be put in this position anyway. But, it is quite a nasty one, especially if he can't swerve around and achieve any effect of hitting the reds without hitting the cushions. Because I tell you what, he is going to be in trouble. He's got the line of reds, pretty much all of them available, into the left side cushion, you would feel. And, of course, the red that I mentioned, quite close to the left middle too. Let's see the bounce. Seems to be a bit pacey. Doesn't want it to be pacey. And I feel like he's just about got away with this one. Like, he could have done with the cue ball being slightly closer to every single one of those reds. But in the end, doesn't feel like. It's not going to be anything to try and get from this position there for Zhang. Therefore, just play the shot into the left middle. Try and get yourself lined up with, the cue ball bouncing away off the side. And once again, just guiding you towards the black. Of course, technically, he's got a similar sort of distance in between the cue ball and both of these side cushions. So if you play it onto the side, you should be able just to guide that cue ball on towards those reds. And he's gone for a plant in the end. Oh, that's a really good shot there from Zhang. And now certainly get his score sheet underway. Brilliant stuff. Slightly unfortunate with the way that he got the cue ball to be lower than the black, which didn't seem possible a couple of seconds ago. And I feel like this one is going to be really difficult for you to play on. So just seeing bounce up the black away onto the side. And, he's trying to get the cue ball in behind the black, and I'm not sure that has worked out too nicely for him. So after such a nice plant, and a double, I should say, that he played, once again, it's that temptation for Watchalong to be taking this red on. And I have to say, that was careless from Zhang, because this red is playable, and, with this being pretty much the only red that he can see there, Zhou, I would expect him to try and go for it, especially with the attacking player that he is. This shot has been refused on the previous couple of occasions from Zhang. Let's see if it was the right or wrong decision. And it was the right decision from this point. because Zhou didn't even get close to potting that red. So, you know, of course, the cushion and the cue ball placement so close to that cushion played it role. And all of a sudden now, you know, Zhou would have been nicely on the blue to be taken. Instead, it is going to be Zhang to be taken into these reds, trying to take them into the right corner. It's not going to be too easy though, and especially trying to hold the cue ball back for the next color. He's going to be another test for him. You know, he can probably just try and force his way with a topspin, but that just makes this shot missable with the sheer power that he needs to put onto this one. And yeah, I mean, it was without power, and he would have been leaving the cue ball in quite an awkward placement for the black, but yeah, it feels like it is a bit of a slow match to get going. Once again, it's a red missed. Quite close there. But in the end, the cue ball placement onto the black ball cushion is going to do him a favour. And probably not leave anything away here to Zhou, apart from maybe a couple of reds into the middle, which I do have to say, especially after missing the previous one, but like it's very unlikely that he'll go for it here. So, yeah, straightforward shot there from Zhou, just rolling the cue ball to the bunch of reds, just above the black ball spot, making sure that he's not going to leave anything into the right corner pocket. And, well, I mean, he has left a plant on, but I feel like, you know, maybe there's going to be a touch and ball called on the reds and the cue ball anyway. And also, you know, you just need to realise that it's very easy to give away a push shot on those sort of occasions. Yeah, Zhang they could have done with getting that cue ball slightly closer to the black ball cushion, but he'll still take it at this stage. Not a lot of ground to be made up here. So, yeah, as I say, I mean, you always expected the first frame to be slightly slower than the rest of them, but probably not to this extent. You know, 20 minutes in and still no development, but you can't really blame either one of the players. It's just the way that the position has gone. And you can see which one of them is going to be classified as more attacking. Zhou Yilong's not going to be wasting any time now, as soon as the chance presents itself. And he's getting those reds to separate away from each other. Still leaving that cue ball to be onto the black ball cushion, just about as close as he could have done. Leaving once again red quite close to the right middle, but it's very similar to the one that he's missed previously. And, you know, Zhang refused a couple of those reds easier than this one. So I feel like he's certainly not going to be tempting the fate here, especially after, you know, so many safety shots being played. And, yeah, probably at this stage you have to just wait for sort of a 70-80% of a chance to present itself to the players. And this might be it there, with the red heading towards the green pocket and just about bounces away there for it to be far enough from the pocket. Maybe not be 100% of a shot, and will probably not even be worth taking on from this position. Because, as I say, with the last couple of development shots that we've seen, it's going to be all about getting that first chance in, and especially with both of the players being quite clinical with their chances, it's going to be a great opportunity for either one of them. But it feels like, you know, maybe the red off the left side cushion is still going to be available there for Zhang, but apart from that, we're very close to just forcing one of the players to try and do something with those reds into the left middle. So Zhang has got one more shot in the bag though. Needs to get that cue ball pretty much super close to the black ball cushion, and he has done so to an extent. Now let's see, has Zhou Yilong got enough of an angle to try and force the red closer to the right side cushion into the top part of the table, but ultimately bounce the cue ball off the left side and avoid the pack of two reds quite close to each other. Otherwise, he's going to have to try and go for an attacking shot straight away. You know, another opportunity is going to be maybe trying to just pop one of these reds into the middle. It seems to be the approach that he's taking here. Let's see if he's going to work out. Can't really see it from this position, trying to just bounce the cue ball onto the top part of the table. So this is a chance for attack. Let's see if he's going to take it. He's taken it brilliantly well there, Zhou Yilong, and yeah, gets that cue ball to be rolled through perfectly at the top part of the blue. And what did I say about the first chance? This is going to be a great opportunity now for Zhou Yilong, and Zhang will be very disappointed because, you know, hasn't done a lot wrong in those safety battles, but just could have done with the cue ball being a millimetre or maybe even 5, closer to the black ball cushion. Then in the end, that would have made the shot pretty much impossible to play. Probably still would have had to play it because, as I say, he just came to the point of the frame where you ran out of all the options to play a safety shot off. And in the end, it was always going to be just a matter of time until one of the players finally blinked, and you can see there was Zhou on with that first opportunity. So Zhang won't be concerned about it too much now. You know, Zhou is going to be on the black here, taking into the right corner. Let's see if he pushes this one through the cue ball, or he just tries to go for a backspin shot instead. So he's gone for, you know, the shot off the left side cushion, which certainly did involve a lot of backspin to be played. And now he's got the balance of 2 reds, which, you know, has always been there, but because of the cue ball being sent onto the black ball cushion all the time, neither of the players had a realistic opportunity to try and test up lands into the right corner. That is going to be fixed now by Zhou. And yeah, probably feels like he's got the position that he's going to be perfect and spot on for him to be trying to win the frame from the current visit to the table. Not only does he have, you know, more than enough reds to be taking him way sort of from the reaching point of Zhang, but he also has got a couple of these reds which are going to be somewhat safe, and always going to make the clearance possibility slightly more difficult there from Zhang's point of view, as long as Zhou doesn't miss any of these easy reds to try and make his way through. But as I say, he's got around 5 more of those before he's going to get started on the more difficult ones. And, you know, it's very rare that you see, particularly these 2 players, you know, I will say that you probably are going to have, for me, Zhou as of the 4 players that are still remaining, he's probably the one that misses the fewest of those opportunities. When it comes to pure pot success, he may have a positional play, not being accurate all the time, but certainly doesn't come across as a player that you would expect to miss, especially easy of those shots. You know, you've got Zhang, probably going to be 3rd on that list, Zhao on number 2, and Xiao Xington, incredibly, for a world champion, is probably going to be someone that is going to be less clinical than the other 3, but of course he's got so many more aspects to this game that you're inevitably going to be praising him in all sorts of departments of the game of snooker and the way he plays it. But now moving on to Watchalong here, of course, scoring the first point in the entire match on the current break. Now getting 38 points, very much on the score sheet there for himself, and we're looking to see if he's going to be able to slow the cue ball enough there for this red to be taken into the middle. Roll the cue ball through the blue, gets a little touch on the way in, which doesn't look like he's going to compromise him too much. He's always going to be playing for the pink, which is going to be super close to the green pocket right now. And he's going to have the green right next to it as well, which needs to make sure he avoids on the bounce after taking the pink. Bounce the cue ball closer to those reds. Well, he's got 2 options really to try and make his way through. He's got the red into the yellow pocket, but I do feel like he'll just try and get around these reds and be positioned for the right middle instead. Could have done with this shot being slightly less powerful, I have to say. Clearly just making sure that he was going to get that spin past the green. And yeah, it's got a bit of a difficult shot now to try and make, because taking the red into the green pocket is not going to be an easy task, but also, you know, you need to concentrate on their positional play just about enough, so you're going to be on one of the bold colours, and he's played both of the aspects of the shot really well. Now going to be just about lined up on the green, with the right angle to force the cue ball slightly down on the table, and have a straightforward shot positioned into the right middle. So, you know, with him forcing the black, the green and the pink now all on their spots, certainly managing to sort out the colours. As I say, at this stage, he doesn't need to bring all of these reds into play. If anything, you know, he wants to keep them on the side cushion for as long as he possibly can without, you know, him sort of winning the opening frame, which doesn't seem like he's going to be too far off now. He's got 49 points advantage, 75 at the table, so you know, the blue now, and a couple more of these reds, and in fact, I actually feel like he's going to be 2 more reds to be taken, and then he's going to be out of reach there for Zhang in the opening frame. Now, once again, despite probably being no errors at all from Zhang's point of view, apart from maybe the red that he's missed into the right corner, which didn't really lead to anything. It looks like it is going to be just one chance there that Zhou needs, which is going to be a great improvement on the match, and especially in the first session that we've seen of Chris Wakelin and Zhao Xington yesterday. Barely a break of 48 points as the highest one in between the two players after the opening 4 frames, but of course that seems to have taken quite a change with century breaks, the race of 91, 84 and 76 points to be coming into the second mini session. Now, as I say, rolls that green into the yellow pocket, so now he's got 58 points advantage, so one more red to be taken. Colour after that is going to be fine to, well, leave Zhang with a couple of snookers needed. And he just about seems to be happy with the way that the cue ball was going to stop there for the blue, but he seems to have rolled slightly more of a distance than he would have liked it to be. So now 59 points is the advantage, as I say. Same amount still very much remaining. Ooh, taking this pink with a bit of power, so clearly trying to develop these reds right now. Has he managed to get it with just about enough power? The answer is no. So unless he's got a double on, which it doesn't look like he is going to have available for him, he's going to have to try and guide one of these reds to the green pocket. He certainly can't afford to do that. And with so many of those reds being on the side cushion, the pursuit of the 2 snookers that Zhang needs at this stage is going to be far from straightforward. So just try and push that red close to the corner pocket. Could have done without, playing that with a bit of power and pushing the other red into the open play. But as I say, he's got 66 points now, so it is 6 points that Zhang needs, which apart from him being a snooker on the pink or the black, is going to have to be 2 snookers that he finds. Apart from, of course, if you bring the free ball into the equation as well. And yeah, it does seem like Zhou managed to get away with that raid, because despite pushing closer to the yellow pocket, it still doesn't look like he's pushed it close enough to the pocket for Zhang to have this red as available one. Let's see what Zhou's going to be doing here, as he got the angle to try and just force that red away from the pocket and get the cue ball as close to the pocket as he possibly can. So that's exactly what Zhang will try and develop on. Push that red away from the cue ball. Push it slightly towards down the table and the lower part of it. Give the turn back to Zhou straight away. And now he has got a chance of just trying to guide those reds into one of the corner pockets. Now doesn't really need to be doing anything else. Maybe putting the black onto the cushion will help. That's certainly looked like that was the approach. All about trying to get the black to be in open play, and of course Zhang can try and go for this red now. He can afford to lose one of those points and play one of these reds with the pink. He wouldn't change the scenario of the way that he needs snookers, but ideally he would want to leave that fact very much till the end point of the frame, and now gets the cue ball to run down the table, but certainly not going to be on the black. So it's all about just trying to get that pink into the yellow pocket here. And let's have a look at this one. He's going to be able to just force the pink to the yellow pocket, the natural angle on the cue ball with a bit of topspin. He's going to guide it towards these reds. And when I say these reds, he's going to have a red quite close to the yellow pocket there. But he could have done with getting that cue ball to be slightly further up the table, slightly down the table there. Because he doesn't have this red as an easy shot into the yellow pocket. But also, it's important that he's got this angle, that at least he can try and bring that cue ball back for the black, because unless he does that, he's going to need 2 snookers to tie if he plays it with the pink, and of course making this red slightly missable as well. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish on the black? It looks like it's going to finish nowhere, and yeah, it feels like he's going to be frame considered at this stage. There's no point even trying to hit that black on, because it's a touch and ball basically, and yeah, Zhang is certainly not going to be wasting his or Zhou time. Is the perfect start for the world number 30. And Zhou is off to a really nice start there, making that break of 66 points. The break that counts, and now leaves Zhang by 1 frame to 0. Second frame to start in a couple of moments' time. So 34 minutes in the end. He has taken us to get through the first frame, which, you know, seemed worse. Let's say I think like the opening 2 frames of Chris Wakeling against Zhang yesterday seemed like they were taking around an hour or so for us to get through them, but in the end, the pace was always there in the build-up. Later we got on into, you know, the match, and the further we progressed into. I feel like at this stage, you need to receive a response from Zhang point of view, because now, you know, he can try and put those safety battles behind him. He needs to make sure he's going to be going for these reds with a long shot. Of course, the crowd won't have a massive favourite here. They're very much supporting players from China, but going to have a bit of a problem with that if, you know, you're just going to have to try and make your mind up, because we do have 4 semi-finalists here, all of them from China for the first time ever on the World Snooker Ranking event. Now then, the Reds are all re-racked. The Pink has to go back on his spot. Now just waiting for the scheduled time to pass in between those 2 frames, and then we are going to be starting the second frame as well. And well, Zhou Long basically needs to try and do similar sort of thing there when it comes to the first mini session that he's done against Ali Carter. You know, trying to get himself into that 3-1 of a lead before the intermission. Of course, ideally, wants to avoid losing 3 frames on the bounce since then, and, you know, leaving Carter with that 4-3 of an advantage. Of course, this time around, the frames are going to be played first to 6, which, I mean, like, it's not really going to be the first time that these 2 players have met between each other, but it's only going to be the 3rd match where it's going to be, you know, sort of frames first to 6 or higher than that being played. And, you know, the World Championship, there was a point there of the qualification in 2022 where we were playing Zhou Long and Zhang very much against each other, and that time around it took a decider for us to settle the winner, and it was Zhou Long that managed to come out on top. And incredibly, the last meeting in between the 2 players actually comes pretty much 2.5 years ago. You know, with that ban from Zhou Long, probably no huge surprise about it, but, you know, haven't seen the 2 clash in the earlier stages of the season. Now we're ready to get ourselves underway. Once again, it is Zhou Long that will have the first real chance to try and maybe go for those reds into the right corner. Let's see if he's going to try and just play the shot with no pace at all. That's what he's tried. Very close, but not close enough. In the end, that red is going to bounce away just about far enough there from the pocket to probably not make it playable there. Once again, he was playing the shot with the right speed there. And I feel like if he managed to get that red in, the cue ball bounce would have been bigger because of the angle that he was playing the shot under. And therefore, the position on the black would have been nicer as well. In the end, it doesn't quite work out this way. And yeah, it's just going to be safety shot for Zhang to try and play. Needs to avoid the kiss on the brown though, because you know, despite him having the ability to maybe disturb the black, you don't want to be leaving a long shot like that available to your opponent straight away, especially having such an easy shot to be played in a couple of moments ago. Yeah, he's got 2 long reds here, Zhou Long, but I have to say, even though he's an attacking player, I wouldn't be surprised if he refused both of them. You can see the confirmation just trying to go for a safety shot. Yeah, I mean, there's no point taking either of these reds on because of the previous shot there by Zhang, just covering the black to be not playable for now into the left corner. Zhou getting a bit of speed on every single one of these reds, but in the end, he could have done with getting that cue ball slightly further up the table, because I feel like he's left one of these reds on out of the 15 that he has, and the one that he's actually left out is going to be one of the few that are playable. And as I say, I mean, Zhang doesn't really have a lot of choice when it comes to these reds. He may be able to get through to one of the thin shots there on the edge and trying to get the red onto the right corner. That's what he's tried, and they split. Well, I feel like he's played this one really well, but he still needs a bounce on the green, and he's going to get it. So it's a really nice chance there for Zhang. You know, we had that one opportunity for Zhou in the opening frame. Of course, you want to count that red for Jaganda's point of view as well, but he was never going to line up on any of these colours in the end. And after having that clearance of a red, pink and another red combination, running himself out of position on the black, but the point that he would have needed 3 or 4 snookers at that stage. There was no point for him to continue that first frame, and now he gets the first real chance of getting himself a frame on the board. You know, he's going to have the chance to try and guide a couple of these reds on towards the right corner for now. You know, play the cue ball away onto the blue. Get yourself lined up for the pink for now. And yeah, if he goes into the left corner, it may not be the worst time to be taking it. Although, I have to say, he should be going onto the green spot now, which is not really going to boost the chances of Jaganda's break-off massively. And I mean, it will influence slightly the way that he'll have to send the cue ball onto all of these reds. But I'm not sure that influence is actually going to be in play nice enough for him. Because, as I say, the black is very much out of position for now. The cue ball is going to have to drift wide of the red to try and get this one to be set up for the right middle. And as I say, the pink has to go on the green spot right now, which, I mean, it's probably going to be playable into the yellow spot only now. It doesn't really improve the chances for Jaganda massively, because technically he's going to be covering the other colour, which he could have gone for, it being the green. Quite close to its own pocket. After that early cannon with the long shot that he's played. And right now, all about the chance that, you know, he's got ahead of himself. He's going to be able to try and develop these reds and the black right next to each other, which is going to boost his chances even more here. You know, trying to take this red into the right corner, play it with a bit of backspin. That way you're going to have the black to be playable into both of the corner pockets. Of course, still quite difficult to be getting on the black from the right-hand side of the table. So he's taking it into the left corner, but at least he's got the development on it. And at least he has got the ability to try and guide the black into the left and right parts of the table. You got to get a nice bounce here as well. Have that cue ball to be lined up for the red pretty much in a straight line, which doesn't really help. But you feel like he's going to have just about enough of the angle to try and force the side spin. And with a ton of backspin as well to go with it. Maybe using that left side cushion. Just depends on how big the angle actually is going to be to him. It doesn't look like he's going to be using too much of the backspin. So just trying to hold it together. And get it past that red combination. Once again, seems to be very eager to see the angle that he's got on the black. Which probably is going to be, you know, impacted slightly by the way that he's slowly but surely going to be running out of these reds. In terms of the ones that he's got in available play here. And so may need to make contact with the 4 that he's got above the black. Didn't really get any one of them to be in open play. Now needs a good contact. And as he managed to get the position on the red to be taken into the right corner, I feel like he has. But I also feel like it's going to be one of those really underrated shots there where you sometimes feel, well, it's an easy cut for the cue ball, but in the end, I feel like it's going to be far from it. Especially with the way the cue ball is going to be heading down the table. Maybe sort of pushing a couple of those reds out of the way. And therefore, Zhang has to be very careful. He's always going to be taking this red on for him to be taking the chance like that. But he has to make sure whatever he does, he doesn't miss the red. Otherwise, he's going to leave this position away for Zhou. And he basically was trying to get 2 of these reds into the left and right corner pocket. In the end, he got the one that he was actually playing for. And a really nice shot there for him. You can see straight into the pocket it went. And he got himself a couple more of these reds to be available. For now, slightly unlucky there with the way that he's landed on the blue. Means just about on the lower side of it. You know, if you play this shot with backspin closer to the left side cushion, you should have the chance to just guide that cue ball away onto the top part of the table. And therefore, don't put yourself under too much pressure just yet. Now then, 1, 2, 3 cushions. Has got a big bounce on the cue ball, and he's all right here. You know, he's got probably not going to be playing for the red there he would have been intended to. But he's still got one more closer to the side cushion, which is going to have the perfect angle to try and guide that cue ball away onto the blue ball spot. All the places around here. Once again, Zhang just having a look to see if he's got the chance to be going really deep onto the cue ball, which, to be fair, from the rest shot, could have set himself up with a slightly easier of a shot, but in the end he's played it really well. Just needs a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the side cushion, which he is going to get, to make sure that he's going to be in control and in charge of this cue ball as he takes the blue into the right middle. Basically just get slightly underneath it and just try and slow it down for one of the reds on the lower part of the table. That's what he's tried, and I feel like he's got the perfect power there on the cue ball. Nicely judged. Don't know if he's got the straight red to be taken into the right corner, but he certainly has got the one next to it. And yeah, he has got the straight red, which probably will mean that he's got the ability to try and stay on the black as well, which will be a really nice way for him to be going on about the break that has got himself involved with. Try and take the black into the left corner. Once again, 54 points. It's going to be the advantage, and all about the next couple of reds, and all of a sudden, you know, he's got 83 points available at the table. You're going to have to try and guide those reds into the right corner, get himself lined up for the black once again. And he has to go 62 points clear. He'll need a red and a black combination after this one as well. And at that point, he'll be 70 points clear, with only 67 of those still being remaining in play. Just having a look at the scoreboard in the meantime. And as I say, he's got one of the most straightforward routes to the frame ball that he'll get in this tournament campaign. And he's managed to work for this position really hard though, and he's managed to execute it to full extent. You know, had quite a difficult job at the start of the break. Had to get rid of the pink and send it to the top part of the table. Majority of those shots at the opening stage had to be played with the blue. Still, it looks like he's managed to execute this one really nicely. Still going for a potential 137 here, which, you know, feels like he only lost 10 of these potential points away. Of course, as I say, played all of these shots with the blue, so 5 blues with the 11 reds that he's taken. And the rest of them have been taken with the black. Now just trying to be on the most expensive colour one more time. Trying to push that cue ball through those reds, and in the end it feels like it's just about going to be alright for this red to be taken into the left middle. See if he's going to try and carry this one into the green pocket. Now, the break of 78 points is still going to be higher than anything that Zhou has achieved in the opening frame. And certainly going to be a nice boost when you play shots like that. Brilliant stuff there from Zhang. Now gets himself still nicely positioned on the black as well, which is going to be a great bonus for this century break pursuit. And it might just about be alright here with the 2 reds that he's got available to him, because, you know, you can get 16 points out of them as long as he plays both of them with the black, and that will mean that he won't need the red closest to the side cushion right now to be getting himself a century on the board. Certainly the perfect response after that opening frame disappointment. He has indeed taken one of these browns, which might have missed at the start of the break. And all the rest shots have been taken either with a blue 3 times and once with a pink as well. And then the black to be taken 8 times prior to the next red and black combination. As he takes the red nicely into the left corner, pushes the cue ball through the side cushion, bounces away from the black ball cushion, and now a shot for the century break to be made. And all about these black to be taken on. He's going to be the perfect resolution to the second frame, and in the end, it's not quite the case there. Could have done with getting that cue ball slightly more straightforward on the black. So the break of 95 points is going to be the end of Zhang campaign in the second frame. But it's still a really nice response. And he's back very much in the action here. 1 frame each there. Nothing to separate Zhang and Zhou. And once again, one of the players will have to try and find their chance there. So far being ever so clinical with the opportunities being presented to them. 2 chances in 2 frames. Both of these taken rather nicely. 66 points for Zhou in the opening frame at a very difficult position. In the end, a worthy response from Zhang point of view as well, to get that 95 points of a break on the board for himself. So it's just going to be all about trying to get the reds to be re-racked, and then straight away the frame will begin there for the frame number 3. Only 16 minutes it has taken us since the end of frame number 1 for us to be very close to starting the third frame as well. So as you were always going to expect, there was a significant increase in the pace of the way the game that it has been played, and you know, always helped on by the fact that the table time and all the points scored were dominated by one of these two players. So now the players have got a bit of time to rest themselves ahead of the third frame, and well, someone needs to try and take charge here, get themselves with an intermission break of 3-1 lead. I mean, you know, you're always going to settle for that 2-2 of a draw if that's the worst case scenario for you, but whatever you do, you'll not be trailing out there. And I do feel like it is slightly going to be more relevant to Watchalong there, because he's going to be the lower seed, first of all, but also he just seems and comes across in both his style and personality with the player that, you know, he just needs to be trying to be the front runner. And then from that point onwards, going to have to try and do something about it there. So Watchalong to be taking us away here. Let's see the wait. He's about to be over. He's going to be breaking off here. And yeah, whatever he does, he needs to make sure he doesn't repeat the story for himself. To be getting that cue ball. Once again, left out away there for Zhang. Bounces the cue ball away. And yeah, it's a really nice line for the cue ball, managing to avoid the visible contact for Zhang on the diagonal red to be taken into the left corner. So all about, you know, trying to maybe find the thin cut on the edge of one of these reds to be guiding the cue ball onto the right side cushion. And seems to be going for a slightly more difficult shot there, Zhang, which probably is going to be slightly safer in terms of the way the reds are going to bounce away from each other. And still has to be slightly careful with the cue ball avoiding the jaws of the pocket, which he has done. It's all about Watchalong response here. And I feel like he's got pretty much the same shot approach to the one that Zhang has played. Maybe just slightly tighter of an angle that he's got ahead of himself. But certainly should be good enough for him to be away and taking this red into the main pack of reds. No, he's not going to have too many of those in the way of each other. So just having a look. And clearly just trying to justify the contact in between maybe just the lower part of these reds, which may actually be taken as a plan there into the left corner pocket. That was the case. And let's have a look if he's left anything away to Zhang here. I feel like he has. And if that is the case, then he could have played the shot a lot better. Because, you know, that plan, as much as it was on, probably was never on because of the distance and the sheer gap of in between the reds, but also the way the cue ball had to cover up the distance. Let's see if this red is going to be taken into the right corner. And surprisingly for me, I mean, Zhang has refused it straight away, trying to guide another red into the right corner. And well, I feel like he's going to be pretty lucky with the way the red has gone and covered up the dangerous part of these reds. But to be fair, at the same time, he had that cue ball positional play pretty much sorted for him. So yeah, a couple of reds to be guided closer to the left corner pocket right now. And if Zhou's going to be able to get the thin contact on the edge of the red, should be guiding that cue ball to the top part of the table rather nicely. And that's exactly what he's done. So now giving the turn back to Zhang here. So the place and the part of snooker that we haven't really seen in the second frame. Certainly I've seen plenty of in the first encounter. Let's see just how quickly we're going to be able to get through this stage and you know, get the first opportunity for one of these two players to be taking a chance into the right corner pocket. for the time being, I'd say it's going to be the right corner pocket because of, majority of the reds concentrated very much by that part of the table. So Zhou's just having a look. Once again, he's got quite a tight angle here on these reds to be taken, and it needs to be careful that he doesn't let this position to slip away from him completely, to the extent that Zhang is going to have all the easy safety shots to play. And Zhou has to try and find himself recovering on every single one of those occasions. That's something that probably has done there. He needs a big bounce off the brown. He's not really going to get it. So Zhang is going to try and study the position here, having all the looks at, maybe every single one of the plants available to him. But in the end, it probably feels like, from this position, the shot to play is going to be just forcing the red closer to the black ball spot. Maybe even trying to get the black out of its usual surroundings. And getting that cue ball very much to the top part of the table. Has to be careful that he doesn't push any one of these reds too close to the right corner pocket. And he's played a really nice shot there, to be fair. Probably he's not going to trouble Watchalong too much. There's always going to be a way for him to try and get out of this position from the right side cushion. And on top of that, he should have a really nice chance of getting that cue ball to be played from the next opportunity, because if Zhang is going to be playing the cue ball away from the main pack, then he basically only has the green and brown to deal with. So whatever you do, don't leave an easy red available there to him. And just about done that. I feel like if the pace on the cue ball would have been slightly bigger than this, potentially could have been a chance given away there to Zhang, but probably not on this occasion. And he's going to set off for... Well, he's going to look at this red inevitably, but I just feel like the angle is not really going to be there on the black. Although, seems to be taking this one on there, Let's see how far the cue ball is going to drift. And he's played it for the black. And, well, I'll tell you what, he's played a really good shot there, Zhang, because I thought the angle might just about be too tight to be getting the position on the black. And if you're going to be playing for the blue, you need to play this one with way too much power for your comfort. And in the end, once again, maybe a repeat of the second frame. Zhang has got the chance here. He's certainly going to be on the colour. Similar one, though, that he missed for a century break and 102 points. Instead of 95 that he's got, is his highest break in the match for now. So trying to guide this black, but I mean, ultimately doing that, it's not really going to be enough. He needs to make sure he gets the cannon on one of these reds, or gets the position on the top red. Yeah, so he's gone for position, but I feel like he's left himself slightly with too much of a distance here to be taking this shot as an easy one. He's got such a big line of reds to be taken into the right corner, but I mean, all of them are going to be in the way of each other. And yeah, I mean, they all would have been a perfect setup into the left corner instead, because there's still going to be enough room for you to try and get in behind of them, but it just feels like in the end, it's going to be all about trying to get the easy reds out of the game first. Needs the angle to be on the blue, and he's just about going to get it. So once again, pushing that red onto the right corner pocket and getting himself the position on the blue might leave him with a chance of playing the shot off the side cushion, bounce it into the open play, and then, as I say, just clear up a couple of these reds to be taken into the left corner, because the more you do, the more you do that, the more reds you're inevitably going to have available to be taken into that part of the table. So let's just try and get the blue in first. Let's see if he's going to try and use the cushion. And so he decided not to do so, which is understandable, because if you use the side cushion, you're always going to have very much a limited area to be working with it, trying to get that position of the cue ball lined up on. But ultimately, as I say, I feel like he's got a bit of distance in between the cue ball and these reds to be covered up. And therefore, if he gets a massive bounce now, it's going to be quite a difficult story for him to be lined up for the black here. So play for this red and basically try and hold it for the black. He gets there. Beautiful angle though. And he's now going to be at 15 points of an advantage for Zhang, but ultimately he's going to have a really nice chance of making it the position and the break that counts. He's managed to separate a good chunk of these reds away from each other, and you know, the black being available into the left corner for now. It's gonna be all he needs now to try and take it maybe to 40 or a 50 points of a gap, and then you never quite know. From that point onwards, he might have a couple of reds that he would have developed, and that way, of course, he makes him a real favourite for clearing up from the position here. Just needs to make sure that he's not going to have an impact on the black here, which seems to be the concerning point. Now, also doesn't need the black to be going into the brown spot, which seems to be the only spot available. And yeah, this is going to be quite awkward, and quite fortunate there from Zhang, because, you know, way too close for comfort for that black to be placed. Because, as I say, if you get that black placed onto the brown spot, all of a sudden, the next shot on the positional play becomes pretty much impossible, because of the way that he's going to stun the cue ball for the black. Of course, that would have been the shot that he's played for. You know, developed a couple of those reds right now. About to go 30 points clear, although could have done with leaving himself slightly nicer of an angle on the black. And yeah, he's going to be pushing those reds onto the top part of the table. In terms of, he needs to basically try and hit the cue ball with the two reds right underneath the pink. Otherwise, he's going to have a lot of distance to try and cover. That's the shot that he's played. And is he going to have the result? Well, it doesn't look like he will. Yeah, he could have done with leaving himself a lot less of an angle on the previous shot of the black. Let's see if he's got the angle to try and force the plant into the right part of the table. It looks like he has got that chance, but still needs to judge the contact pretty well, because, you know, he's going to have to play this one with sheer force of power, and spin on the cue ball has to be mentioned as well. And yeah, he's played it in really nice fashion, to be fair. As much as he needed to force the spin on the cue ball, he's gone for the shot of the blue, and he's just about got enough of the angle on the blue to be forcing the cue ball down the table without sacrificing the sort of pot success of a chance at that point by any more than 10% you would have thought. All about just trying to get this cue ball onto the side cushion, bounce it away, and get himself lined up for the red to be going past the black here. So 36 points over advantage, and he should be able to basically try and do the same thing that he's done, but this time around force himself with a lot nicer of an angle. And of course, he can do that by forcing the cue ball into one of these reds to be in the way. That's what he's done. Push the red onto the side cushion, which I have to say at this point probably is going to be an advantage more than anything. He's got still a couple of easy reds to try and make his way through on top of the ones that he's already taken. And as much as I said, the previous frame wasn't too much of a concern from Watchalong's point of view, because there wasn't a lot that he could have done. The fact that he's getting quite close to having two pretty much identical frames there to his name, without scoring a point in either one of these two, probably have to start questioning whether he should be concerned at this stage. And if he is, then what are going to be his actions coming away onto the frame before? Because before you know it, you can be down 3 frames to 1, and therefore be with a massive struggle of trying to turn this semi-final to go your way, especially against someone who seems to be as consistent as Zhang has performed so far, getting the second break of more than 1 point, and the second time that he's gone on to be 50 plus of a break here for him. Could still prove to be the one that wins him the frame as well, because for now, with the points that he's managed to maximize so far, only using the blue on a couple of those occasions previously, he's got basically still a chance here to be going for a 1-4-3, which is going to be a miracle of a break, but still feel like it is going to be all about just trying to get this frame over and done with. Trying to slow the cue ball down off the side cushion, get a couple of these reds available to be taken into the right corner as well. And a 2-1 lead is going to be very much his for the taking if he takes 2 more reds. At that point, he should have a gap of 69 points if he takes this red with a black, and then only 67 of those still remaining at the table. Going to be aware of that now, and Yeah, I feel like he still might need to hold the cue ball back from the black here. Could have done with being slightly straighter on this shot here. I feel like he knows that he still needs one more red after this one. Ideally, he needs a colour to go with it as well, to ensure that Zhou won't be coming back to the table with that competitive spirit. And yeah, just having a look to see if the black is going to be potable into the left corner, whilst you're still going to have the opportunity to try and hold the cue ball. Maybe just use the red next to the pink, although I have to say it's not really an ideal way for him to go forward, because that's basically going to be the only red that he can try and land on. And if you had it try and hit it straight in the face, you're very unlikely to be on it. And I feel like he's just about done enough there, as long as he's got a red available into the right corner, but doesn't really seem to be the way. And it's going to be a really bad mistake then, if that red is not going to go into the right corner. You can see confirmation for that. And the mistake and the damage has clearly been done on the shot prior to that black. It wasn't the first time that we've seen Zhang not quite happy with the way that he's landing himself on the colour. And it's still on there for Watchalong to potentially try and come back from this one. You know, he's still going to be higher than anything that Zhou has produced so far in this match. But with 75 points at the table, you know, when I mentioned that he was going for a 1-4-3 of a break, that might have actually worked out against him, because all he needed was one more red. He didn't actually need the black at this stage. And, well, I mean, let's see now. Watchalong is going to try and send the cross double across the table. That's going to be probably the only red that, you know, Zhang could have been feeling that he's going to be safe on. Pushing that black closer to the left corner as well might help that pursuit of Watchalong and his comeback. Need over 1.5 frames. Well, I feel like it's a tough ask, to be fair, because you can never say if that's going to be the case very much until the late point of the match. But for now, I feel like you've got a bit of a bad setup, because I feel like if you are to predict on you know, match going pretty much the distance, then you need Watchalong to be in the lead. Because I feel like if Zhang is to get in front, he's going to be a real powerhouse in terms of his weight on towards a 3-1 of a cushion. And if he gets a 3-1 cushion, you could easily see the scoreline of 6-2 or 6-3. Now just guarding this red. Well, trying to get it past the black, and in the end needs the cover from the brown. And is he going to get it? It looks like he is going to get it to the perfect extent. And Zhang vs Zhou finals, a giant champion. Well, unless you mean Zhang vs Zhao Xington finals, that's going to be the case. You can't have same two semi-finalists to be featuring in the final as well, but it does look like it is going to be 2-1 lead here for Zhang, because this is a really nasty snooker for Watchalong to try and make his way out of. You know, he's got the brown to be separating the cue ball away from these reds into the left part of the table, and also he doesn't really have any of the reds to be trying to guide that cue ball on towards, and quite close to any one of those cushions on the lower part of the table. All of them seem to be quite far away, and the only red, he's going to be quite close to the corner and the cushion pocket at the same time. Hoping for a 6-40. Well, I get that, but as I say, I mean, you're not going to get a prediction for me at this stage. I did say 6-3 Watchalong, but, you know, I feel like Zhou is going to be a brilliant player to be trying to keep himself ahead there as a front runner. Not so much when it comes down to trying to chase someone down as that plays as consistently as Zhang does. So this is going to be the first real test for him to try and stay in the third frame. Hour and 8 minutes in. So he's tried to go for that red into the left corner. It's going to be a great opportunity if he gets this red in. But in the end, he gets the contact, but he doesn't get the red in here. So it is going to be all about Zhang taking this red. And then, of course, at that point, he will be frame over. So a really nice shot there from Zhang, but I do have to feel like, you know, these are going to be the shots which will trouble Watchalong no matter what happens. And this is why it was super important for him to try and keep that 1 frame advantage at the start of this match. He wasn't able to do so in the previous frame, and he's now going to go a frame down. So that 2-1 lead here for Zhang. It's going to be very much his for the taking. He needs 3 snookers there, Zhou Long, and Zhang still has got a chance of taking the red into the left corner. Although could have been positioned slightly nicer for it. Needs the cue ball to be bridging over a couple of these reds, which still manages to do no problem. And yeah, I mean, the problem that is going to be the concern for Zhou Long is that he hasn't scored a point in around 200 points there that, Zhang Anda has actually scored himself. So right now, ever since that opening frame, it is going to be something close to 200 points scored from Zhang's point of view. And nil from the point of Zhou Long. And that is going to be a massive factor because, you're not only talking about confidence, but, when you get so much of the table time, inevitably you're going to be playing well. And especially when he makes, pretty much no errors at all from the pot success point of view. I feel like he's yet to miss a shot ever since that red into the right corner that he wasn't able to take in the first frame, which didn't really lead to anything given away as a chance to his opponent. And he still has got a chance for a nice little 60 points of a break or so to add to that tight points tally of 68 points that he had, having scored it at the starting point of this frame here. Of course, he doesn't have to worry about those points, but this potentially could have been, Zhou Long trying to make his way as a comeback, very much being on the table for him. In the end, just unable to get a foothold in the safety battle. And in the end, with that brilliant response from Zhang's point of view, he was able to get that snooker. He's behind the brown, and what followed was a break of 36 points after Zhou Long has left the red pretty much over the pocket. So all about this red to be taken into with a double. In the end, that's not quite the case. But what is going to be the case is that Zhang Anda is going to be in charge of this match now. Even though it's still going to be only 1 frame advantage, you feel like the 4th frame becomes a must-win for Zhou Long if he is to avoid any sort of real trouble going into the second mini-session. But for now, it is Zhang Anda very much in control as he leads Zhou Long by 3 frames to 1. Well, by 2 frames to 1, maybe, a bit of a prediction for the future. But he needs to try and maybe use that, utilize the form that he has coming into this frame and try and get himself into a 3-1 lead. And then you never quite know. Maybe he's going to be a real threat to be taking this one all the way. And, trying to send Zhou Long, if not on his way back home, then certainly on his way back to trying to pick up the pieces there. Because I feel like, the odds would have been in favour of Zhang Anda prior to this frame anyway, prior to this match has started. Probably was not the case after the opening frame triumph from Zhou Long. But you can see 140 now for Zhang Anda to be the winner, and 3.0 for Zhou Long to try and do the same thing there. So 3 breaks of 50 plus points that we've seen. Breaks of 68, 95 and 66 for the Zhang wins 6-4, I hope. Well, I do hope that Zhou Long wins about it, but from your point of view, I actually feel like, technically speaking, you're always going to have a bit more of a chance if Zhou Long is trying to come back and, you only need 2 more frame wins from Zhang's point of view. So if Zhou Long to win, then you're guaranteed to have him hit that aspect of 4 frames or more from his point of view. But I have to feel like, if Zhang Anda is to win this match, then he's going to be drifting away slightly to the safety battle, which is not really the type of snooker that I seem to enjoy watching too much. So we'll have to wait and see on this one. But Zhang has managed to play to his strengths really well, I have to say, because, the fact that he had the ability to try and play some of those safety shots quite earlier on, and then just force his opponent into an error, in the end it seems to have worked out pretty well for him. And so, the outcome is going to be on the score sheet, 2 frames to 1, having around, as I say, 200 plus points, very much without any sort of answer from Zhou's point of view. And what Zhou Long needs now is to try and basically respond with exactly the same fashion. The blueprint is there, the template is there. All you need is a bit of an execution, maybe go for that early opportunity. But, of course, when you do so, make sure you get the position right on the black, but also concentrate on the pot just about enough there. So you've got to get that red in and set yourself up with a chance. Because as much as I say, Zhou didn't have a fantastic performance in any one of these 3 frames. He was still super clinical with the only chance that was presented to him. And he's still very much in this match. Although he needs this 4th frame, as I say. Otherwise, he's going to be close to being out of there. 3-1 lead is going to be very difficult for him to try and climb his way back onto this match here. So I think Zhang trying to force the cue ball. Ooh, I don't feel like this is going to be too nice for him. Let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. Is it going to be behind the green? It doesn't look like he will. And what did I say? Zhou needs a chance, and he's about to get it. And it would be crazy if they 5-5 and have an 11 frame battle. Well, so it's only a long way off that, but we have seen a couple of incredible deciders before with Zhou featuring in one of them. Now just needs to try and take this red into the left middle, and it's a chance that slips away from him. So he just needs to make sure that he doesn't let this match just slip away from him as well. He's going to be rusty, there's no debate about it. But he needs to be trying to be playing better than that, because that red, as much as it wasn't the easiest shot, it probably is the shot that you need to be taking as a professional. Especially after such gift right at the start of the frame to come up against someone like Zhang. Let's see if he's going to be able to try and send one of these reds towards the left part of the table. And he's played it into the right corner. Has he played it well enough? He has. Brilliant shot there from Zhang. And, well, I did say it in the previous frame. Zhou needs to make sure that he doesn't let this frame slip away from him. And now, he's not in his hands anymore. He had that perfect opportunity to try and very much be the player, trying to disturb the 13 or 14 reds. Which I feel like he's going to try and play for the pink here, Zhang. Get himself on one more red, and then from that red, try and get himself on the blue. And from that point onwards, he should be able to try and make some of the contact with the main pack of 13 reds. Let's see though, I mean, the referee's having a look to see if the pink is going to go back on the spot. And once again, a confirmation there, yet to be seen. And in the end, it looks like the pink is going to be going underneath the bunch. So it's going to be taking us a bit of time to resume the play. In the meantime, it's all about, well, Zhang show here, because the pink is going to be going in the middle of these reds. So it's just all about trying to find a perfect space for it. In the end, it doesn't look like he can fit in the perfect spot in between those reds, so he has to go underneath the main bunch. So yeah, that's what he's thinking about. Zhang clearly just focused on the way that he's going to be trying to take this red. Although, I mean, he could have done probably why he was unhappy with the way he's played this shot with. Felt like he's going to have to try and play for the black instead, which makes this shot slightly more difficult in terms of the perfect execution and the result from a percentage point of view as well. Because when you play that shot off the blue, as long as you don't get any one of these reds into the pocket to go simultaneously alongside the blue, you should have a really good chance of trying to get the black into the corner pocket, obviously, with it being one of the easiest colours for you to pot. But also just from the point of view of trying to make contact with those reds. So let's see, I mean, don't really feel like he's going to be too happy with the way that he got himself positioned for the black. Looks like he's going to have very much in mind their angle here to be seen. So, yeah, I feel like a topspin shot off the left side cushion is probably going to be the only way. But that's not really the way that you want to be going forward, because the cue ball is always going to have the chance to be stuck to the bunch. And that's exactly what happens. Nowhere near enough pace on that cue ball to be accelerated onto these reds. And in the end, it's all going to be about their 15 points of a break. So the first time, Zhang has managed to go on in a red and colour combination, and he hasn't led to a break of 60 plus points for him. Apart from, well, you can say that wasn't really the case in the third frame, but at that point the frame was done and dusted. So now he's going to have 15 points of advantage, taking 2 reds away, and still having 13 more to be either a part of a huge pyramid underneath the pink spot, or having a couple of more of the loose reds. Zhang about to win 5 or 6 trades. GG's. Well, you know what, Hans? I felt like this could have been the case. I still feel like it's really unlikely, but I feel like if it is going to be one of the two players, then it is going to be Zhang, because he just has that consistency about him, and you know, Zhou has got a bit of Captain Chaos about him. Therefore, you never quite know what's going to happen. He may be the one to win 3 or 4 frames, but I just feel like with the consistency that Zhang brings to the table, slightly less likely to do that from my point of view. But only time will tell. For now, Zhou needs to try and settle into this frame here, because after missing that red to be taken into the left middle, Zhou needs to step it up. Yeah, he does, to be fair. And he needs to try and make sure it now. Otherwise, it's going to be slightly too late for him to try and recover this match. No, Zhang just having a look to see if he's going to have a plant available to him. But it's probably not even about having this plant available to him. It's all about just trying not to leave it away to Zhou that has played a really nice safety shot, to be fair to him. Now, getting the cue ball to be in behind the green when it comes to the majority of these reds. Maybe seeing the edge of one of these reds on the left part of the table. And ultimately a couple of reds on the right part of it as well. So he's going to try and swerve around the green, which still makes the shot pretty much difficult there for him. And he's gone for the plant, he's committed to it. And yeah, he's going to be really lucky with this one. That he missed the plant and he still didn't leave anything away. No wonder there's going to be a hand of apology going up. Yeah, very fortunate, especially with the way that he got himself landed perfectly on the pink along the black ball cushion. Let's see what it is going to be there from Zhou perspective. So he still has got the opportunity to try and maybe force the cue ball to the top part of the table. I don't feel like there's going to be any point in trying to take the shot into the yellow pocket. Because, well, basically, you're either going to be taking this red with no real chance of getting on the collar, which makes the shot irrelevant anyway. Or you're going to have a short selection, which will see the cue ball stay quite, well, very close to the black, and therefore make a couple more of these reds to be playable into the right part of the table as well. Yeah, so I think probably the right decision there being made by Zhou, getting that cue ball to be closer to the green pocket. Once again, getting a couple of reds away from the side cushion and away from the pocket as well, which is always going to have to be a very important shot when you play the cue ball onto the top part of the table. Whatever you do, make sure you don't leave anything easy to your opponent. So let's see what Zhang's response is going to be here, because it feels like he's going for a very thin cut on one of the lower reds. And yeah, he's played this one really well in terms of getting that cue ball into the gap and manages to see it past the brown. Played it really nicely, to be fair. And now he's going to have Zhou in a bit of trouble. I feel like at this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he thinks about it for a minute or two. And in the end, just has to go for the red to be taken into the right corner right now. So that's exactly what he's going to be looking at. So, yeah, it's not going to be an easy shot for him to be in charge of. But ultimately, you know, you just feel like the chance is there for him. If he takes this red in, he's always going to be on the pink. Although, it's always going to be a difficult shot for him. Maybe he's going to try and force his way up the table there with the cue ball. But I'd rather, I have to say, from his point, probably just try and send it on the pink. Because, you know, if you're going to try and get that cue ball to be going up the table, well, inevitably putting more power on the shot, and also you're just focusing less on the pot success, which is going to be the most important factor of the shot here. And it looks like it's gone quite horribly wrong in terms of the shot to be taken into the right corner, but the cue ball position is not going to be too bad. You know, got a nice little kiss off one of the lower reds as the cue ball was travelling down the table after the contact. So let's see if Zhang is going to be able to respond and guide one of these reds towards the left middle. Seems like he's got the chance there, but it always seems like he's going to be sending that cue ball into a problem area. And, well, you just thought about it for a split second or two, you would have thought, and then just remember that he's going to be dominating the last couple of frames. And remember, with all the chances that, you know, Zhou could have had, it is still nil next to his score sheet ever since that break of 66 points that he scored. But I feel like that was the only time that he scored a point there in this match, because he wasn't coming into that break with having any points on the board either. And then from that point onwards, it was Zhang conceding the frame, with him unable to get on the black. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really concerning point when you had only one of those breaks in the opening 3.5 frames. We have, well, don't really understand what you mean by 3 Zs there, but what certainly we're going to have is a brilliant shot taken really nicely with the cue ball. And, well, we skewed this one too well, Zhou. And that's certainly the way to try and go on about your business. Now, yeah, unfortunate, to be fair, from his point of view, that he's going to be rolling this cue ball in behind the green. And, yeah, just needs to try and slow the cue ball down enough there to force Zhang to be taking a shot from the cushion. I'm not sure he's done that. That's going to be a real waste of a chance at this point onwards. So let's see if it is going to be all about trying to get yourself lined up for the shot of the red here for Zhang. And, oh, you mean Zhang, Zhou, and Zhao, and you predict Xiao to win the tour? Well, I don't know about that. You know, I would be very interested to see how the condition of Zhao is going to be after, you know, he had a bit of concern yesterday, despite him being to get over the line in that incredible, breathtaking match against Chris Wakelin. It still felt like he was very much out of his comfort zone from the health point of view. So if that remains to be seen, then maybe it is going to be a real chance for Xiao Gudun to be making it into the final. And of course, if that is the case, he's going to be the real favourite for this match to go his way. And, well, Zhang has played a nice shot of the red to be taken into the left corner, but it doesn't look like he's going to be lined up on anything. If you can see a colour actually from here, clearly playing for the black or the pink. In the end, would have called colour there to the referee, making sure that, you know, she realised the call that was made. And it looks like he has got the access to the blue to be taken. So just try and guide both of them away from these reds. So the blue to be out of position now. And all the 3 main colours are going to be massively compromised for the chances of one of these 2 players. Zhao is consistent. Zhang will be champion. I don't feel like... Yeah, but... I mean, it's a bit of a weird comment. I mean, when was the last time Zhang has won a ranking event? Tell me about that one. Because he certainly has not been after Zhao has managed to win the World Championship last year. So that's a bit of a... I know he's slightly inconsistent, but he clearly has got enough to his game to be winning the World Championship without, you know, taking it to a decider on any one of those occasions. And one of the toughest matches that he had to play were the ones in the opening couple of rounds. And let's have a look how this one is going to go. And, well, Zhou is going to be quite fortunate with the way that the outcome is going to be there for him, because he felt like the cue ball was faded away badly. And let's see if this red can be taken into the left middle, because I say he's fortunate because he hasn't left a 50 or a 70% chance for Zhang to be taken, but he may be going for a little 30 or a 25% shot into the left middle. The cue ball is slightly away from the black ball cushion. The problem is, of course, if you're going to be playing for the colour, you're always going to be leaving that cue ball into the danger zone as well. Where can I watch the game live? So TNT Sports apparently. And then you can always watch it on the WSTV Play. Gets that cue ball to be onto the top part of the table. And Joe's going to have a look to see if he can get through to one of these straight reds, preferably for him. Because, you know, slowly but steadily, we are getting through those reds. We had 4 of those eliminated already. And it's all about just trying to get this red into the open play that it feels. Clearly has a cross double on, and this is going to be close to the pocket. Ooh, too close for comfort. Now needs a Brown to come to his rescue, and it looks like he has. So quite fortunate there from Zhou. Of course, no hand of apology because that was the shot that he was playing for. But in the end, Zhang feels like he probably needs to try and make things happen here on this shot. Otherwise, it is going to be massive advantage to Zhou here, with the red basically being over the pocket. There's not a real way for Zhang to try and get on this red. So it's going to have to be all about taking one of the other reds into the right corner. He's thinking about maybe sending the cue ball past the brown with a massive swerve and just trying to catch that red on the way from the side cushion. Certainly going to make things happen here for Zhang. Let's see if what's going to happen here. And he's taking the shot really nicely. Is he going to be on the color though? He's just about will be. And it's a really nice shot there. Well played by Zhang. You know, it was far from ideal. Especially the position of the red. It wasn't quite in the pocket. And, you know, if you hit in specific parts of that red, it was still missable. In the end, it's probably unfortunate to be positioned quite badly on the pink. You know, he still needs to try and guide this one through the side cushion without touching the cushion itself. Before very much the end points of this shot there on the pink. He has got a bit of cushion though in between the black ball and the pink itself. And he's played this one really well in terms of getting the pink in. Now, the pink is going to have to go back on his spot, and he may actually be the worst enemy there for Zhang, because that was the red that he was obviously aiming for into the right corner. Couldn't quite get enough power on the cue ball, it would seem. And with the pink covering that red and basically not making it available from Zhang's point of view. He needs to try and find the red to be taken into the right corner. But you feel like it's a lot difficult of a shot than he would have liked to be going for. And yeah, you always felt like it was a very tight margin for him to be taking that red. And in the end, is he going to leave the red over the right middle? It seems like he has done it. And 22 points advantage, although it's not going to be enough for Zhang to be feeling comfortable about this. And it is going to be back to Watchalong to try and do something about it. Of course, you know, having the black and the blue to be compromised massively is not going to be part of his plans. But I feel like, you know, when he gets that red into the right middle, he's going to have a decent chance of getting that blue into the green pocket as well. For now, he needs to try and get the first red in. And he's able to do so, trying to get the black to be disturbed slightly by those reds. Lost the cue ball slightly. So still going to have a shot at the pink, although would have loved to see the cue ball being slightly closer to the pink itself. So now 21 points is going to be the advantage here for Zhang. And 21 points of a deficit for Watchalong to try and to come back from. 90 minutes since the match has started. So if you try and take this pink into the left middle, you should be able to force the cue ball through this shot, but doesn't want this one to be hitting any jaws there. And just about able to drop the pink in without too much of a concern in the end. So, yeah, 7 points here on the break scored by Watchalong. Once again, just having that ability to be thrown really deep onto the cue ball. Obviously has got the pink available into the left corner, which will boost his chances significantly. For now, just try and make his way through the easy reds, which he still has got a couple of available, both into the right and the left corner pockets. Probably say 2 on each of those, and then just a little contact having to be made onto the back of 3 reds right underneath the pink spot, which is still is very much going to be the main colour for him to try and make usage of. Trying to take the red with a lot of backspin here on the cue ball into the right corner, played for the pink. And this is going to be the nice chance there for Zhou, you would feel like. Slightly too much of an angle, it has to be said. But still, probably he's going to be quite unfortunate if he's not to end up on any one of these reds after taking the pink into the left corner. I feel like he probably has gone beyond the point of, you know, I can try and hold the cue ball back there. Although he is adding a lot of backspin, so maybe that's what he's trying to do. Just to hold the cue ball for that red to be taken into the left corner. Good shot though, because, you know, I had to play it with very little power. Which, you know, sometimes needs an extra accuracy on the pink. Because those are the shots that, you know, may seem a bit of a fade from the cloth to coming into play as well. So Zhou is going to have a look at the position that he's got available to him. So despite, you know, you've got 7 reds, neither of them is going to be on the cushions. You still feel like it's quite an awkward position to try and make his way through. Particularly because of the black. And the pink is probably going to be the only helping hand to him as he goes back level when he comes to the point scored here. 23 for each of the players. And now Zhou trying to get really deep onto the cue ball here. And in the end, well, it's not quite as deep as I thought he was going to try and do it. Just using that side cushion there on the right hand side of the table. Getting himself lined up for probably the most difficult red as it stands. And yeah, that one can be taken into the right corner here. Once again, the position on the pink is going to have to be the shot for him to play for. And couldn't quite do it from this side of the table. So needs to go with a rest shot now. As I say, it's probably not the one that you're going to feel like it's the most difficult shot. Although, it may need a bit of action on the cue ball. Probably side backspin, I should say. And need slightly more of that. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this pink to be taken into the left middle is not going to be too easy of a shot. But also, you know, it's just one problem that creates a bit of a domino effect. And the angle that he's got on the pink is not necessarily going to be the angle that he wants to have for the next red. That's what he's looking at. And I mean, of course, you'd love to be in a position where you're sort of winning by 68 points or so. And you can just try and send that pink into the yellow pocket. Because that's going to sort out a couple of issues there. You're going to have the angle. You're going to have a chance to try and send the cue ball into those reds. But in the end, just having to hold back on the pace and play the shot through it. We're going to have a red lined up into the left corner, as you can see. So 13 points is going to be the advantage here. But it all comes down to taking each and every single one of these reds. And apart from that being the case, it is still going to be an uncertainty. So if you try and take the red into the left corner, you need a big bounce on the cue ball as well to be going for the pink, and he's managed to do so. So now he's going to be a really interesting shot because he's managed to do a really good job of getting through every single red that was in open play, you know, to some extent or the other. But now he's got 3 reds to be right next to each other underneath the pink spot, and he's got a red right next to the black in the middle of the pink and the black spot. So let's see if he's going to be lined up for the reds. And of course he will be. It's one of his strongest aspects of his game. And Watchalong doesn't seem like he's going to be running himself out of position anytime soon. And the shot that has probably, you know, made him from trying to be catching up and to being the front runner once again in this frame. And being the real favourite to be taking this one away from Zhang. And it'll feel like a massive turning point for him. Of course, it's only going to be from 2-1 to 2 frames each. But, you know, Zhang had a good chance to try and have that advantage increased to 3 frames to 1. And now barring a couple of more of those shots. I feel like he's going to need 4 of those. And he's got 27 points of advantage. Yeah, so I feel like 4 more and he's going to be fine. In terms of the having 35 points at the table. I'm doing 43 right now, and 28 points is a difference. So yeah, he's going to have basically a colour and the red combination to go after this one as well. And then he's going to be fine with Zhang needing a couple of snookers there next to his name. So rolls the pink, which was the prime colour for him to be taking on the majority of those shots. And now 34 points. That's going to be the advantage here for Zhou. So just trying to guide the red into the left corner as well. Making sure that he's going to keep hold of the cue ball now. Try and force a bit of the angle on the red. Because as I say, when he plays his pink on, and I feel like he hasn't got any sort of angle here on the pink. It's 35 points clear. It's 35 points at the table. So the pink for Zhang to be needing 2 snookers. But ideally from that point onwards, I mean, at least whatever you do, get a snooker lined up in behind the black. That seems to be the case that he played for. Of course, the pink is going to be slightly in the way. So let's see if it is going to be a shot taken into the middle. I feel like it will be, because it's Watchalong at the table. And once again, the break of 63 points to add to a break of 66 points. I've seen some really clinical breaks there from the players. 95, 68, and now 64 and counting there from Watchalong. So still maybe about to extend his highest break of the match. Is he going to be able to make a century break out of this one? Doesn't feel like it. He's going to be a couple of points short if he is to make a total clearance from here. So 71 points is the tally that he has. So still going for a 98 points of a potential total clearance. So still a fantastic frame from his point of view. And it's all going to be all square after the opening 4 frames. And a really good start from Watchalong in the first frame. A really good finish in the 4th frame. And then in the meantime, it was Zhang that trying to pick up the pieces. It looks like he's stepping up. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was really surprised with the way that he's managed to go on about this break. And it just proves the point that both of the players have been super consistent and super clinical with the chances that have been presented to them. Because as much as you can blame Zhang slightly for that chance being missed at 15 points or so, he was never really having the toughest of the way for him to try and make his way through. And Zhou goes for a nice little shot to be lined up for the paint. So making it the break of 85 points. He has to say, total clearance of 98 is still going to be on there for him, for it to be the highest break of the match. And, well, gets fortunate with the way that he caught this side cushion. I don't feel like it's going to matter at this stage, unless you are going to be fighting it all out for the stats machine. And, of course, that break of 98 points still being alive. And once again, it is Watchalong that finishes with a bang. And it is Watchalong 2, Zhang 2. Nothing to separate the players. Great standard of snooker, great standard of safety, and great standard of pot success numbers as well. It is nothing to separate the 2 players from China, and it's the world number 20 that is going to be level on points and frame wins with the world number 30. Match to continue after 15 minutes of intermission time. Stay tuned in, and let's see which one of the players will be able to face either Xiaoguodong or Xiaoxington come the final here on Sunday. Stay tuned in.
empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, oh.
Right then everyone, we are back from the intermission, so let's see what the frame number 5 will bring to us, because we all know what happened in frame before. It was a bit of a bad break-off shot by Zhang, but in the end Zhou didn't manage to take that opportunity, but he still went on to win that frame quite confidently with that break of 98 points in the end. Couldn't quite make it a century break, but simply run himself out of points at the end. Still making a very nice total clearance for him to be lined up with a 2-all draw here coming into the 5th frame. Now straight away after the break of it is Zhang with a chance to go for a shot into the right corner. And it always looked like he was going to be focusing on the cue ball slightly more than trying to actually get that red in. And despite him missing by a mile, still managed to get nice pace on the cue ball to be sending it to the top part of the table. Manages to block off a couple of dangerous reds to be taken into the left corner as well, which will improve his chances even further. All about just trying to do the same thing there from Watchalong's point of view. And just about manages to miss the brown, which is going to be very nice for him at this stage. And even though he has left a long red available there to Zhang, I'd say that's pretty decent from the position that he had available to himself. So Zhang now will have a look to see this red by the right corner. I mean, like, I'm not even sure he's going to be worth taking that red on there if he was a guaranteed shot, which it isn't, because of the position on the black there, pretty much being the only colour that he can play for, and being a very difficult shot to try and allowing the cue ball onto. Though he's looking like he's actually going to try and do it here, Zhang, which I have to say is very unlike Zhang shot. This is going to go all over the place, and it did. Ooh, I mean, somehow, with all the reds spreading across the table, he still manages to get the cue ball into a somewhat decent position. But as I say, I feel like, you know, Zhang was very much trying to go for a shot all in when it comes to the frame. And all or nothing, well, it looks like it's going to be nothing in the end for him, because he's going to have a position which so far Watchalong has been taking for fun. And Zhang is a little dangerous. Zhou has to be careful what he does, but in the end, it was probably the other way around. You know, after playing a couple of safety shots, Zhang clearly thought that the chance was there for him. And now it's a much better chance for Watchalong. And somehow, he still doesn't manage to take this one away. And, well, I mean, he caught this one really thick there, pretty much full in the face. And that explains why he actually got himself into a straightforward safe shot there that he's played. Of course, had the angle and the red would have been potted, you know, the cue ball would have been further up the table and lined up for the black instead of being perfectly lined up for the black ball cushion. Now Zhang just needs to make sure he avoids the cannon on the yellow and the brown, which he hasn't done, and once again, it's not going to be the easiest shot there, but frame number 5 just starting with a couple of errors from both of the players' point of view. And even though it is still not going to be a guaranteed shot, surely you wouldn't expect Watchalong to be missing 2 of those in a row. And then he's got a shot into the right middle. The red is going to be quite close to the middle, but it's all about just the cue ball. Be diagonally across the yellow pocket and very close to the ball cushion as well. So having to play this one with topspin will probably help get the position on the blue. Has he managed to get this red in though? No, he hasn't. So, I mean, yeah, he's going to be very frustrated there with himself because that's 2 options and 2 chances to say he had available to him, but he didn't manage to take any one of them. And he was always going to pay the price here because, well, I mean, it wasn't like if he got that red in to drop in, the cue ball still would have been nowhere near the colour. But ultimately, the thing for him to be worried about is that Zhang is not going to miss a red like this into the left middle. And it's going to be all with a chance. It gets him the first point on the board now. Just asking the referee to clean the white as well. And as I say, he gets the red with no complications at all. And now it is going to be his chance for the taking here because, you know, apart from a couple of missed opportunities in the previous frame where he had the gap of 23 points at the end by the 2 encounters to the table that he experienced, he didn't really have any further issues when it comes to making that break to be the one that wins him the frame. And let's see if that's going to be the case though, because the red is going to be very close to the left corner pocket, and that's always been the risk for a snooker player. When you play the shot off the blue, sometimes, well, that's really unlucky though, because that's not usual to see the cue ball bounce away onto the red. Usually it's one of the reds into the pack that goes into the corner pocket, but in the end, it is going to be just 1 point score there from Zhang. And back to Zhou it goes here. Able to get through to a red into the right corner, so just try and take this one in nicely with no power at all. And yeah, the problem for Zhang is he's basically done all the hard work with a single shot that he's played, but of course with him being very much out of the table action now, that is all about Watchalong trying to take the most out of it, getting a couple of more reds very much available to him, which he's still not going to be short with throughout the end of this break there. You can see that he's got pretty much 2 reds to be in a problem position, and apart from that, he's got all the rest of them available. And it's a fantastic chance there for Zhou to be taking the frame away here from Zhang. So let's have a look how well he should be able to just try and make his way through those points. Certainly should be able to make a break of 50 or 60 points at least from here. You know, as I say, the only 2 breaks that he's had so far in this match have been the breaks of 98 and 66. Now, of course, if you go with the progress that he's made, improving 32 points, should be going for a 1-3-1 here. But, I mean, you know, jokes aside, with the position that he has ahead of him, wouldn't actually be shocked if that was to be the case. But, of course, still quite a long way back from there. Might be using the red at the top part of the table because of him running himself slightly on the wrong side of the blue here. As I say, it's not going to be any issue for him at all at this stage of the frame. And yeah, after a couple of those missed chances there by Zhang and Zhou for different reasons, as I say, Zhou was the one that had a first real good chance into the left corner, but unfortunately wasn't able to take that red, bounce the cue ball perfectly onto the black ball cushion. A couple of shots later, Zhang didn't play a good safety. He left another red over the middle for Watchalong, and he wasn't able to take that one either. In the end, Zhang finally had his own chance into the left middle. He was able to take that red, but after missing the blue, well, getting the blue into the right middle, but at the same time, potting the red with it simultaneously, he has left Watchalong in here with a chance. And you can see now, break off 27 points. Of course, 5 points that he's got prior to that with the foul points given to him by Zhang after dropping the blue alongside the red. Now, I mean, not a lot to say here on these reds. As I said previously, he's got 2 of them placed on the side cushions, and apart from that, he's got 6 placed pretty much perfectly to him. 2 loose reds, and then 4 more that are forming a pack, but once again, you should be able to just get through that pack with eliminating the reds one by one. Starting with a shot into the right corner, you would have thought. For now, he's going to have a look to see which shot is going to be easier. So, yeah, having a look at the shot into the middle, probably easier just to try and roll that red in, and you never quite know. Might go for a little cannon from the blue. Of course, won't have to play it with too much of a power. I feel like when he's got 4 reds available to his name, should be able to just try and roll one of them with no further issues. And Zhou giving him the business. Yeah, I mean, it was all about, you know, who's going to get the first chance, and you know, it looked like it was going to be Zhang's really good opportunity to be going 3-2 up and re-establishing that frame advantage. In the end, that doesn't seem likely now. After having an unlucky shot from the blue, potting the red at the same time. Now he's got 45 points of a deficit to try and overcome if he is to come back to the table, which at this point seems very unlikely there. With a pure domination from Zhou's point of view here. He's got the red available to be taken into the right corner. Clearly committed to try and develop all of these loose reds. But in doing so, he might have sacrificed the position on the next couple of reds. Because, you know, he needed an angle on the blue, whatever he did. And it doesn't look like he's going to get it. If Zhou wins, then Zhou will be champion. I like the logic, but I don't really understand it. Because I thought someone was saying that Xiao is going to be a real threat. And somehow, I mean, as I say, of 4 players, the world champion and the highest rated of all of them, when it comes to the ranking, is going to be the underdog, it would seem, and a dark horse of the remaining 4. I feel like Zhao Xingtong will win this tournament no matter what, as long as he's going to be fit to be playing his match against Xiao. And he's certainly going to be the man to catch and to beat, from my perspective. Yeah, let's have a look what Watchalong will try and do about this one, though, because he's clearly not going to try and double any one of these reds, because, you know, he's going to be the party that is interested, trying to keep them to the side. So maybe just committed to a safety shot to be played. And, yeah, getting that cue ball to be bounced away from the jaws. And, yeah, get that cue ball beyond the bulk line. Just about played the shot well enough. You know, could have done with slightly more pace on the cue ball. And for it to be slightly closer to the ball cushion as well. In the end, it's going to be 51 points of a gap. There's 83 still at the table. So, yeah, Zhang just having a look to see if he's going to have the ability to try and go for either one of these reds to be taken into the left corner. And if that is the case, then should have a straightforward route, as I say, onto his next colour. And it's still very much being this frame. And back in the hunt now. But he needs a long shot to go with it first. And he's not going to get it. So it was always a difficult one. He had a lot of pocket to aim at. But as he was dropping the cue ball for the black, he was, you know, never going to leave anything easy away to Zhou. But he was always going to leave the red at the same time into the left middle. Which, you know, seen a couple of those missed by Zhou previously. But seen a couple of those to be disappearing into the pocket as well. The fact that he has to go really deep onto the cue ball, though, probably just makes his shot twice as difficult. Of course, safety first there for Zhou at this point. And he still manages to take that red brilliantly right into the pocket. A brilliant shot there, as I say, from Zhou. And, well, now that's certainly going to get him into the perfect chance of trying to close the frame away. As I say, he only has 67 points to try and make his way through right now. Looking at the position that he has on the black in the paint to be taken into the left part of the table. So if you try and go for a backspin shot on the cue ball here, should be able to just force the black into the pocket and still just about get enough of the backspin for him to be lined up with a shot, but has that worked out? I'm not sure he has, you know. As I say, 67 points. He's going to be remaining at the table, and you can see that he's run himself out of position, so we'll be disappointed with that. You know, surely would have thought from the second chance that he had, he's going to be able to close the frame away, especially with him needing a couple of points there to have that 3-2 of a cushion. In the end, that doesn't look like it's going to be the case just now. And he's going to have 59 points here to try and make his way through. So Zhou just thinking about all the options that he has, and yeah, I mean, thinking about the red to be taken into the right corner there. It might not be the worst case scenario because it eliminates the red from the top part of the table, and as long as you can still push it onto the side cushion, you're going to be able to just dictate the run of play, and of course it will be very important for Zhou to try and win 2 frames on the bounce if he is to try and end this match as soon as he possibly can. And as I say, prediction for me was 6-2, 6-3 in favour of Watchalong, and still very much on there, the scoreline. See if that's going to be the case come the end of the match though, because it's been 2 hours of playing time. Or 2 hours, I should say, since the match has started. And we still have got no idea on who's going to be the winner of the 5th frame, let alone who's going to be the winner of the entire match here as well. So Zhou have to come back to the table once again, and yeah, think about those reds to be sent from the right side cushion on towards the left, maybe even, well, I was going to say maybe even try and send it into the middle, but of course he's not going to be the party interested in that. He wants to keep at least 2 reds onto the cushions, and he's played a really good shot there, to be fair. Getting the red to be on the side cushion to be blocked off by the left-hand side of the table, leaving the cue ball perfectly lined up for the black ball cushion as well, and the red that he's played for is going to be right in the middle of the ball cushion at the same time, so sorting out 2 issues at the same time there for himself, keeping 1 more red onto the cushion and very much away from the axis there of Zhang, not leaving himself anything easy to play, and also just, you know, getting that cue ball very much set up for a difficult safety shot here. Let's see if he's going to be forced to try and take the red into the middle. He was, and he felt like it, and I do feel like there has been a bit of a change of the pace. Let's see if he's going to have this red covered up there, Zhang, but I feel like he's going to be struggling. And 60-1. I think Zhou has the 5th frame, well, we should, but Zhang had just got slightly lucky here, as you can see. When I say slightly, I say that only for a reason of him trailing by 59 points and only 67 at the table. But it's still a really good chance here for Zhou to try and, well, give up an opportunity here. Especially with that red being so close to the green pocket. Zhou needs to make sure he utilises a chance there, and he clearly is going to see Zhang struggling there for form. Therefore, you know, him being the momentum player himself, he needs to try and do pretty much all the damage here right now. And of course, when it comes to this particular frame, doing the damage means trying to win the frame as soon as he possibly can. And I also feel like there is going to come a point where Zhou is going to be basically happy to be leaving those reds out as long as he's got the black and the pink covered up. If that needs to be the case in a couple of safety shots to come. And, you know, you get the black out of position, all of a sudden, you know, 59 points of a deficit. You've got 5 reds to try and make your way through. And, you know, you have to take all of them with the pink, which gives you very little room for manoeuvre. Especially with how well the reds have been spread out across the table. So just a shot to be played of these red to be sent onto the right side cushion. And nice control there shown by Zhang, especially on the cue ball's perspective. And it's all going to be about Watchalong trying to get that red away from the right side cushion, potentially. I mean, he's looking at the red onto the left side as well, so it's going to be all about just trying to make his way through this shot and to get the cue ball pretty much back to square one in terms of the previous position that he had. Get that red to disappear on 2 side cushions, perfectly lined up for the black ball cushion as well, as I say. And now 59 points of a difference remains to be the gap there in between the 2 players. And Zhang is still having a look to see if he's got a long red available there to be taken into the left corner. Doesn't seem to be the case right now, but he's still going to have to try and keep that one in mind because, you know, when the chance comes at him, he needs to make sure he takes it. Otherwise, you know, he's going to be trying to get those reds into the open play. Well, basically, to have all of them in open play, he'll try and be here forever. And it's all about just trying to get himself into a chance here. And then, you know, if it's there for the taking, then why not give it a try? Same story has to be said about this long shot into the left corner. Let's see if that's going to be the story of him taking that red. So he's thought long and hard about it. And in the end, he feels like he has to try and get the red away from the side cushion. Get it basically doubled across the table, but it's going to be coming back at him. Let's see where he's going to finish. If he's going to finish over the yellow pocket, or at least possible there for Zhou. I feel like he's just about managed to get away with it, but not too sure because, you know, it is going to be a frame ball for Zhou at this stage. So do you try and take it as a risk? Well, probably you don't at this stage because, you know, you don't have anything to separate the two players. In terms of, you know, if you leave this red over the pocket, 59 points with the black and the pink still being in play. All the rest of the reds also being in play there. He has to just try and take his time on the shot, you would have thought. And getting that red to be onto the side cushion yet again. So Zhang will try and, well, basically just repeat the same pattern there. Get that red to bounce away off the side and just go back to the cue ball being very much positioned at the spine of the brown and the blue. With the pink being slightly out of the position there based on the original spot that it usually has. So Zhang, of course, had to make sure he didn't pot that red because, you know, at this stage he needs to be making sure he takes every single one of those reds with the colour. And he's played a really nice shot, to be fair, because the cue ball control was exquisite. And getting the cue ball to be behind the green could be a very similar story to the second frame out there because, you know, that was the snooker, of course, where Zhang only needed a red and the colour combination. At this stage, he needs the total clearance for him to be the winner of frame number 5. But, you know, Zhou certainly was feeling a lot more confident in himself to be taking this frame away a couple of minutes ago. Not so much now when he's got to try and find a way of hitting the red without giving it away there to Zhang and therefore just leaving himself with a bit of a problem here to try and work his way out of. You know, ideally, you want to be trying to hit it from the right side onto the red straight away without bouncing away from the black ball cushion and pushing that red on towards the black ball cushion itself, trying to basically fix two issues at the same time for you. But, of course, if he was to miss a contact on the red, he's going to be risking of getting around the red and leaving it over to the right corner pocket. And at that point, barring the red quite close to the black ball cushion, he's going to have a very difficult job of, you know, getting away with this mistake. In terms of he probably would have played his last shot of the frame. So still, very interesting to see on what's going to be the case here. And Zhang is still dominating the poll somehow. I don't really understand that. I thought he was going to be a threat, but, you know, especially with it being 2 each at the interval, he never led by more than a frame here. You know, he was trailing by 1 frame to 0. He managed to come back and win 2 frames on the bounce. And in the end, Zhou looks like, for all the money, that he's going to be the player to try and respond with his own response here. But now it's all going to be about trying to get that cue ball to bounce away off the right side. And is he going to play it with power? He did try to play it with power, but that's gone horribly wrong. And of course, Zhang can afford to try and put him back. He's going to be allowed to do that by the rules. I don't feel like it is going to be a free ball situation, though. So, yeah, it's all going to be about the decision there from Zhang. So, yeah, it's going to be taking a bit of time there, but understandably so. You know, 6 points given away as a foul, so that's certainly going to get Zhou worried there. So, if it is to give away a position from this point onwards, it is very much going to be the chance for Zhang to still somehow come back for this frame to be the winner of encounter number 5. But for now, we're going to have a bit of time there with the referee trying to get the pink back into his original position there. And I feel like there's going to be quite a lot of mess there created by the previous shot of Zhou. And he needs to try and get the pink onto its original position there. And as well as, you know, the 5th red That had to be diagonally across the table, closer to the blue. So, of course, we could still be here for a while because, there's not a 3-miss rule that is going to be applied here to Zhou, and therefore, technically we could be here as far as Zhang trying to come back all the way and be the one leading by 59 or 67 points, I should say. Because very unlikely, because I feel like Zhou was quite fortunate not to give anything away there to Zhang, and there's always going to be an understandable thought. And yeah, the red was going to be on the other side of the blue. So just trying to place that one in. So it should be the last point, because I feel like the cue ball is already placed correctly. Though just to say that, it looks like from this angle you can see just about too much of the red, which would have meant that Zhou would have been having the chance to try and go for that red without hitting the cushion first. And yeah, you can see that Zhang is just giving a bit of guidance there to the referee. Feels like from his chair, you're very much seeing this one differently. So just asking for it to be the case and yeah, get the red to be lined up there. So yeah, Zhang doesn't seem to be too happy about it, but yeah, but to be fair, I have to agree with this one. I thought that the red was a lot closer to the blue than it is right now, because I feel like from this position it is going to be very difficult to try and hit it with the same way that it was. So in the end, we don't seem like we're going to come to an agreement. So after checking the VAR, the referee seems to be like thinking that the red should be further away from the blue. So Zhang still waiting patiently. Of course, he's going to be the party. Very much looking forward to the way that this shot is going to unfold there from Zhou. Well, once again, there is a disagreement there of Zhou now and the referee, because he clearly feels like that the blue should have been going into the left middle. So both players seem to agree on that point, but it's a good old rule there in sport right now. When the Hawkeye and the computer says no, then you have to just follow the system, and sometimes it doesn't seem to be perfect, but I do have a feeling that the cue ball was placed correctly, but the red and the blue just seems to be a bit of a different situation there. So Zhang is going to have a look once again at that red and the blue combination. So let's have a look what the response from Zhou is going to be here. Once again, after a bit of time, is he going to be catching this red? Just about did, but is he going to force the yellow to be into the pocket? Ooh, I mean, he hasn't. He's left the yellow over the pocket now, but I have to say, I'm not sure that's going to be enough at this stage. 67 points is still at the table here for Zhang. And yeah, he's got more than enough points for him to try and come back. And the only real issue is probably going to be the first shot, because, he comes into this shot with a bit of, maybe him being rusty before taking this red into the right middle, and also the one closer to the blackboard cushion, right in the middle of it, having to make sure that he leaves the cue ball very much nicely on the black, and he hasn't done so. So the fact that he got those 6 points away from Zhou previously is going to be a very important factor there, because, had it not been the case, it would have been very touch and go for needing 4 reds to be taken with the black. Right now, he still will have a bit of leeway when it comes to it, and leaving that yellow over the pocket would have been a very generous thing there from Zhou point of view to do. And, well, somehow, Zhang nearly missed the yellow, despite it being in the pocket, because of how close to it he tried to play the yellow and to the cue ball. Wow, we could be seeing a massive bit of drama here. So basically what the referee's saying that the referee saying that the cue ball didn't hit the yellow, and there was a bounce on the cushion that dropped the yellow in. So let's have a look at the replay. This is going to be super interesting to witness. Nah, I feel like there was a contact. So it should be fine. Let's have a look what the decision is going to be. So of course Zhang is not going to be happy about it. Let's have a look. I couldn't quite catch what he was saying there, but this is going to have all the drama here in this frame. For all the, well, I'd say for all the wrong reasons, because, you know, that red placement. So, yeah, a bit of a delay there. Watchalong clearly had a bit of hope in himself to try and come back to the table with a free shot there. And in the end, that doesn't seem to be the case. So Zhang is going to have the position restored to him. And, yeah, well, can we get a bit of pace here down this frame? And he still has got a very important couple of shots ahead of him before he's going to have a somewhat straightforward way on towards winning the frame here, you would have thought. Trying to get this red into the right corner pocket. Still playing for the blue. And, well, he's played for the pink here, which I have to say, from these points, it's probably a surprising thing to do there, because he's overplayed for the black and he's probably underplayed for the pink. So you'll have to try and send the black down the left-hand side of the table. So put it with a bit of backspin as well on the cue ball. Bounce it away from the black ball cushion, and he's still going to have one more red, which he needs somehow to try and make his way through at this stage. So he's got 42 points of a difference, 51 points at the table, so he's not going to be shorting those. It's all about getting that position on the last red to be taken along the black ball cushion, which probably is going to be the last quest for him to try and make his way through. But for now, it's probably is going to be advantage Zhang here for him to be the winner of the frame. After all the drama, as I say, for potentially all the wrong reasons, he's now going to try and play the cue ball for this red. So this is now going to be basically a shot for the frame, because he's played it wisely enough there so that he leaves the last red to be a simple one, so that he doesn't have to play with the black. But this one, and the position on the black, is going to be determined by who's going to be the winner of the frame. Has he got it? Yes, he has got it. So it's a really nice escape there from Zhang, because, you know, despite him being trailing by all these points, the fact that he managed to lay such a difficult snooker on Watchalong to try and find himself out of. Right now, it's all going to be about just trying to pick up the pieces. Although, I have to say, I mean, he could have done with being slightly closer to the black, because I can't really see the way that he's going to have to try and hold the cue ball down. This black can go into the left corner, but the way the cue ball is going to be bouncing on the top part of the table, it's basically going to be heading into the opposite part of the red. And that way, it's going to be quite a difficult shot for him to try and make his way through. So, yeah, the Longler is taking a bit of extra time here because, I mean, ideally, from the positional point of view, he needs to be taking the pink on with a lot of power onto the left middle and trying to play around that red and get himself lined up for this one to be taken into the left corner as well. But, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be one of those shots where you sort of go, is he going to be good enough to be taking the pink on? Because, as I say, for my perfect genius plan, you need to be hitting this pink with a lot of power, but, I mean, lots of power means less control. And the more time that he spends on this black, by the way, the more I'm going to be thinking that he's going to have to play a safe shot or something, because, hi Letitia. Legend is back in the chat, and, yeah, all about trying to get himself on this red there from Zhang, because he's still pretty much the favourite. But, yeah, let's think about this one. Zhang is going to have this pink to be taken into the left middle as a chance. He's thinking about maybe taking it into the right corner, but that's not going to happen because, you know, it just doesn't have the angle on it. And after all that, is he actually going for this black after all the time of consideration? Maybe just trying to use the pink as a backup. And now he's trying to guide the cue ball the long way around past all of the colours. And he got close to it, to be fair. It's a decent shot there that he's played, and still not going to be perfectly lined up. And it may be quite difficult for him to try and avoid the cannon on the black here. So, yeah, let's see about this one. I mean, it's a bit touch and go there. But I have to feel from this angle, the backspin is not going to work at all. So it's going to be all about just trying to use a little bit of it. Bounce the cue ball onto the black. I don't feel like he's going to have the ability to try and avoid the cannon at all. And that's what he's played there. So I felt like topspin was going to be the way forward, to be fair. I know it's easy to say that, but in the end, just trying to get this pink into the yellow pocket is going to be the shot for the frame there, you would have thought. With the rest of the colours all being on the spots, and Zhang is going to be able to try and get this pink into the pocket now. Has he got it? No, he hasn't, and that's going to be a big blow to his chances because all of a sudden, Zhou has got a frame ball next to himself, and well, that was the chance, but in the end, you have to say, the damage was done on a couple of shots prior to that. You know, the fact that he was taking that raid along the black ball cushion, it was all fun for him to be praising him. That yes, he was left the easier raid very much at the end of that game, but you know, the fact that he had to play that raid with so much power and he was still out of position on the black, in the end he had to go the long way around, lost the cue ball to an extent, still got the raid, but in the end didn't land on the colour, and all of these problems just mounting on top of each other. In the end, the outcome is going to be that Watchalong is the winner of frame number 5, and finally, it only took him an hour, it feels like. Well, I mean, a joke about it, but it genuinely has taken him more than 45 minutes for him to be the winner. And now it is going to be his show to run here from this point. Watchalong takes the 5th frame. And he was close, but in the end, he only has himself to blame. You know, he had his chance. He wasn't able to get the execution right. And it is now going to be Watchalong to be guiding that raid. And guiding the cue, I should say, onto the right side. Bouncing it away off the left side cushion as well, and a nice little clearance of 27 points was all that he could do. In the end, it looks like Zhang had him in trouble with that snooker. In the end, managed to get some foul points away and a chance for a clearance. Couldn't quite execute it in the end. And now, for the second time in this match, it is going to be Watchalong to be leading Zhang 3 frames to 2. And absolutely no wonder, even though he has been straight after the intermission, we're going to be seeing the players to disappear for a bathroom break. It's not going to be any surprise in there because of how lengthy that previous frame has been. And yeah, all about the momentum now. Does Watchalong have what it takes for him to be trying to convert this momentum into something more positive? And a good result there for him. Have to wait and see, I guess. But for now, he's certainly doing everything that he can from his points on to be the winner of this matchup here. So, yeah, 3-2 lead for Watchalong is going to be a super important thing because, as I said, I feel like there was a real chance for him to be 3-1 down. And at this stage, you know, you take 3-3, and especially for him to have that advantage, you know, comes into this frame, having 1-2 on the bounce, one before the intermission, one straight after, 2 very different frames. But in the end for him, same outcome, you know, had a lot of drama for all the wrong reasons, I would say. You know, that contact on the yellow, which, to be fair, I mean, you can criticize the referee, but I would say it probably was a justifiable thing because as much as it was quite a weird point to be making, I didn't actually feel like there was a lot of contacting between the cue ball and the yellow, and with the referee being quite close to it, you always felt like, you know, there could have been a point there to be made. Basically, there was a point there that Zhang hit the cushion, and because of a bit of momentum, basically, slight earthquake on the table, the yellow dropped in because it was so close to the pocket, but the cue ball didn't actually hit the yellow. But on the replay, we could see that there was the slightest of touches on the cue ball that in the end just dropped the yellow into the pocket. And then we had the respot drama of, you know, the red being placed next to the blue, which Watchalong was playing for. It didn't really in the end change anything because he was able to get it on the second time, but he still gave it away to Zhang, and in the end that was the chance that he wasn't quite able to convert and get himself into the way of Watchalong here. I wrote the joke, but the poor believing joke. Yes, so did I, Letitia. If you go back, I've said 6-3 to Watchalong there. I think I said 6-3. It might have been 6-2 I said, but I certainly said that it is going to be, yeah, 6-3. I felt like even though he is the world number 30, he's still very much going to be the dominant force from my perspective because of the way that he plays the game, and therefore, if he's going to be in the real rhythm, he's going to be really difficult to shut down, although you could argue that he was in a good rhythm against Alicante yesterday, 3-1 leading and cruising to the win, and in the end, you know, I felt like he had 40 points or something in the 5th frame as well to try and go 4-1 up. Didn't really work out, did it? Carter won 3 frames on the bounce and forced himself to be the dominant force, 4-3. And Jouilon once again showing a bit of steel and the character for him to come back and win that match in the decider 5 frames to 4. I've seen a couple of those. And in the end, let's see if it is going to be another decider for us to witness. But at this stage, I still feel like it is going to be Jouilon trying to set the pace up here. You know, he's going to be very close in favour of Jouilon now for the odds. Especially with him taking that frame lead against Zhang. And remember, Zhang hasn't really done a lot right when it comes to the business end of those tournaments. And, you know, reaching the quarterfinal stage, lost out to Mark Williams quite confidently in Wuhan Open. And as I say, that probably has been the highlight of his season so far. Had a decent campaign at the UK Championship, to be fair, because I feel like he has made it into the... did he make it into the last 16? No, I felt like he made it into the quarterfinal stage, but that's when he's gone wrong for him as well. And in the end, he'll still have to try and basically be feeding off scraps there, although may not be feeding off scraps for too long because the shot of Jouilon there, guiding that cue ball close to the right corner, nearly gone very much wrong there for him. And yeah, dropping that cue ball certainly would have not gone according to the plan. Title of their broadcast should be like listening. No, it's, you know, if you watch the live match there, it certainly would be saying live footage of the match, and probably wouldn't say anything at all. And yeah, just guiding that cue ball away there from Zhang. Slightly unfortunate, to be fair, the way that he was, you know, could have left himself in with a really good chance to be taking the red into the middle. In the end, that wasn't quite the case. So gives the turn back to Jouilon here. Yeah, just looking to see Zhang, his last record of the UK Championship. He's had a lot of matches to be played in the Championship League. And then, as I say, yeah, he's lost out to Sean Murphy, which would have been the quarterfinal, as I say. And Murphy made it into the semis at the end. Losing out to, can't quite, I feel like he's lost to Selby there because Trump and Robertson was the other semi-final. Now then, Jouilon to be taking this red into the left side cushion, you would have thought. If he used to try and do it on the left part of the table, has got a couple of more options to his name to basically force the reds to be closer one to another. And a 2-cushion escape of the cue ball off the side cushion, bounce away from the black ball cushion, and looks like he's played this on really well, judged the pace perfectly. Just probably doesn't want to give a touch and ball away, which I feel like he has. So little distance in between the cue ball and that red on the left part of it. So Zhang may have a free safety shot to play. And get the cue ball away from the main part of the table. Although the fact that he's trying to get it into the right part of the red, probably suggesting that he hasn't got a touch and ball. And in spite of playing that cue ball diagonally across the table to the right corner and then pushing away in towards the yellow pocket, he had to just try and settle of leaving that cue ball onto the black ball cushion. And in the end, it is going to be the shot for Jouilon to try and study, trying to guide that cue ball to the top part of the table right now. So still, has got a lot to lose now, especially from Zhang's point of view. As I say, he's been pretty thin on the chances that he's been receiving ever since the end of that first mini session. Didn't really have a lot of those in the 5th frame either. Of course, he had that opportunity not taken to the full extent, missing out on the pink, which would have been the last colour before the 6-colour clearance. And surely at that point would have got him into a 3-2 lead instead of being 3-2 down. But now he's played a really nice shot there, getting that cue ball very much past the brown, avoiding a minor contact on the ball colours. And yeah, just that cue ball is going to be lined up nicely for these reds. So let's see if there is going to be a response from Zhou's point of view here. Can he try and guide the cue ball into the corridor of the brown and the blue? He's just about able to. They're all about the pace of the cue ball, and he's going to be there with him. So all about the pace of the cue ball, and that's going to be there with Watchalong as well. Perfectly executed shot there. And the fact that he manages to get it closer to the yellow pocket, but not too close to it, may actually be the worst possible place for Zhang to be there, because I don't feel like you can see any one of these reds next to the pink. And in the end, it's going to be all about just trying to make those reds into the left corner out there. It smells the re-rack. Well, it does, but I have to say, if you've been watching the previous 5 frames, it smelled like re-rack on pretty much 4 or 3 of those occasions previously. So, and yet there never was one. So, you know, it just felt like the first frame was taking something like 40 minutes at the end for us to get through. But in the end, it doesn't quite feel like we're going to be going for a re-rack now. Although, you know, the position is not stuck. It's just a good safety there being played by one of the other players. Although, I mean, Zhang has gone quite passive on this shot. And if this red gets past the blue, I'd say you take it as a chance. Watchalong into the green pocket. You know, the attacking player that he is. The position is still very much covered up. So let's see what he's going to be able to do here. And in the end, clearly trying to hold on to that 3-2 advantage and going for a safety shot instead, which he could have played better in terms of judging the pace of the cue ball. And as I say, I mean, if it was Watchalong against Zhao Xington, it probably would have been a re-rack at this stage, but Zhang does prefer those positions sometimes, and of course, especially when he's trailing by 3 frames to 2, this could be a real force for him to try and use against Watchalong and be the player trying to dominate the matches in a fashion of just trying to force your opponent to be making those errors. But in the end, it is him that makes a perfectly coordinated shot in the billiard, dropping that cue ball diagonally across the table. And don't know what on earth he was playing there, but he certainly wasn't a successful safety there. So now just try and get this red into the left corner there from Zhou. And it should get the scoreline up and running there for him in terms of the pots available, and this surely has to be taken as the call to the action, because when your opponent is struggling, and he has been struggling for the last couple of frames, especially the player and the style that Watchalong possesses, it should be all over this chance and trying to take the blue now into the right middle. I saw the Xiao announcement for noon, but missed this one, so I missed the first frame. Now, listen, Letitia, as much as I want to say they've been brilliant, you might want to say you missed out on the 3rd, 4th, maybe the 5th, but the first 2 have been dreadful, to be honest with you. I have to say, they've taken us so much time to get through, and not a lot of quality, not a lot of drama, just a lot of safety shots. And I mean, if that's what you want to be seeing in snooker, that's fine, but I felt like they were just quite boring to get through, and I was quite happy for us to be getting to the breaks of 95, 98 in the frames number 3 and 4 and stuff like that. And in the end, at least frame number 5 had a bit of drama. You know, you always want to be seeing one of the players trying to get through and to make that 60 points of a clearance. In the end, wasn't quite able to try and win that frame, win the same visit to the table. And now, Watchalong has played this shot very closely to the red. Still seems like he's going to be just able to get through to this red after taking the green into its own pocket. So now 14 points of an advantage he has. And of course, he doesn't really want to let go of this position now, because especially if he's going to do it the way of missing the red, you know, even though you are going to be playing for the black, he's going to have a red over the middle, basically waiting there for Zhang to be played. And also, you know, you have got a couple of these reds available, and that goes without saying that if you make those ones in, ooh, this is a nasty shot. He needs to be going with an extension of the cube, bridging over the green, and also being so close to the blue. And somehow, I mean, he's played it into the wrong part of the pocket, but he's still got it pretty comfortably. I mean, when I say wrong part of the pocket, it was a millimeter or two too close, far away from the cushion. But when I mean from the wrong part of the pocket, he didn't catch the cushion, but it was super risky of him catching the blue on the way down the table. But it's a really nice shot when you play that well, and marginal, and yet it's effective. And well, just as you think, he's done all the hard work trying to force the black without any necessity for that to be the case, and missed it. Didn't really play it too well, and also that the sheer power that he had on the black just made it bounce away from the pocket. And probably the last thing that he needed is an easy chance given away here for Zhang. Needs to be a lot more clinical than that in the deciding point of this match. Of course, managed to cannon the black away to the top part of the table that may be covered up by the yellow, and the green onto the top part of the table. So let's see if it is going to be taken nicely. For now, he's managed to find a way for the cue ball to be sent to the top part of the table here, and this needs to be a resurrection point for Zhang point of view, because he can't afford to be going 4-2 down here away to Watchalong, and just making sure that he gets that yellow into its own pocket. And especially with that black, you know, when that black disappeared away from the pocket and bounced back onto the table, he has developed a couple more of these reds. So let's see if Zhang is going to be able to make the most out of them. So now 3 points is going to be over to Zhang, and he should still have the chance to try and take the red into the left middle. Now as he takes the yellow nicely, should have the red lined up for the left middle to be taken, and have the cue ball to bounce away off the side, and once again to be set up for the ball colour. So I felt like Zhang is going to try and make the most out of the table time that he has got ahead of himself. So just make the 3 reds at the top of the table to disappear. And as he goes for the brown into the green pocket, just barges the black out of the way, which is going to be a really nice shot there that he's played, because he frees up the black to be available into the middle pocket, but also into the green pocket to an extent. And that way down the table of the cue ball is going to be a very interesting space to watch there, because, you know, you still need the shot of the black to be brought back into play. And let's see what he's trying to do here. He could have done with that cue ball being a lot further up the table there on the black, because, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it feels like this black is potable, but the green doesn't really do a lot of justice there with the cue ball. So he needs to be taking this one either with the brown or the black. I mean, he's thinking to go for the green, but I have to feel like I don't really understand what he's going to be playing for. Just get it down the table. So, I mean, like, the shot is gone, but I've still got absolutely no clue what he was playing for. Yeah, no clue. He's got the red basically on the black ball cushion, which is way too far away from the pocket to be taking this one on. I mean, if he was playing for the plant to be taken into the left corner, that is such a difficult shot for him to be taking on. And yeah, it's all about trying to roll this red into the left corner now for him. And, I mean, he's going to be forcing the cue ball to be away from the red anyway. And it's a really good recovery shot, to be fair. Although he's still going to have some maintenance work to be done. The red wasn't quite actually, it wasn't perfectly on the black ball cushion, which makes the shot slightly more difficult. And yeah, in the end, Zhang is able to recover there. So just trying to make his way through the last of those 8 reds. And try and get himself lined up for the next red and colour combination. For now, just trying to play the simple shot, but once again, doesn't seem like he's getting the perfect cueing there for him, especially when he comes to the positional play. Doesn't seem to miss a lot of those shots, but also he doesn't seem to be lined up on those reds perfectly every single time. Although I do have to say, the position can go from being horrible and quite nasty looking to being brilliant there for Zhang in a couple of shots there. For now, he needs to take the red into the left corner. He's managed to do so. And he needs that red to be available. And he's not going to be. Basically, he cannoned one of those reds away from the main pack. He's gone onto the top part of the table, but it's not going to be available into the yellow or the green pocket. He's on the wrong side of the blue as well, which makes it natural for him to try and force the cue ball to the top part of the table here. So that's going to be very interesting to see how the way that he tries to handle this one. Because he can try and play the black, get the cue ball down the table, but once again, I'd have to ask the question, which red is he going to be trying to aim for? And at the same time, just trying to get himself lined up for, well, the black to be potted, really, because it's not a gimme. You can't just drop this one in without, being slightly concerned there. He's managed to play this one pretty well. Now the cue ball to be bounced away off the side cushion and lined up for this red to be taken to left corner. So 11 points now is going to be the advantage for Zhang under. And he's going to have to feel like it's going to be all about the next shot or two, because this red potted into the left corner is inevitably going to spread the reds across the table. So he just needs to make sure he gets the red in, and also he's going to be on the colour after it. He spread the reds out, he got the red in, easy on the colour, just about as nice as he would have liked it to be. Probably not, but he's still just about fine for him to be in charge of this position. He's got enough angle on the blue to try and force the cue ball in the gap of the brown and the green, and just force it naturally down the table. Would have liked for it to drop slightly closer to that red, but he's still just about probably is going to be in fine control of the position and making it 3 frames each there at this point. Now he's got 17 points of an advantage to go with it. He's got 6 reds available to his name as well. And it's going to be all about just trying to take those reds one by one into the left and right corner pocket. The pink is still going to be out of position, but at this stage I have to say it's probably going to be a slight advantage to Zhang because of the freedom that the cue ball is going to get trying to get on those reds. And ooh, I mean, that could have gone wrong. I'm not sure if he was playing for that pink, but I felt like he was going to try and hold the cue ball for the black in the end. He's very fortunate that he's got the pink in the position into the left middle to be played, because well, if he didn't have that, he would have been facing some massive problems to try and stay on the break. Instead, still going to be very much straightforward for him to continue. Now 24 points is going to be the advantage here for Zhang under, as he takes the straightforward part of the work, gets himself lined up for the blue once again. Of course, as I say, he's got the pink now available for him to be taken, and all about a couple of these reds to be taken into their left corner. I felt like the red closest to the black is still going to go through, no problem. And that's going to mean that he won't need every single one of these reds there, Zhang, and you'll probably need every one when it comes to the 3 reds that he's got available. And the one that he's probably going to be blocked off by the yellow and the brown onto the top part of the table. So you can see that the red closest to the black clearly goes into the pocket. And let's have a look how the points difference is going to be working out there for Zhang. He's got 31 points as an advantage, and 38 if the black disappears. So yeah, the next red and colour combination will actually make sure he doesn't actually need the penultimate red, which is going to be another boost to him. But he clearly feels like he has to play this shot with topspin, which, sometimes could be a bit of a problem there for him. And I do feel like he could have played with backspin and get himself into a zone where these reds would have been possible into the left corner instead. This shot, seen those miss before. And also you need to concentrate on bringing the cue ball back for the black one more time. So just all about finishing the job off, and he certainly manages to do that now. Should be on the black nicely. Now once again, one chance, and taken really nicely there by Zhang. And yeah, Watchalong will be very disappointed with the way that he didn't manage to get that black into the corner pocket. And, especially with the way that black was set up in such a straightforward fashion for him. And yet it has actually been the shot that turned out to be the last one that he's played in this frame. And yeah, it's going to get it back to 3 frames each there for the players. And still, anyone's game for the taking. Almost 3 hours since the match has started. We're guaranteed to have 3 more frames into this one. And still, this could well be going the distance here with the way that the previous ones have gone. And yeah, it's all about trying to use this momentum there, but I've been saying that pretty much through 6 frames, and yet we haven't seen any one of the players win more than 2 frames on the bounce. And every single time we've done so, they've been trailing behind, so he always leads you with only 1 frame advantage, one way or the other. You know, twice we've seen an advantage for Watchalong, and also one more time that we've seen it from Zhang point of view. But one thing that I didn't actually mention is that we could see a century break here for the first time in the match. You know, we've had some great breaks before. 98 clearance to finish off the intermission, before the intermission there, of the first mini session from Watchalong's point of view. Now Zhang is going to be taking the yellow into its own pocket, just trying to get himself lined up for the green as well. Get that cue ball to be set up, and of course all of that is going to add up nicely there for Zhang, because you know he's managed to spend around 10 minutes or so on this break. It was far from straightforward at the start of it, but in the end it looks like he's managed to work it out in the perfect manner there in terms of the results, although he has overrun for the blue, so it needs to try and send the cue ball down the table through the top part of it. And he's going to be all about just playing this cue ball through the pink and making sure he's got the chance of taking this one into the left corner. And he's played this shot really nicely there in terms of the cue ball had to be above or alongside the pink in terms of the line, diagonally across into the left corner, and that was the case, which allowed him to have a straightforward route to be playing the black, which is going to be the shot for the century. And it's the perfect response there once again from Zhang, and he's going to add the break of 102 to extend the highest break of the match for himself and of anyone of the 2 players. It is now back to square one, and it is Watchalong 3, Zhang 3. And basically, you know, first to 3 now that he turns to. 5 more frames potentially to be seen after pretty much 3 hours of the action. You know, you're going to have the second semi-final to be starting in less than 3 hours from now. And it still remains to be seen on what's going to be the outcome of the match in between Watchalong and Zhang here. But for now, it is all square. And, well, one of the players needs to try and step up their game. Whether they're going to be able to do it or not at the point where it's going to be a 6-3 win remains to be seen. But at this stage, I have to say, I mean, if you're Watchalong, you probably take a scrappy 6-5 win, but same has to go for Zhang. You know, he's going to be coming into the next couple of frames with a bit of a advantage next to his name because of the table time that he spends, but with the way that he's panned out on the previous couple of frames, it doesn't look like it's going to mean a lot until you actually get to that point, and then he sort of comes across with nothing at that point. Snooker games are pretty long, yeah, but that's why they like it. You know, there's only going to be 20 tournaments across the season, so that's why I enjoy it so much. You're going to have 20 weeks worth of action, and then you're going to have a couple more of those in the World Championship at the Crucible. So let's see, who's it going to be taking the frame 7 away from their opponent? It's certainly going to be Team China out there, with the World Grand Prix guaranteed to be only the second tournament this season to be won by the Chinese player. Of course, the first one was well, it's the third one to be fair, because I missed out on the Wuhan Open. But every single time, by the way, the previous tournament won by the Chinese player was in China. You think about the tournament in Nanjing, you know, Wu Yi's dominant performance coming back from 4-0 down against Trump to win it 6-4. Have a dominant performance against the world champion, and John Higgins in the final as well when it comes to the semis and the final meeting. And then you've got Xiao Guodong managing to retain the title for the second consecutive year at the Wuhan Open. And now is it going to be, once again, well, it is going to be a player from China. And is it going to be someone new, though? Because Watchalong has been in the final before this season. And Zhao Xington has been in the semi-finals a couple of those occasions. When I say a couple, he's been in the semi-final of the Shanghai Masters, he's been in the semi-final of the International Championship, and he's been in the semi-final of the Champions of Champions too. It's all about the next couple of frames there for one of these 2 players. Of course, Zhang probably has been a bit of a underachievement this season. For him to be starting well inside the top 16, now to be dropped out and to be the world number 23 as it stands. He'll get a bit of ranking points there next to his name. He's going to have 35,000 worth of those, so I'm going to have to check if he had a better encounter here in 2024. Which probably is unlikely, to be fair, because of the way that, he basically had the top of his game to be at the start of the season that year. And it seems to have drifted off slightly towards more of a mid-rank performance when it comes to the second part of the season. But Watchalong clearly feels like it is now or never. And it may not be the right attitude to be playing those shots in with, because as much as he was close to try and get that red into the right corner, he still missed it. And the cue ball bouncing away after the jaw of the middle pocket didn't really help him. And yeah, it feels like it hasn't left anything easy away to Zhang. But I still feel like this red, quite close to the cue ball, may be possible into the left corner. Still a very thin cut and a very precise one that he needs to be taking this one with. And in the end, he's either missed it by a mile, or he wasn't even trying to play it. But the way that he got the cue ball lined up, probably was trying to play it and just missed it by a considerable amount of distance. So the prediction, which wasn't really a prediction, as I say, was expected with the way the previous 6 frames have gone. That the momentum of the previous frame is going to stay in that part of the match, and then it's a new frame, new me. So, of course, that's going to be very much favourable for the neutrals, but I do feel like Zhang has got the momentum now, and this long shot is going to be a real test for Zhou, and he's managed to pass that test with an A-star grade. A brilliant shot there, and a 1-point advantage to be taken with it as well. To be taking the blue into the right middle as well right now. Just trying to hold the cue ball back for those reds. Of course, Zhou had such a good chance to be 4-2 ahead, and he not missed the black, but now needs to try and put that for the review after the match. Maybe that's going to be something for him to try and improve on and think about in the final. But if he does so, he needs to make sure he's going to be the winner of 3 of the next 5 frames. He could try and do it in less than that. Now, just a difficult shot once again to be taken with the middle. Yep, I could see that one coming. Even though I called it to be difficult, it wasn't anywhere near as difficult for you to be missing it by such a long way. He was never making that long, not long, but just red into the left middle. And yeah, I mean, yes, the cue ball was close to the cushion, but still, he should not be missing a shot like that. And that's going to be an invitation for Zhang, although, of course, with Zhou playing that cue ball on for the blue, the red has bounced away and into the save spot or something. The only shot that Zhang has is going to be the red quite close to the side cushion, so let's see if he's going to be able to take this one in. And also, the position looks far from ideal from the place where he finds himself with. Now needs the cue ball to slow down and be on the blue, and he's just about going to be fine for it, because he's on the right side here, so taking this blue into the left middle will certainly help his chances to try and bring the cue ball back down the table. Though still not going to be perfect in terms of the position that he's going to try and get. And the red's quite close to him. So just play the cue ball with minimal power across the table to the red to be taken into the right corner. Let's have a look now. He's going to be tempted to try and drop the cue ball in behind the black with it being super close to its own cushion. But I feel like you have to go with a percentage shot at this stage of the match. And this shot being just trying to send that red across to the right corner of the table. And therefore, it's going to be quite interesting to see on what's going to be the outcome here. So Zhang certainly not in too much of a hurry, trying to make the best decision possible for his own sake. And yeah, playing this one with a bit of backspin there on the cue ball. It's not going to be a lot of surprise about it. Closer to the side. And yeah, he's settled for the pink, which, I mean, I get why he's done it, because he knows that the pink is going to go back onto the black spot. Well, from this angle, it looks like it anyway, but it's just taking the pink on unnecessarily difficult there for himself. And yeah, I just feel like, has he not made this one really wrong there for himself? Because the pink is going to go onto the black spot, but it's basically going to be covering in the red, which Zhang was playing for. Same scenario than the previous frame. Yes, it does look like, and as I say, despite the match being pretty even, it does feel like it just gets away there from Watchalong. Although, it's difficult to tell whether that red was possible into the right corner, and Zhang just missed it by a bit of a margin and caught the other red on the way in, where he was playing a safety shot anyway. But, I mean, it seems like one of those scrappy matches where, you know, you play quite badly, but still just want to be over the line there. So Zhou just having a look to see if there's going to be anything for the top part of the table there for the cue ball. And, yeah, spoke too soon. Yeah, slightly, but, I mean, you're not really wrong with in terms of it being the same scenario where it takes a couple of chances there for the players. But when they tend to get the great one, you know, we have seen some fantastic breaks of 66, 98, 76, 95 and 102 points. So that's what going to add up to around six breaks there, with 6 frames being played. But still, I mean, you have to say the point and the time that it gets for the players to be getting through to that point. Now just trying to hit that red across the table there from Zhang, and getting that cue ball to the top part of the table. In the end, yeah, well, I'm sure you don't have to think about going for the red onto the side cushion. He'll have to go against it with the yellow being in the way, but he has got another red potentially available to him to be taken into the right corner instead. And if he manages to find a gap there to squeeze the cue ball onto it, let's see if that's going to be the way for him to try and move forward away from the game. Doesn't want the cue ball to be heading on towards the side cushion though. And the jaw of the middle pocket. And wow, that is just about luckiest that you could have got from that position, because you've gone from basically a millimeter away, I'm not joking about it, he caught the thinnest of the edges of the jaw to the extent that he caught the front jaw, the left middle, and then he caught the back end jaw as well. Somehow, the cue has ended up absolutely perfectly behind the yellow. And with no clear reds to be on the side cushion, apart from maybe the couple next to the black ball cushion. I mean, the difference between leaving out a straightforward red into the right corner and having your opponent snookered is incredible, especially when it comes to the point of the match where it happened. So we had a lot of decisive this week. That would be nice. Yeah, let's see about it. Because, you know, certainly have seen some incredible matches before already. Zhao against Chris Wakelin was probably the second best match of 2026 so far, if not of the entire season. You know, for the pure drama that he had and the comeback in the last frame especially. And close game. Yes, Kevin is back in the chat. It's an early morning in the UK, so you can understand why. And, well, it's going to be a very interesting escape shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. Zhang is still not going to be anywhere near those reds. And let's see if he's left one into the left middle. Well, the way that he's walking away from the table, it clearly feels like he has. And it's unfortunate from him because he's done nothing wrong. And Zhou's done nothing right in terms of getting that snooker in. He got a complete fluke of a snooker. Let's see if it is going to be the perfect outcome. Or is he going to be settling for the shot to be repeated? And yeah, so quite surprised there to see the body language of Zhang clearly feeling that Zhou is going to go for this red. And in the end, Zhou thinking otherwise. That was very epic, this last frame from Wakelin. Yeah, I feel like it was slightly shadowed by the fact that Zhou clearly wasn't feeling too well. And yeah, in the end, for him to come back from 4-1 down, 4 frames each it is. Triple, as well, it is double as painful for you to be losing that match in the same way, but especially when you're sort of trailing by 70 points with 51 at the table. You need to find 19 points worth of fouls there. Managed to find 15 there with a free ball and 2 snookers that he had lined up, and in the end, Zhao was able to get the red, the yellow, and the green. So, got himself over the line, but it was nice to see Wakelin seeing the funny side of it, because he clearly felt like he was on the losing part of it, but I bet it still would have hurt massively when you give yourself a bit of hope. It's super painful when you lose, but it's nowhere near as painful when you lose, but you've actually had hope. I may be able to win this one from absolutely nowhere. Second chance, by the way, not realised by Zhang at all, and, well, it felt like you needed to make adjustment on the third attempt, and let's see if it is going to be the fourth one coming, because he just hit the blue, and He's going to be having a look at this. I don't really understand what he's looking at because, I mean, I don't feel like he's got anything into the left corner to be taken, apart from maybe the red above the pink spot, but still, it's such a nasty angle for you to be faced up with, and also, it hasn't got a straightforward positioning either. I would be really surprised if he takes this one on, but also be even more surprised if he goes on to win a frame from this one. You know, especially with it being super close for Zhang. He felt like he could have got it in the second attempt, not so much in the third one. Now, he got the red in. He was always going to have a very thin cut on the blue, but it feels like he managed to get the cue ball to stop basically on the point of contact, which is a great achievement there for him. Nothing to lose fighting till the end. It was close. I love the spirit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like from the mental point of view, I get that, you know. And I completely understand the mentality. I would always rather have the chance, even though, you know, I understand I might not succeed, but it's always nicer to have a chance, even when you are delivered with a blow and you're unable to make that chance work for you. But probably something that won't be said about Watchalong here. He's marching on towards that 4-3 lead, because even though he's got 12 points advantage, there's not too many reds for him to try and make his way through. You know, we've had 5 of those eliminated already. That leaves us with 10 more. 4 more that he's got developed quite easily there. And, you know, you could easily try and transform that number from 4 to around 7 or 8 there. Get himself lined up with 60 points of a cushion, with 50 points or so still left out at the table. Clearly was playing for the red to be slightly straighter on, to be taken into the right corner. May have to go for the one into the left corner. And I do have to say, it may look innocent to the naked eye, but he still has got a very difficult attempt in terms of trying to get this cue ball back for the blue. So this is where the shots can go wrong, especially with having one more red onto the side cushions. Played it really well. And in fact, well, he's played it too well for that one to be as difficult as I thought it was. You know, effortless, very quick to get down, but also perfect outcome achieved there on the blue. So able to recover from this chance. The same with Carter. He was leading far more than Wakelin, and he came back to the table under applauses. He missed, but that was nice too. Yeah, I know that because I was watching it right at the end. I was actually thinking about it because it finished right after the match of Zhao and Zhang, but I thought by the time that you get me to sort out the scoreboard on the stream, the frame will already be over. So I was just watching that one, and to be fair, the decider from the point that I started watching it, it was always Watchalong's one to lose. But Carter was basically... I don't really understand why he was thinking about it. I get that, you know, the last thing that you want to be doing is trying to find snookers in the decider. But, you know, Wakely comes back when he needs 5 snookers. I don't really understand. I couldn't believe my eyes if I would have seen that Carter was not going to get up when he was needing 2 snookers, I think. He was either 1 or 2, but surely he would have been getting up a lot sooner than that if he was just the 1 snooker, but didn't really get too far in that decider. So Zhou just concerned about his position on the red in terms of the actual cue and the hand placement. So he just wants to try and readjust. And then he's going to be able to take it into the right corner, get himself a 31 of a cushion in terms of the points. And the 4 reds that I mentioned, well, he's managed to get through 3 of them. And he had a bit of a interesting look there towards the red, closer to the black ball cushion. So let's have a look if he's going to have a chance to try and get the cue ball to be lined up for that red. For now, the answer is no. Just off the side cushion, have the cue ball to be heading up the table. Would have liked it to be slightly closer to being in a straight line there for this red, but still just about fine for him to be taking this one away. So the red to disappear into the right corner. You will leave him with 75 points at the table, while still having 37 as the advantage here. 38 at that point, of course. And just WSD highlights. Didn't see any matches of this week. About timing from France and Eurosport. Played only on winter sports before the Cortina OG. Yeah, but you know, that's the thing about it. You can't always have all sports in the UK for whatever reason. I will never comprehend why, you know, people that are going to be watching here from all the different countries want to be watching the UK channels, can't watch the 3 o'clock games. You know, I've seen the official reason for it, but I still don't really understand it. Both these lads will be so happy to reach the final. It'll be good to see how nervous it gets near winning line. Yes, it'll be quite an interesting one, but I still feel like it is quite far away from that point because of the way, You know, I've been here for 3 and a bit hours. And still, after this frame is finished, we need 2 more of those at least to be crowning one of the finalists. Now, it's a massive shot there that Watchalong was trying to play. And in the end, he's just about on the pink, which is still 6 points in the back, which is still nice to see from his point of view. But the way that he needs to try and get this cue ball to travel is basically going to be a bit of a race lap there around the table that he needs to make. Off the right side, off the bulk, off the left side. That's exactly what he's looking at. And then he probably either needs to try and land it perfectly onto the side cushion on the left-hand side, or try and basically get that cue ball to be heading in towards the reds. Hasn't gone to plan anyway. But he may still be in with a chance there, you know. He got the yellow with a touch, which is why I said he hasn't gone to plan. But somehow it actually finished up quite nicely on this thread. I mean, it's not an easy shot, but it's the one that, you know, if it was the first red to be taken, you'd take it in a heartbeat for a chance to try and get started on the break, especially when you've got 44 points advantage, potentially eliminating the points on the table down to 67. And with the remaining 5 reds all being in quite a difficult position there for their opponent or yourself to be trying to make your way through. And he had a lot of backspin to ensure that he was going to get the cue ball to be moving up the table for some safety. Is it new table covering cloth? Well, doesn't seem to be a lot of issues there, but it is. We are down to the 1 table format, so, you know, I feel like you would expect the new cloth to appear as well. And it doesn't seem like it's too bad. I feel like there have been 1 or 2 sort of complaints from the players on the way that the cue ball has been fading, but that was right at the start of it, so which I suppose is natural. And apart from that, it feels like it's fine. You know, the pockets are probably quite forgiving. Perfect timing. He's missed the yellow. Yeah, pockets are quite forgiving. In a split second, just as I say that, I see the yellow just wobble in the jaws and stay out. Probably not going to have the horrible consequences there, but just the fact of the timing probably is going to be quite a big one. But as I say, I mean, it's probably one of the sort of cheapest giveaways that you're ever going to have there. Yes, recovered it for 1 table. Yeah, I mean, like, because we're going to be down to 1 table format, but the way that he missed the yellow, he was trying to develop the reds from nothing, and Zhang is going to have nothing available to himself, and, you know, at this point, 2 points less, 2 points more. I mean, it's not really going to make a difference at this stage of the frame, because he's still going to need a handful of those reds from Watchalong's point of view. But I'm quite surprised that he's able to dig in deep here, because I thought if he was going to be the match of basically trade-offs, where it's you win 1 frame, I win another frame, then I thought Zhang was going to be dominating these sort of performances and always get himself into that 4-2, 5-3, and a 3-1 of a difference, something like that, having had 2 cushion of a frame next to his name, and yet somehow it is Zhang that has been leading only at 1 point of this match, and that was after the 3rd frame when he had 2 frames on the bounce. Got himself into 2-1 of a cushion. Zhou has led at a point of the 1st frame, winning that one, and also the 5th one, leading by 3 frames to 2 and 1 frame to 0 accordingly. And has got a really good chance of trying to make this one work for him as well, but this cross double is going to be going in. And although he got it in, he still needs a bit of luck on the blue. And he might have actually got it, you know. I thought he was going to be on nothing in terms of the bold colours, but he may be on the green, which is still going to be at the stage where he can afford to be taking those reds with pretty much any colour. Yeah, he's thinking about the brown. That's going to be something to do with just trying to find the angle on the cue ball. But I'm quite surprised. He clearly doesn't have a lot of angle on the green, because ideally you want to be guiding that cue ball away from the right side cushion, and that's going to be really short on the pace. Yeah, he's played this shot badly, you know. I don't understand why he didn't take the green on, but there must have been a reason for it. But even if you take the brown like that, I get that you sort of want to make sure you don't miss it, and he was quite close to missing the brown as well, but, you know, it was a pointless shot that he played, because he gets himself in a lot of trouble trying to get that red to be taken into the left corner right now. So, you know, all about the next couple of shots here for him, because, you know, he's still fine in terms of him just taking that red with a brown, although you wouldn't really want that tendency to continue, because you'll probably need the black to be taken as it is for a total clearance, and clearly feels like he needs to have another look at the plans and the way that he needs to judge the contact from the cue ball onto these reds to try and get them positioned lower down the table. So let's see what is going to happen there from Zhang's point of view. Yeah, he's got a really good chance of well, just basically trying to guide the cue ball away into that red into the left corner. And then, you know, whatever happens from that point onwards probably remains to be seen. So a lot of time, a lot of thought came into this shot. Now, is there going to be an execution? Needs to be on the colour as well. He's going to be on a red, and he got the red in, I mean, that's why he was trying to judge the contact, because there was actually a way for him to avoid the contact, as it turns out. But the way that he's positioned for the black, it's quite nasty for him to be trying to aim for that frame-ending clearance, because, you know, yes, he can get this black in, but what's he going to do after this red? After the black, I mean, and also the black has to be potted anyway. Ooh, he's trying to go for a backspin, which was a risky shot there to be taking on, so fair play. You know, he didn't really execute it too well in terms of the power of the cue ball for it to be bouncing closer to the right side cushion away from the black after him able to pot the most expensive of colours. Didn't really come to plan, because I feel like, well, can he get through to this red though? Because there was a bit of a nothing reaction. And in the end, he still feels like he's going to be aiming for this red, because this could be a massive shift in the way this match is going to go. Well, that's gone wrong. He hit the wrong red first, and yeah, very rare mistake there from the players, because it's not the first time it happened in this frame alone. And Watchalong still very much has the upper hand, although he's not going to have an easy red available to him. He might not even have a chance to go for either one of these three reds at all, because, you know, he has to focus on the positional play of the cue ball. So 32 points is going to be the difference in between the two players. Still very much 51 available and remaining for either one of them to try and make it their way through. But now it is Watchalong that he's just having a look to see, you know, if he's going to be able to get a thin contact on one of these reds. Is he going to be able to try and force it to the left corner, just about close enough to the pocket, because he basically needs a red and a colour and another red, and then all of a sudden he's absolutely nailed on to be leading 4 frames to 3. Now just try and guide this red away onto the side cushion and back to the right part of the table as well. I mean, probably he's done just about enough there for this to be called a good shot, especially with the awkward cue ball placement that he needed to have to avoid the double kiss on the red, which would have been on the black ball cushion and still is there, because there was no double kiss. Push the red that he played closer to the side cushion. So once again, a cross double attempted, but this time around I have the feeling that the black is going to be in the way of this cross double no matter what, and therefore he was nowhere near making that cross into the pocket, but he still managed to get some nice pace on the cue ball. Although pushing that red onto the black ball cushion probably wasn't part of his plans, because he's going to be the party very much interested in trying to get 3 of those reds and make a total clearance from this point. Maybe won't need the black, but apart from that, he needs all of these reds with expensive colours and the 6th colour clearance to go after them as well. So Zhou for now, I mean, the only red that he can see surely is going to be the only shot that he can play. Just a bit of a, well, would have liked to avoid the kiss on the black ball cushion first and bounce it away onto the red, but it might have actually worked out perfectly. I mean, you never know, he might have actually played it that way, but I felt like it would have been easier to control the cue ball had he managed to get the thin contact on the red, get it slightly across the table towards the left corner pocket, and get that cue ball to be in the blue, which, I mean, he achieved all of that by just playing a different shot than the one that I expected him to play. But once again, I mean, Zhang will be very disappointed if he's going to be the runner-up to this match, because he could have easily been leading 4-2 prior to this moment, and you know, this frame could have been closed off in his favour as well. Watchalong can't really say too much about himself in that aspect of the game. He had 3 chances to win those frames, and he's managed to take every single one of them so far. As I say, the 5th one was very close, but he was able to put all the struggles behind him. Now let's have a look. He needs to play this one away from the cushion. One red is on the black ball cushion, but it's not really the one that you want to be targeting. Has he played for this one? Let's have a look. The line seems to be off there on the cue ball. Is he going to be touching the red though? Just about. And I feel like I'm just looking at the sort of lips there of the referee, of course, with no audio. And straight away, the cue ball is going to be heading back up the table. So it was a foul for Watchalong, and it is going to be 4 points to go his way. Zhang under straight away is like, yeah, I'm not going to be involved in this one. Just do it on the computer. Because I'm not getting involved with another drama of the cue ball and the yellow placement. As we've seen before. Now, it didn't really get resolved there with Hawkeye getting intervention. So it seems to be fine there from this angle, but always looked like a close one before they started. Yeah, I suppose. I get the point that you're making. This one has been resolved a lot quicker. So, Zhang ended up with attempt number 2. He was super close to the first one, and I say he's probably one of those that, if you know, the misrule probably shouldn't be called for. In, you know, one could say. And he should be getting this one on the second try. Although, how close is he going to be to leaving this red into the right corner pocket or the right middle? I feel like the black is going to be in the way of that red. And in terms of the right corner pocket, I'm not sure about the middle though. But, I mean, even if it goes through the middle, the way the cube is going to be bouncing around is going to be right in the mix of 2 more of these reds. So, you probably have to say, try and do your best to push the black onto the cushion, which from this angle is a very difficult thing to do. But whatever you do, just get that cue ball to the top part of the table and don't go for any more risks than we've already seen him take on. Maybe a double. I mean, a double is not going to be a bad idea because it leaves the cue ball on the black. It leaves it with no chance of, you know, any one of these colours, any one of these reds to disappear for Zhang An's point of view. He's taken it. Now, is he going to drop it? It's close. It's very close, and he's got this one in, and that is surely going to be the frame-winning shot now. He only needs the black to go with it after the previous foul of foul points, and it is going to be Watchalong to be taking this one. Surprisingly, I have to say, and very disappointing from Zhang An's point of view. He had the advantage, trying to make it work for himself, but in the end, it is now going to be all about Watchalong trying to hold on to this gap and make himself the finalist, and the scoreline that is predicted is still going to be on there. And, you know, especially with the way this match has gone, he's going to be a real threat for Xiaoguodong or Zhao Xington. This fluke could be one of the biggest ones of the tournament. Of course, it won't mean anything, but, you know, you see that there's dancing around there, whether he was gesturing that the brown has got away from its usual line, or he was just saying that he always meant that way, basically trying to get the brown into the green pocket. It wobbled in the jaws, gone all the way and dropped into the yellow pocket at the same time. So I know for a fact that I will be saying to everyone on the street that I meant that one. I wouldn't. Absolutely wouldn't. But I know people that would. 21 points now. He's going to be a clearance for Watchalong. And I'm not going to say it this time, you know. I've said it on the previous 6 occasions. The last couple were probably with a bit of, you know, me actually not really believing that. But I always say that you make that break of 100 points, 96, 85, 76, 68, and then you're going to be a real threat to be trying to carry that momentum over to the next frame, and then it just never happens. So let's just see what's going to be happening in the frame number 8. But we are slowly but steadily getting through those frames there. And it is going to be a chance of being within touching distance of Watchalong to be closing this semi-final away and making it himself against Xiaoguodong or Zhao Xington in the final for the title of the World Grand Prix. Of course, that will get him 45,000 ranking points on top of the 35 that he guaranteed himself, making that 80,000 in total, which still, for the world number 30, still going to be significant amounts worth of prize money and ranking points at the same time. So he's now about to make a break of 48 points, which he could have done had he not tried to hammer the black home. So in the end, it is going to be the break of 41 points, and Watchalong now leads 4 frames to 3. And yeah, it does seem to be a bit of a trade-off in frames. Let's see if it's going to break, though. You know, the pattern always has to come to an end at some point. So Zhou Yilong only needs to win 2 more of these frames, and he's going to be away nicely into the final. And now Zhang will try to do his best to try and stop it. But one thing I have noticed about Zhang, he doesn't seem like he's the strongest player when it comes to trying to get over the line himself. And Zhou Yilong doesn't really seem to have that much of an issue. So let's see if this is going to go the way of Zhou Yilong here. Or is it going to be Zhang Anda with one more effort to try and get himself right back in the mix? And you never quite know. It could still be a real threat for the upcoming 2 or more frames. You know, remains to be seen whether it is going to be a 6-3. It is incredible, to be fair, that we've had 7 frames, and yet, you know, it's been 3.5 hours since the match has started. So, certainly not the quickest, but I feel like when Zhang Anda is involved, he's always going to have a bit of a, you know, safety battle there or thereabouts. You know, Zhou Yilong certainly doesn't have a lot of the game to play in that. You know, he was trying to go for every single long shot available, but in the end, you know, super proud, probably must be, of himself going into these A-frame. The fact that he was able to ride off the storm and still, despite facing such a tough challenge of one of the play's safety players in the game, he was able to recover on most of those occasions. And when it comes to taking his chances, as I say, he probably was about winning 4 of those 7 frames, maybe one more. He could have taken it to a 5-2 of a deficit, but in the end, probably was a bit too much of him to ask. You know, it is going to be all about the finish line, and does it take him a couple of laps until he's going to be in the final corner? Or is he going to be finally able to take that rhythm to the next step and get a couple of breaks of 70 or 80 points for him to be the first finalist booked in? Still very much the favourite there, as I say, as we approach the end point of this match. You can see that the queue very much, well, I bet the WST are going to be focusing on that because it's going to be very much by one of their sponsors. I feel like that's going to be the queue of Zhou Yilong there, because I feel like the Zhang Anda one has got a lot lighter on the downside part of it. But it certainly looks nice. As we still wait for the players to come back from their break. I feel like the colours and the reds are going to be waiting for us. The cue is going to be presented to one of them. And, well, as I said about it, let's witness some of the attacking display now from Zhang Anda's point of view, because he can't sit back at this stage. He has to try and, you know, he's been trailing by way too many of those frames. You know, the fact that he's only been ahead in one of those encounters, and Zhou Yilong has done that on 3 of those occasions. Yes, you could say he won in the first frame, and someone has to do it, but, you know, just that fine edge that, you know, he was able to lead at the first frame. Then Zhang Anda came back 2 frames to 1, and ever since, he always seemed like it was going to be a draw, or Zhou Yilong restoring his advantage. He winning 2 frames on the bounce at that point as well to go 3-2 up, and now back level, and now 4-3 to his advantage. And is it finally going to be a 2-frame advantage here to Zhou Yilong, or is it going to be 4 frames each, and for us to be going 10 out of 11 possible frames? So let's see though. Zhang Anda is going to try and, well, start off with a good break off for now. Now then, Zhang is going to be all over this bunch of the reds. The cue ball has to be going safe there for him. He can't afford to be leaving another shot away to Zhou Yilong. Has he done so? I'm not sure. He needs the cue ball to be on the cushion. Doesn't want it to bounce, and he has bounced away slightly. So, it's a decision time now for Zhou Yilong, and I feel like I know what the answer is going to be. He's got the red quite close to the right corner to be taking. And, as I say, probably the only variable that is going to be against him making this one in is going to be the fact of the cue ball being on the ball cushion. But I do have a weird feeling that he'll actually make this one in. That feeling was wrong. And whilst the camera is showing fantastic boots of Zhang Anda, that's certainly great timing. Don't show us where the reds went. No, don't worry about it. Now you see the walkout of Zhang Anda, and I still got no idea where the reds have been. Brilliant. Now I see it. Fantastic broadcasting there. So, yeah, basically missed it by a bit of a mile there, Zhou Yilong. Of course, compromised by the cue ball on the ball cushion, but in the end, it doesn't actually feel like You know, I've got no idea which reds went where, but all of them seem to have ended up pretty safe there for Zhou. If Zhou wins this frame, then it's then it curtains for Zhang, 6-3 for sure. Yeah, I probably would agree on that, because I feel like if finally that breakthrough is going to be there, I feel like Zhou Yilong is going to be playing some great snooker. And, you know, when he's playing with real rhythm and momentum to his name, he's a very difficult force to stop. So I said 6-3 before the match has started, and they're very much on track for that to be the case still up to this point. So let's have a look how it's actually going to be playing out there. But Zhou Yilong's just thinking about going for these reds to be taken across the table. And, well, maybe he can just try and nudge it towards the lower part of... Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. Nudge the red away from the side cushion to the lower part of the table. Leave the cue ball itself on the side cushion. So basically give away the momentum knowingly to Zhang under. But at least he doesn't have to spend another 3 or 4 minutes trying to figure out a shot to be played. Clearly felt that there was nothing that he was leaving on there for Zhang. And let's see the response from Ander here, as he managed to get the cue ball quite far away up the table. I feel like he has. Therefore, should be a good chance away for Zhou Yilong to try and respond here. He's got one of the loose reds, quite with a tight angle there for the cue ball, but still being quite far away from the cushion. And the jaws of the pocket this should be. But an easy safety shot for him to navigate his way through. And if anything, the one that he's taking closer to the cue ball, felt like he's got lesser of a line for the cue ball to be guided. But of course, when you do it like that, you're always going to have the backup of the yellow to try and come to your rescue. Played a really nice shot there, to be fair. And once again, we're going to start a frame, another frame here with a safety battle, which I think pretty much has been compromised massively by the inability of either one of the players to be going for those brilliant long reds. And in the end, when you don't do so, you're always going to be under threat of leaving a chance away to your opponent. So the cue ball to be sent for this red and taken into the right corner. Once again, it's another long shot missed, but is he going to have the cover? He doesn't want the bounce on the yellow. He may be able to get away with this one, though, because of, you know, I can't really see any clear reds that you could have gone for, apart from, you know, the one that can be posted into the left corner. But with it being so tight with the cue ball, basically being alongside each other and super close to the ball, to the black ball cushion, I feel like it's going to be really difficult for you to get the red alone, and of course even more difficult, pretty much impossible for you to be lined up on the black. So you'll probably take the same red, but just get it to the middle of the table. Maybe push one of them in towards the cushion. But I mean, he's played that one horribly wrong, and all he had to do was avoid the jaws. And somehow I don't understand why he's played it with so much power, and also I don't understand how he was sort of allowing himself to get super close to that pocket. There was no need for it, and the only sort of saving grace for him is going to be the fact that he's left the cue ball perfectly on the side cushion, and the red that Zhang Anda has, there's no real access to the colours after it, and also it's not an easy one to be taken by itself there, even if it was to try and play on for the black, which is covered up by a ton of the reds, around 4 of them from various different parts. So the red to be taken just across the table, close to the pocket, but purely for the angle. Try and force on the cue ball. So back to Zhou Yilong he goes. And has he managed to play a good enough shot here, you know, Zhang? Because, you know, the reason why Zhou Yilong's shot was super lucky on the previous occasion was that because he didn't leave any red with the way to get on the colour. I'm not sure Zhang Anda has done the same. And this is the red that I'm talking about, by the right corner. As much as it's a horrible angle to be faced up for me, especially, like, it's slightly better from this angle, but from the left part of the table, basically when you hit it from the green pocket across to the left corner, it's one of the worst shots in terms of the percentage-wise for me, because of, it's not straight, but it's close to being straight, and therefore, you know, it's horrible from the positional play as well, but just trying to drop that red in always seems to be a mission impossible from my point of view. And, well, Zhou clearly sharing that aspect of the game with me on this regard, although he got nowhere near getting that cue ball to run as far up the table. And whoever wins this will be big bonus and confident boost for the rest of the season. Big game for these lads. Exciting unfolding and coming up, I think. Well, whoever wins this one, I don't feel like they're going to be featuring in the Players' Championship. So I feel like it is still very much Zhao Xington trying to battle his way into the World 16 when it comes to one year list. Of course, he had the 500,000 worth of ranking points for the World Championship, but they don't have anything other than that last season. And, well, this season, as I say, didn't really have an incredible campaign after a couple of semi-finals, and two of them achieved in the invitational events of the Shanghai Masters and the Champion of Champions. So he doesn't have a lot of ranking points to speak for himself, so I think he'll be an extra motivation. He wants to score an 8-frame now, as you can see, 0-0. So he's got the big nil next to the players, and so far, no surprise about it, the way that the previous frames have gone. But this could be changing in a bit of time there, because, well, even if Zhou doesn't make this red in, he's going to certainly be changing, because he can't be getting away with the second shot in a row, and he's missed it by a mile. He felt like he missed it straight away, but he might have actually somehow got away with it for the second time. He's smiling about it because of, I think, how badly he played that last shot. I thought it's a bug. No, like, it's not quite. It's been a bug for pretty much every single one of those frames, and the scoreline is actually done manually, unfortunately, which, you know, if you are the API company, feel free to contact me. Agreed with the fact that it's not the end. Zhou lost hand on the table more than a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that there's a reason why I say I no longer feel like I should be talking about carrying the momentum from one frame to another, because there seems to be absolutely no momentum from any one of the players, especially from, well, not really especially, just from anyone's points that are taken. Once again, I mean, what is that for a safety? I mean, it's one of the easiest shots that you can play there from Zhang's point of view, and in the end, he gets the cue ball to be in the middle of the D instead of it being close to the ball cushion. I tell you what, though, Zhang will be fuming with the last two shots that Zhou has missed, because when you miss two, I always have and you get away with them, you always have the blessing of the snooker gods to make the third one be perfectly on the colour and clear up and make a maximum from that position as well. So, still possible. I mean, it's never going to happen, but it's still possible from this position. As Zhou responds with a good safety shot. And back to the brown it goes there with the cue ball. So, just thinking about the way that he can try and go for the long red himself. And but also you have to feel like, you know, when your opponent comes for two of them, there's 2 points for you to be feeling. One, if I keep sitting back in defense, he's going to go for one and he'll make it. I can't just be relying on him giving me a chance, which I'm going to take because he's done it twice and he hasn't left me anything. But there's also going to be a point. The second I miss one of those shots, I'm going to leave it over the pocket there. That seems to be the way the snooker works some days. So let's see if he makes this long red into the right corner. It's a lot easier than the previous ones from Zhou, but still needs perfect execution. And he's cued this one brilliantly there, by the way. I mean, as much as it was easier, it still was a pretty difficult shot there. And now it's back to Zhang under, trying to be in control of this frame. And he's got the good chance of taking the pink into the left middle. So think about just trying to make sure this pink is going to roll. And yeah, the way that he's got these reds set up to himself, he's going to have to try and take a bit of time on those shots. But ultimately, I'm not going to say that it's a horrible position. I'm not going to say it's a nice position. You know, he's got the pink very much limited availability. He's got the black available for now into the right corner. And that probably will be the case, even when he gets respotted onto its original position. So 8 points. Now is going to be the break here for Zhang. And 131 points still at the table. So there's a lot of snooker to be played in this frame. Almost 4 hours in since the match has started. And still, as I say, I mean, there's no guarantee that this is not going to drag on until something like 10 o'clock there. And I remember that the second semi-final is going to start at 11. When I talk about the UK time, sorry, of course, it's going to be at 7 o'clock in local time in China. Seems to be the universal time for snooker matches, especially when it comes to the afternoon and the evening sessions on a one-table format. So Zhang is going to have 15 points here to be scored next to his name and trying to take this red into the left corner. See if he's going to have the action on the cue ball to try and miss the black. Doesn't seem like he's got it, and therefore he's going to need a bit of good luck there for him to get past the black with a minor touch, and in the end he somehow manages to find the gap there to squeeze the cue ball past. So that's going to be even more of a bonus. Now then, 23 points. He's going to be after this black, the gap that he has, and yeah, apart from maybe a couple of those reds just getting in the way of each other, he's got a clear path ahead of himself for it to be made 4 frames each, and once again, nothing to separate the two players after more than 3.5 hours of match time here. So roll this red into the right corner, now gets himself lined up for the black to be taken. And it is going to be all about just trying to take the cue ball into the black with, I mean, once again, 2 options. He's got the backspin option off the side and on for the red, which is going to be easier one. Or you can try and roll it with a bit of topspin for the red on the black ball cushion right now. Well, well done for covering up. No, it's one of those things, man. Like, I was 50-50 on whether I was going to do it, because I knew that if he was to go on like this, I probably wouldn't be able to do Zhao and Xiao. And by the way, there's no way, there's probably 1 chance in a million. It's a bit like Avengers, you know, 14,625 options of the multiverse where I'm not going to cover Xiao against Zhao, because, I mean, after what we've seen with all the drama of Ronnie O'Sullivan against Xiao, with Karen Wilson against Xiao, and especially with that match yesterday of Chris Wakeley against Zhao, you can't be missing that semi-final, so you're going to have to do it, but I would like that one to be slightly more fluent. I mean, as much as there has been drama, this has been, not going to say a tough watch, because it's been interesting from the neutral's point of view, but also it's just all about trying to see which players is going to be able to get themselves off into a great start and then just try and build up from that point. How many reds left? Do you think frame 8 points will reach 100? No clue. 37. Well, it's a good point there, but you'll have to see Watchalong to come back to the table, because this is a really tough position for this one to be a century break. So you basically probably are going to hope for a mistake there from Zhang, because if you want 100 points on the table, the yellow is compromised massively. The couple of reds are going to be in the way of each other, and it's taken Zhang under a long time to get to this point. So, don't know, 50-50, probably more no or yes. No than yes, I would say, if I was to choose, but 60-40, not in favour of that being the case. For now, it's still a couple of shots for Zhang to make his way through, and I don't know whether that was pain or just disappointment for him to be just about on the wrong side of the blue, because he did have his foot over the table. So yeah, I feel like it probably was just due to the fact that he's going to be quite awkwardly placed on the blue, and probably just about has enough angle to try and force it the long way around. But he needs to be aware of the fact that the brown is off its spot, and the yellow is very much going to be compromising another angle for him. Now, is the cue ball going to be coming back down the table? And basically finished up exactly where he started before the shot was taken, so fair play. He got it into just about a decent enough of a position for this red to be taken, and all about just trying to get that ready to the right corner. Hope Zhang makes a mistake here. Well, you've got 2 points here. You either hope that he makes a century break, which, well, you just made a mistake there, so one of your hopes has gone right. So, yeah, from this point, you have to say the chances have probably doubled, because this red is going to be playable there, but Watchalong can try and do something about this one. He's got 99 points to try and make his way through, and yeah, he just felt like there wasn't really any sort of real test from Zhang's point of view on the previous couple of, well, basically every single red that he's played. Then in the end, he's going to be trying to get himself back in the rhythm, but, well, if you were happy about the mistake from Zhang under, well, you might have to take that happiness back, because Watchalong was unable to take that red, and let's go home, I would say, because now you need that century break being made by basically Zhang under in terms of his points. He needs a break of 57 points, which is still very unlikely at this stage. that's not fair to wait for a mistake. That's what I'm saying, and you know, absolutely, I don't care about it. I do care slightly, to be fair, because I always favour someone like Zhou Yulong to be playing more of an attacking snooker, because I feel like if Zhou Yulong plays Zhao in the final, I'm going to be watching this one with popcorn on the stream. I don't care if I'm going to be, you know, slightly rude, but this is going to be real fun to watch. This one wasn't. Zhang could have played this shot slightly nicer in terms of, he sort of got that cue ball in between trying to catch those reds closer to the ping there, and just trying to get it through the gap there would have been nicer for him, because it just leaves you with a nice shot at the red to be taken into the right corner. And still, as I say, absolutely no clue on who's going to be the winner. So, yeah, Zhang certainly a massive favourite to be taking it into a 4-all draw. And, yeah, so 52 points. How many points left till Zhang can win this 8 frame? So, for him to win this one, he needs around 20 so points. So, 2 more reds after this one. After the blue that he's taken into the middle pocket. That will get him into 70 points there, and it's always going to be the dev zone. Like on hit button, yes, Kevin, once again, the actor is not going to be paid there. Massive support to the channel. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in. And yeah, feel free to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy the content, because we're still going to have the second semi-final. As I say, there's not a world in a million years in which I'm going to be missing that one, and I just hope is going to deliver just as well as he has yesterday, because, I mean, that Wilson against Robertson is going to, quarterfinal is going to stay with me for a long time. But Chris Wakelin against Zhao probably was a worthy honourable mention for the best match of 2026 so far. This one certainly is going to be down the list, as much as, you know, you could say he's been a long watch, but I'm not going to say he's been pretty. Way too many errors, way too little, you know, great long shots. Safety game, yes, but I'm not going to say that I'm a great enjoyer of that aspect of the game there. For now, 66 points for Zhang, so it's all about just getting this blue in and one more red combination. So if you need 100 points, it's looking horrible for you, because Zhou won't be coming back to the table if he gets himself a red and a color combination after this. And he's got pretty much 5% of a chance of something to be making the century from this position. He's got 2 reds very close to the pink, compromised massively by each other, and he's got another red quite close to the black ball cushion, and you're basically going to need 3 of them. So yep, Zhou is not going to be coming back yet, and it's one of the few frames actually, I'm not sure if there was another one of them, where Zhou Yulong is not going to score any points. I feel like there was a point there in the second and third frames, to be fair, but it always seems to be happening to Zhou Yulong, as Zhang there tries to spread those reds away from each other, and he's just about fine there for this red to be taken into the green pocket. He's still a long shot, but at least he gets himself in with a chance. Trying to hit those two with the black, and he's hitting it with power, so maybe the hunt for 100 points is still on there, because it won't be enough for him to make a century break out of this one. GG's frame game on, massive frame next, nervous about to unfold. Yeah, I mean, once again, I do have a bit of a wonder how on earth Zhou Yulong managed to stay in this match, because I didn't really want to say it, because I thought I might look stupid in the previous frame because he was leading 4-3, but I genuinely don't understand how he's still in this match. I know I want him to win, but there's been so many frames that he's been absolutely destroyed with so many stupid errors from his point of view, and yeah, apart from those, you know, Zhang had so many chances to make it a steal of a frame, and he wasn't able to make it on any one of those occasions. And in the end, it is now going to be a shot for 100 points, so if anyone needed that, you're about to get it. Mighty Mouse is on a mission. Yeah, I actually checked that in the interval, and his nickname is going to be Mighty Mouse, which is apparently is due to his size. Wow, that is going to be the most incredible outcome I've ever seen, because if you needed 100 points to be scored in this frame, and you had your money on this one, all I'm going to say is that's not going to happen. Is that basically gets the black into the right corner pocket, and then I don't know how he would have played that shot 100 times. He He would not have been close to it. He gets the red to be perfectly along the side cushion, to be getting exactly into the green pocket. And because it's a foul, he's going to stay on 95 points in the end. Oops. Let's move on swiftly. Is all I'm going to say. I mean, that was simply because of the context. I would have not cared about it, but just because someone told me that they had interest on that, and like, I can't believe what I've just seen. No way he hits that shot 50 times. He's going to be able to get it twice, maybe 3 times. On the black, straightforward, trying to get that red away from the side cushion, and he did get it away from the side cushion, but potting it at the same time didn't really help. Indeed, first frame, I see with the trampoline playing. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, it's whatever at this stage. I just really want to see a bit of fluent snooker there on 2 of those occasions. What's the scare? Yeah, what Zhou scored. So, shall I tell him? Or should people in the chat tell him? Because, like, I'm not ready for this. Like, these guys are going to have trauma. I am going to say, so Watchalong scored 0 points. Zhang scored 95 points. He was on the black for 102 points. He pots the black. He pots the red alongside it. So he finishes with... oh no, in the end, sorry, it doesn't matter to you, does it then? Because he still gets 7 points for Watchalong. I just realised that. Because you don't need one of the players to score 100 points. You need it to be total for the frame. So yeah, in the end, it's going to be 102 in the end. Okay, I got that one confused. At least I'm not going to be responsible for the trauma. So that's a nice bonus for me. But yeah, as I say, I mean, quite an underwhelming semi-final. Probably one of the worst, I'm going to say. It's quite a statement, but probably one of the worst in terms of the ones that we've seen. I feel like the one Watchalong against Jack Lisowski was quite a bad one. Why does it say 7 online? I don't know. You tell me. I mean, why are you asking me that? I've got 4 frames, 1 for each of the players, and therefore it's, you know, we're about to start, what is it called? The N9 frame now, so, I don't know. And, yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, Jack Lisowski against Watchalong was quite a bad one, because, you know, Zhou didn't really turn up on that one. I think, like, it was 6-1 or something. Another one that springs to mind is going to be the Mark Allen against, I think it was Gary Wilson. It may have been Xiao Guodong, but no, I feel like it was Xiao Guodong against Mark Williams. So, yeah, Gary Wilson against Mark Allen was quite a bad one at the Wuhan Open because it seems to have dragged on for a while, but there was just nothing happening from the interesting point of view. Online lag, this is like, yeah, the thing about this one is, like, I can wave to you because I'm actually the one doing it. So, if you want me to play around with it, you can see just, you know, I can make him a 147 if you want, just for fun. There you go. Doesn't mean anything. Just go back and, you know, make it, close the live, then open it again. Yeah, that may be the way for you to go forward. And, oops, I've gone too far out. 4 frames each now, just waiting for Watchalong to come back to the table. And then it is going to be frame 9 for us to get underway. And only a matter of time until we're going to get through this one. And hopefully, they've saved the best till last. Still, 2 more frames guaranteed, and maybe 3. You're taking delay when you have ads. Don't sure if you mean with me or you mean with someone else. Now then, waiting for Zhou to come back to the table. And you can see the fans in the crowd certainly enjoyed themselves. And let's hope at least they've enjoyed it. You know, I feel like certainly this is why it's the best. It's like passing the ball. No, it's like, okay, I think it's the best because it's the only one. I feel like you have to be pretty crap for you to be doing the pretty much the only person on YouTube that's actually doing this. And then if you're still not the best by doing them, you might be doing something wrong there. But I appreciate that. And still, maybe at some point it is going to be sort of on level playing field with the broadcast on BBC. And yeah, one of those things. Still waiting for Zhou to come back to the table though. I wonder who the audience have a preference. It's a good question, and it's a really good question. I mean, I don't actually know if they're going to have a preference, because it's not like it's Ding Zhuwei, you know, the idol and the absolute, you know, role model of pretty much 90% of the snooker fans from China. before Zhao was the champion. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 50-50 right now, with Ding coming through so much in his career, and then Zhao just rolling onto the scene, and bang, I won the UK Championship, bang, I'm an amateur, bang, I won the World Championship, see you later, I'm going to come back next season, and let's see if I'm going to be in the final of the World Grand Prix. You're welcome, but remember your passion of snooker shines. So, well, the thing about it is, like, that's the good thing, is that it's not like I put a mask on every single time I just go on about the business. It's genuine. Like, this is why I'm saying I'm not really a massive fan of those lengthy frames there, because of how long they've dragged on. I feel like I am going to enjoy it when it gets to the deciding point, because... So just a bit of a trouble in the crowd there. Someone got their phone out. Don't know what for, on a break-off shot. Probably worst possible timing. And still doesn't seem like it's sorted. So, yeah, I mean, the passion for snooker always comes from being in the fan. I mean, now I've seen it all. There's someone on the phone talking to someone and just... I mean, at least he apologized, but... Yeah, that's quite funny there. It's basically, the guy's just on the phone there, talking to someone, and just, yeah, you know, just wait for me. Good old rule, you know, 100 people have to wait for one. I mean, Zhang better hope that nothing goes wrong from this shot, and he has gone wrong. Let's see how badly he has actually gone for him, because I feel like he's left the red into the left corner. I'm not sure whether... Is the crowd's large, please? I'd say in the middle. I wouldn't say it's packed. Ronnie against Zhao playing, but I wouldn't also say that it's the Saudi Arabia Masters first round, where you've got basically 5 people in the entire crowd watching. So it is now a good start for Zhou. I'd say in the middle. Like, I want to have another look at it, but I would say it's pretty much in the middle. But the support is nice, to be fair. The support is really nice, but I would expect the biggest chunk to be turning up for the match against Xiao Guodong and Zhao Xington. I feel like that's going to be the way forward for us to witness. Some great action, and therefore, you know, when you've got the world champion from your country looking to make it into the final, I mean, I can't say I wouldn't be in that match if there was a tournament held in my country out there. Is it a ranking tournament? Yes, it is. It's one of the player series, so it's still a last chance for Zhao Xington to try and get himself into the top 16 ahead of the Players' Championship. And, I mean, I say Zhao Xington, I've just realised that I should have had a look, and I'm actually going to have a look midway through, because we're going to have one more frame guaranteed. I'll have a look how the other players are doing, because I've realised that just because Zhang is the world number 23, that is based on 2-year rankings. Same goes for Zhou Guilin, so he may actually be trying to challenge for the Players' Championship himself there, Zhou, because he had a semi-final appearance at the what is it called, Northern Ireland Open, and then he had final appearance at the English Open as well. So 95.7 in frame rate. Yes, I'm getting a bit tired of that. What's the point? I did say you just about got over the line. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. To be fair, yeah, I did get that one wrong. To be fair, yeah. So I didn't mean to. I just thought, for whatever reason, I thought you needed 100 points for one of the players. For now, is Zhou Guilin trying to get for this red into the left middle, and after that bit of a cheap giveaway there from Zhang, let's see if he's going to be taken to full extent, because we have seen a couple of those early blacks miss there from Zhou's point of view. And now let's see if he's going to be able to try and make his way around the reds. I feel like he's got a nice position ahead of him, but I also feel like we're probably at the point of the match where anything is missable. And therefore, you know, a straightforward positional play shots can be evolved into something very difficult there for the players to try and make his way through. He still has, by the way, I'm going to say, he still has 2 or 3 easy reds. But after that, I feel like he's going to struggle, because he's got a pack of reds which is spread out, but at the same time, they're all blocking each other. Therefore, it just makes it quite difficult for you. I mean, I've got no idea where he got all that Q power from, but you know, when I said 2 reds available for him, make that 0, because... I mean, somehow he managed to get that cube onto the top part of the table, where he didn't look like he had any angle at all on the black. And, yeah, he might have the blue to be in the way of the easiest reds in the world. And, yeah, they're therefore just looking to try and make some grounds on these reds to be taken into the left corner out there. So, yeah, it's a disappointment there from Zhou Yulong's point of view. And he's going to have to try and settle for another chance to try and come his way. Yeah, I think he's big gains to win the tournament. Yeah, but you're going to get 185,000 worth of ranking points and prize money if you are the winner. But, like, only one of these four is going to be the winner. So you can't just say that, you know, all of them are going to make it into the Players' Championship just because they reach the semis. Because there's a huge difference in between making the semi-finals and winning the tournament. There's around 5 times the difference, something like that, if my math is correct. It's exactly 5 times, basically, because it's 35 grand for you to reach the semi-final, and then it's 85 grand if you're going to be the finalist, so the last two, and then it's 180k if you make it into the title-winning campaign. Real disappointment, though, for Zhou, because, as I said, he had a semi-difficult position to try and make his hands on, but he didn't even get to that point at all, and still it's a very cheap giveaway now from Zhang's point of view, and he gets himself back to the table in no time now. Just for Zhou, I think, and yes, that's a good point. You know why it's a good point? Because I feel like that's going to be relevant to Zhao Xington as well. And then I just realized the point that I was going to make is that because they were on the ban, I just thought they didn't have any ranking points to defend, but then realized it's a one tournament basis anyway, so it's not really going to be relevant. But yeah, I mean, it's always going to be making a massive difference to someone that's done pretty well. And let's think about who's done pretty well this season. Zhao Xington, yes. Xiao Guodong, to an extent. I mean, he did win the Wuhan Open, which gives you 100,000 ranking points straight away. Did he make it into any other semi-finals considerably? I mean, he did make it into the quarterfinal, but that was at the Masters, which you don't get ranking points for that anyway. So, yeah, I'm going to have a look midway through the gap of the frame. But for now, it is Zhou Yulong that has played, well, either a horrible or a brilliant shot. And cancel that. He hasn't played a brilliant shot. He's either played a horrible or a bad shot. He's got very close contact of the cue ball and the brown for Zhang to be seeing this red into the right corner, where there might be a way for him to be lined up on the black or the blue. And if he hasn't got that red, he's still got another one, but this one is a lot simpler for him to try and pot. And could this be the final nail in the coffin for Zhou Yulong's chances to be taking this match away? And it may be, especially with shots like that. Brilliant control of the cue ball. Not sure whether he was down to luck or whether he was down to perfect cue ball placement, but I mean, this is going to hurt badly if Zhou Yulong is going to lose this frame, because it is one of the cheapest ways to give away the frame from the way that he was 20 points up. He had absolutely no difficulty at all in getting on that red. Still, to this day, to this second, I've got no idea why he played it with so much power to... Basically, there's 2/3 of the lower part of the table. He needed to be in between the first third on the second third. Somehow, he's gone on to the pretty much midway through the top part of the table there. I've got no idea how the cue ball finished up there, but feels like it is going to have some consequences for him. And let's see if Zhang is going to be able to utilize the chance now to find himself ahead in this match for the first time. For the second time, I should say. Ever since that 2-1 of a cushion that he had an awful lot of time ago. Now just looking to try and get this black in, which is slightly going to be hampered by the red. Has to bridge over it, and also he's going to have to try and get another red out of the way. And still basically play for the red that he's going to be getting away off the cue ball. Played it well enough for him to be on that red. May have to breach over the black though, but still, I'll say you take it at this stage. Although, I mean, a bit of distance in between that red and the pocket. Not a lot of distance in between the red and the cushion though, so make sure you don't hit that one too thick or thin, especially thick. But nah, this should be way too close to the pocket for me to be concerned about. It's, once again, 2 different camera angles, maybe telling a very different story there. We'll be calling the other semi. Well, if it finishes before 10, yes. If it goes past 5-hour mark, I probably have to say no, but I am going to be desperately looking forward to that Xiao against the Zhao Xington match. You know, because I actually have got a bit of stock in that from the mental point of view. Because when it comes to, if it's not Ronnie O'Sullivan, it is Zhao Xington for me. So I'm going to finally have a bit of a party involved in that. And also I just really enjoy the way that these two have been playing snooker at the World Grand Prix. By far the best two players. By far the best two players when it comes to their performance at the World Grand Prix of Hong Kong. And it's a shame that only one of them will make it into the final. But in the end, you know, life is not fair. And you still have a chance to try and make it yourself. You know, sometimes, you know, some of the players will say that it's easier to beat someone like Zhao Xingtong or Xiao Guodong. It works both ways in the first or sixth match than it is to try and outlast them over the length of 2 sessions. And will I drop the... No, I didn't drop Ronnie. Ronnie will forever be with me, so... You know, if people want to drop Ronnie, that's fine for them, but I'll never understand that mentality. You know, the guy gives away more years to the game than I've been alive on this world, and yet, you know, yes, he's no longer 35, and yes, he's no longer 40, and he's unable to win tournaments for fun, as he was able to do a couple of years back, but breaking years, he's a human, and he's going to age there, so I'm going to take every single match that he plays and savour it with great enjoyment. And by the way, I'm still going to say, Ronnie winning the first round is going to mean more than Zhao Xingtong winning the World Championship for me, just to put that into perspective. Zhang under the radar, 100%, Zhang under 100% win, 4-6 for Zhang. Let's see, it does look that way, but the way this match has gone, you wouldn't be surprised if there was another couple of twists left in the tail. 25,000 US dollar stake. Well, I'm pretty sure that's a lie, because I don't actually know. It's not going to be so much at stake for the players, basically. You know, $25,000. It's basically, that's how much you get for getting into the semi-finals, in the final, I should say, in comparison to the semi-final. So, unless you mean $25, but I don't know why you put 3 zeros after it. But, no, certainly gonna lie on that one. And if we focus on the 9th frame here, so a bit of a struggle here for Zhang after he was able to get away from the previous one. He got a very straight shot with the black to be taken into the right corner, plays the cue ball through and closer to the red. Could have done with it being closer, you know. This one is positioned very close to the black ball cushion, and therefore you need to be very accurate when you take this shot on. Of course, he's not going to be bridging over anything this time around. Still needs to get that red in, and he does, no problem at all. And probably is going to be the last shot where he could have gone wrong there for him. He's got 5 more reds to try and make his way through, but, man, unless he's going to have a bit of trouble trying to stop the cue ball using one of these 5 reds or the pink, he should have a straightforward path onto either one of those reds. Getting nervous out there. Really? Like, I suppose that's the benefit of me being completely neutral. Like, I genuinely, like, if Zhang wins it, fair enough. If Zhou wins it, fair enough. I mean, I don't actually feel like it's going to impact me at all wanting to watch the final or not. Probably, like, I've got 2 points there to be made, but make it 50-50 once again. Zhou Weilong is an attacking player, which I enjoy watching more, but Zhang Anda hasn't made it into the final this season, so it's always quite funny and quite fun for you to be seeing someone that you haven't actually seen this season before in a final, because you never know. You might come across as a whole new player in the final. We've seen it in the International Championship back in 2023, when he's gone on to beat Chris Wakeley in 9 frames to 7. When probably one of his biggest wins of his career. And for now, he could have played this shot a whole lot better. He's got super close there with the cue ball contact to this red, and still judges it well enough to drop the red into the right corner pocket. Now 37 points is going to be the advantage, so 59 at the table, so still could have done without getting himself out of shape there on the previous shot, because he's still got a pretty straight shot on the black, which makes the next positional shot on the red slightly more difficult. And yeah, Zhang Anda is looking to try and get this frame on the board there, but he has to go really deep onto this black now. You need to be making sure that you can try and get this one away into the top part of the table. And he's managed to just basically try and slow the cue ball down so that he's going to have a chance to go for that red into the left middle. So 44 points now is going to be his advantage. So that's probably the last shot where he can go wrong, because the next shot is going to be on the blue. And then you're going to have a straightforward path onto the red. I mean, boy, does he have confidence to be playing that shot with power. Just absolutely thundered that one into the left middle. And so now he's got 45 points of an advantage. So the blue will take him into 50 points. And the next red will make sure that it is 2 or more snookers needed for Watchalong. And we could still see a century break here from Zhang. This is more like it. This is more like what I wanted to see in the semi-final. You know, some fluent snooker. Some of those quick frames. And Zhang playing some great snooker as well. Now remember, this guy is still the final player on the snooker tour to make a maximum. So don't tell me, and I suppose I was the one telling you that he can't play the attacking game. Zhang has great Q action. He certainly does. I mean, you can't make a maximum without, you know, being absolutely on top of your Q action there, especially with some of the shots that he had to play. Absolutely incredible there against Hawkins in the first round of the German Masters. Now then play the red into the left corner, straightforward position on the black as well. So now he's got 79 points of an advantage here. And of course, it doesn't matter at this stage. He's won the frame. It's all about if he's going to make a century break or not. And by the way, I'm going to say this one. With Zhou Long scoring 20 points, it is incredible how many points Zhang has managed to score. Because, have a look, 121. Yeah, he's going for a potential of a 1-2-1 there. Which, you know, yeah, one of the best, 147 certainly this season. And certainly one of the latest right now. Well, the latest one. The only one in the German Masters. And so far, we haven't really seen one in the World Grand Prix, as far as I'm concerned. No, I know that for a fact, because the highest break that I've checked was Zhou of 144 points. Once again, super impressive. That maximum came at the opening frame. And so did the highest break of this tournament so far of Zhou against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Talk about clutch time for him. It was a fantastic performance there from Zhou. Only lose 3 points in the entire break there. Playing a couple of shots on the pink, I would have thought. I don't feel like he touched the blue because, you know, basically leave you with one ability to try and play for the blue once and then for the pink as well. Against Ronnie first frame. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. First frame, especially against someone like Ronnie, for you to be underway straight away, it's super impressive. And now then, it's a break of 99 points. Make it 103. And still, by the way, already a highest break of the match. We have seen some high scoring frames, but it's just, you want to see slightly more of that domination per one of these frames. As he now gets the pink in as well. So, fluent snooker and liquid snooker right now. 121 points for a total clearance. And this is going to be some way to get yourself into the 10th frame. It is now Zhang very much on top now of his game. And he now leads Zhou Long by 5 frames to 4. So it's advantage Zhang. And let's see if he's going to be able to convert it from the first time of asking. Or is he going to need a second invitation there for him to try and do something with it. For now it is still Zhang in the lead. And it's Zhou playing catch-up. And at the worst possible time there. We have seen it against him though. Because, you know, he is able to come back from 4-3 down yesterday against Carter. He was able to win 2 frames on the bounce. Playing some great snooker. You know, of course, the comeback, one of the comebacks of the season was that 7-2 or 7-3 of a gap overturned into 8-7 of an advantage over Mark Cullen at the English Open. Of course, didn't really mean anything from the result perspective because he's still on to lose. And he's not known as mighty for nothing. Well, I mean, also don't tell me like he's the world champion of China. He's a good player, but he probably has underachieved for the way that he plays these games. So, you know, he's certainly going to be a great shout for him to be in the final of a great event like this. Because you can't say that he had an easy draw. Probably had one of the most difficult draws for him to get here to this point. You know, Barry Hawkins, Mark Williams, Wu Yize, Zhou Long. On paper, it may not sound like the most difficult players, but certainly when it comes to trying to beat all of them, I mean, good luck doing that. For now, it's 55% for Zhang and 45% for Zhou Long there to be the winner. And I do have to say, I went for Zhou to be the winner. And this is more like what I expected to be from what I've seen in this match. And as much as Zhang's done really well in the last couple of frames, you will be incredibly disappointed, especially now that he got to a frame count of 5. He's going to be super disappointed if he doesn't go on to win this match. he should have had this one wrapped up by 6-3, 6-2, something like that. Zhou has been way below his best. And unfortunately, Zhang was just not able to make those late clearances in those frames work out for himself. And very humble guy. Yes, but I mean, I don't really know. And that's another thing that I like about players from China. I don't really know a lot of arrogant players. And sponsor from China there. He certainly had enough of it, but you can't blame him. You know, 4 hours, 19 minutes since the match has started, and he's sleeping on 2 seats there. So that just tells you about how filled the crowd is, if he's allowed to do so. And he's got a friend next to him, just trying to do a bit of a tricks to him. Messing around. Lovely to see that. You know, just a bit of action there in between the fans. Now then, back to snooker we go. And is it going to be another good break-off shot? Could have been better, but could have been worse. I mean, could it have been worse? I thought the cue ball was going to drift behind the green, but in the end it has left this red on for Zhou for the second time in this match. The previous one wasn't taken at all. So let's see the way that this one is going to go here. The red to disappear into the left corner pocket. Or is it going to disappear? It will. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? It's still, remember, we could still be here for the decider. And, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it basically is going to be to the point where this match finishes, 10 minutes later, Xiao Gunan against Zhao Xington starts. I mean, we've been there before. Now, yeah, this is probably going to go over 5-hour mark, which is only going to be, as far as I'm aware, it's only going to be the 3rd time. But, I mean, one of them was in the final, which was Mark Cullen against Zhou actually. But it was a decider, I mean, and it was, how many of those? 17, it was 9 frames. Yeah, this one, to be fair, is 11, so it's probably even more justifiable. And then it was Mark Selby against Zhou. Also, as much as he's such a quick player, he does go on to win and lose some of the most, sort of, some of the lengthiest matches that we've seen in the entire season here, certainly from my point of view. 5-hour match against both Allen and Selby there, as far as I can remember, and still can go on to do similar sort of thing there, especially if he forces the decider against Zhang. But I'm just going to put it out there. I don't feel like he's got what he takes to be taking this one, even the distance, but especially to be winning this one. I'll be glad to be proven wrong. And at this point, now I want this to go the distance and just savour the most out of this game. But I just feel like he's had great chances in the 9th and 8th frames, and he wasn't able to take any of them. You know, he stopped on 20 points in the previous frame out of absolutely nothing, out of absolutely nowhere. You know, he was like, yes, 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 I'm in control, bam, I'm out of position, and I can't do anything about it. The next thing you know, it was the sort of break of 114 points there made by, I don't know why it says 114 points, by the way. It should be 121. Let me go back and check now. Yeah, I didn't add points for, there we go. 121 there. Attention to detail. That's all that we have in this life. Now then, back to it we go. The 3rd red is going to disappear into the right corner. And yeah, it still finds with the other semi-blade on the same table and with the same umpire. I feel like they have to change the umpire because that's going to be slightly unfair. You know, it's all fun and games for us to be watching, sat in our chair, you know, drinking tea, having the intermission. But I feel like running around, focusing so much on the score sheet and making sure that, you know, all the reds are going to be positioned perfectly, remembering all the position from previous shots. It's not quite as easy as it sounds. So I feel like it's going to be very unfair to the referee to be refereeing 2 semi-finals, especially if they are going to be coming back, you know, one straight after another. So still for now, Zhou is able to go over that break of 20 points in the previous frame, but I feel like every single time he takes the black now, he just can't help but feel like this is where he has gone wrong previously. Is he going to go wrong again? For now, he's on 28. Same table, different ref. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's not going to be a joke about it now being made. I feel like we all know that the semi-finals in any tournament, even it being the World Champion, as far as I'm aware, it being the World Championship as well. I mean, I've never focused on it too much, but I feel like the World Championship as well, you're always going to have one table for the semi-finals, which is why it actually takes more time to get through the semis than it is through the World Championship final. Zhou will choke here, and Zhang will win 6-4. Let's see if that is the case. He's done it before. Let's see if he's going to do it again. Big thing for ref to be chosen to ref. Yeah, I mean, it is, but once again, like, are you really going to be able to, like, because you don't know how far the second semi-final will go. Technically, you could be doing 10 hours worth of action, and, you know, it's not really going to be that easy as it sounds, as I say, so still, I think that's going to impact your chances to be in the final, because if you want to be in the final, you can't have the same referee to be officiating both semi-finals and the final there, because you don't change the ref through the first and the second session. So, yeah, I feel like you maybe just want to sit this one out and make sure you are going to be in prime position for the final there to be chosen. Now then, 32 points. So Watchalong clearly trying to get all the loose reds out of the way, but I feel like he's managed to get himself way too straight on the black. He's absolutely dead straight on it. Onto the side cushion, yes, that's a chance. But are you going to have whatever it takes for you to generate enough power on the cue ball? The answer is no. He'll give it a try, but he's not going to be able to get so much backspin. And if he does, he's going to be once again risking of just leaving that cue ball to be positioned for the reds whilst missing the black into the left corner. Legally can't be allowed. Ref is chosen before the games even start. Yeah, but that's the point that I was making there. You can't ask a referee to be refereeing 2 matches there because you don't know how far the matches will go. That's the point that I was making there. So I agree with that. Yeah, 39 points, and it looks like it's just going to be a safety there. And one of the loose reds that Watchalong is going to send to the middle part of the table. So it's 99 points at the table, so Zhang can still try and come back into this one, and it will be quite an irony there, I have to say, because, you know, he's had 1, 2 easily, maybe even 3 chances to try and steal a couple of those frames away from Watchalong. In the end, he didn't manage to steal 1. So let's see if he's going to do it right at the death and do it at the point where he only needs 1 frame for him to be crowned the winner. Nearly said crowned the champion. That will be for tomorrow. Evening session there to be made. So just the cue ball. Oh, this has gone wrong. This has gone really wrong. I thought he was going to try and give it a little nudge to the bunch. Has he managed to get away with it though? The cue ball's going to be quite close to the brown. I feel like it's going sideways. So he might just about be alright there, Zhou, in terms of his hand placement. Doesn't want this red to be straight though, because it's going to be very awkward trying to cue this one for the black. And even more awkward for the blue. You can see Watchalong in the camera there from the brown. With a nice little mirror effect. Yeah, this is awkward, you know. Probably wouldn't expect him to miss this red, but I wouldn't really be surprised and shocked if that was the case. And also the position on the black is going to be difficult. Yeah, basically it was a stun shot. I suppose you take it because it's 1 point for you and 8 points out of the table. But probably too early for that to be super happy about it, because he's still not even in the 50% zone. And even that one sometimes doesn't mean a lot to you when you've got all of these reds available. So he's taken the black though, and that's a really good shot. And that's going to be the one that surely takes him over the line though, because we haven't seen Watchalong waste 2 opportunities in the same frame before. So yeah, we should be going the distance here. See, well, what can I see? Watchalong is back at the table, so he's not going to show here. Well, I hope not, because that's going to make me look really stupid. But also, I just want to see him to be in the final there. Once again. I mean, yeah, but, I mean, to be fair to him, like, I'm going to be fair. Like, there wasn't anything that he could have done. Yes, he could have had a nicer position on the black, but he was always going to be a bit of a shot to hit and hope in terms of trying to separate those reds away from each other. And in the end, he's playing the percentage shot. He has managed to get the cue ball away from the bunch pretty nicely. And now, you know, forced the mistake from his opponent on the first shot. He comes back to the table. And he's got a brilliant chance now of making it the decider. Once again, not for the first time in this tournament. And for how few we had in the German Masters, I feel like we've had around 3 in the entire tournament there. We're going to have 3 that I can think of easily. You know, Zhang against Watchalong, Ali Carter against Watchalong, and then Xiaogadon against, not Xiaogadon, sorry, Xiaoxington against Chris Wakeland. And that's only been in the last 1 day and a half. Now, Zhou seems to be looking to try and fly through those raids, but he's not going to be looking to fly through those now. Trying to take a bit of time, 63 points ahead, 75 on the table. So black ball finish, well, potentially. But I don't feel like that's going to be the case. Because, well, I mean, in the decider it might be for the perfect Netflix story to be written and sold to Paramount Plus. But I feel like from the snooker point of view, Zhou, once again, I mean, he's managed to deliver against the odds in this frame. If he manages to get this black, he's going to be through to decider. So he needs to try and concentrate on this one for one more time. And he's now going to have 71 points of a cushion, 67 at the table. Would love to just get... No, he can't go for a century break. He can still technically make the highest break of the match for himself. You know, it's 98 at this point, and he's got 99 points available. But there's not going to be any comeback from this frame there, and it is going to be the decider, and nothing to separate the two players. But certainly, I've managed to step up the game. This is more like it. This is a lot more like it. Quick frames, quick succession. Yes, you can have a couple of chances to have those breaks, but at least it has been a lot more free-flowing and flair snooker that we've seen. And it's now going to be barely anything to separate the two players. GG's frame for sure. Now, can we see a break of 90 plus once again? And for how I'm describing this one as a low quality, there have been so many high-value breaks there. Let me just check how the... well, I'm going to check two things there. I'm going to check how well the players have been scoring so far. It's going to take me a second. So, the breaks of 50 plus there when it comes to Watchalong. This is going to be his third one. And... yeah, just trying to get himself on the black here for a couple of more of those shots. Maximize the opportunity. Still on for a potential 99 points, although the pink is massively out of position and he's not going to be playing for the black on this red right now. Trying to stay for the blue, but it's not about playing for a 99 points. You don't get any more points for it. You don't get it into the centuries count either. 4 tons, I think. No, I feel like only 2. By Zhang under, all of them, because... highest break from Watchalong has been 98 points. He's going to be into the 90 club maybe, but I feel like it is going to be something like 2 century breaks there being made. Because there was 102 points of a break, I feel like, from Zhang under, and then, you know, it's all going to be about trying to get himself lined up for 68 points of a break here. So just get the yellow into its own pocket. Now a break of 70 points, so he's still on for a 95 points of a break, but let's have a brief look there. So the breaks of Zhou, let's actually do it after he finishes the break there, so we've got this one to add to the count as well. So it is going to be 5 points to, well, 5 frames each there, I should say, nothing to separate the players, and once again, neither of them have been able to get more than 1 frame ahead. I mean, from the Jama point of view, as I say, this has probably been the perfect setup for this last frame. Let's see how well it manages to judge the cue ball pace. As he judges too well, is he going to drop in the pocket? Well, he's close, but he's still just about going to be lined up for this pink to be taken. And yeah, he was always going to miss that pink. It was an incredibly difficult shot. So 82 points of a break, and in the end, it is going to be the end there for Watchalong. Still, not his highest break of the match, but he says that it's something not to be too grumpy about. Now then, let's talk about breaks. 52 points of a break, which I don't know if we are going to count. No, we're not. 66 in the first frame by Watchalong, then 68 in the third frame by Zhang. Then we have, I'm going to go with from highest to lowest, from lowest to highest I should say, 95 in the second frame, 98 in the fourth frame, 102 in the sixth frame, 121 in the ninth frame. So, yeah, every single one of the frames, it looks like, had a break of 50 plus there. So, the fifth one didn't, and the seventh one didn't, but apart from that, we had a break of 50 plus in every single one of those, which, to be fair, for a semi-final, especially for it to be on 10 of those occasions, it is a really good stat. But I also have to say, it's been 4.5 hours, and 4.5 hours for, you know, 10 frames, as much as it's understandable, is probably not something to be sort of overly happy with in terms of the way the pace of the match has gone. But, no, that's one of those things. And now, we're ready for the drama. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When it comes to high scoring breaks, absolutely. When it comes to the drama, who do you have in the chat? I said Zhao yesterday. I got it right. I take no credit for it. It was a pure luck. I was quite sort of surprised with myself, actually committed to going for Zhao Xingtong, but it worked out. I am going to go with Zhou Long. Just slow play, yeah, just slow play. Zhou Long to be the winner. Just because he's done it against Carter, I just feel like Zhao Xingtong has done it against Selby, then he's done it against Wakelin yesterday. I feel like this has got an absolute deja vu there. 2 deciders on the bounce. Very rarely you see players win it, but I don't know why, but I feel like Zhou Long is going to be in the second final this season. Indeed. There we go. At least we come to a conclusion at the end. And yeah, so waiting for the referee, maybe Zhang as well, because I see that Zhou Long is going to be in his seat. Going for Zhang here, of course. Okay, understood. And yeah, the poll is pretty much 54 to 46, which I still feel like it always has been advantage Zhang. So I would absolutely, I love the bit of an underdog story when, you know, you don't expect anyone to win. And especially if we've got so many people. There's been 324 votes. And, you know, every single time there has always been Zhang domination in that aspect. And as much as I say, I'm surprised at Zhou Long. Yeah, that doesn't really look too good for the crowd. Yeah, you've got empty rows of seats there. But hopefully that's about to change for the afternoon match. Maybe they just didn't really get the tickets for the morning one, for the afternoon one. Sorry, for the evening one. I mean, it's going to change. I always just keep forgetting because it's 5 o'clock start and it's always difficult for me to realize that it's afternoon in China. Afternoon session is now. Evening session is going to start in just over an hour, featuring the world champion and the highest seeded player left out in the tournament of Zhao Xingtong up against the player that has been a dominant part of destroying all the seeds there. Yes, big second semi. Yeah, absolute. Looking forward to that one massively. And yeah, going to be on Team Zhao Xingtong very much throughout the second semi-final. And I've always been on the Team Zhou Long there for the simple style of play that he has. But if Zhang Anda is to win, I'm going to be the first one to say fair play, and you certainly have deserved it. And, you know, when you don't take your chances and you still win, it's very rarely you say that, by the way, about players. Especially when you're so close. That's why I am going to say I think snooker gods are going to be in favour of Zhou Long, because all the chances that Zhang Anda could have made the scoreline a lot more competitive in his favour, I just feel like in the end that's going to come back quite badly on his name, and you never quite know. Maybe up against him when it comes to who's going to be the finalist, because he had so many chances, at least 3 that I could count, of stealing those frames away there from Zhou Long. In the end, he has it. Well, you can barely call that a steal at 20 points down when he was winning the 9th frame. In the end, let's have a look what the frame number 11 will bring as we finally get Zhou Long back to the table. And let's witness the great piece of snooker once again being played. It's a fantastic shot that he starts with. You know, a couple of those raids quite close to the right corner, but, you know, the cue ball position was absolutely supreme. No quarter given. But is it going to be Zhang Anda to try and feel this raid into the right corner? Last frame games are always interesting. Past goes out of the window. That is true. But I just feel like from the experience, I always feel like there's the good old rule in snooker and any sport. If you don't take your chances, no matter how well you play, unless it's going to be a domination from you, you're always going to have to pay for them. Although the first prediction doesn't really go to plan, because despite it being a fantastic break-off shot there from Zhou Long, he could not have done anything better in terms of the cue ball. He's not entirely in charge of those raids. He's still Zhang Anda that gets himself on the score sheet straight away. So that hasn't really gone to plan, but I feel like it's a decider. He's going to have a couple of twists in it. So Zhou should just try and prepare himself for coming back to the table, whether it is going to be for a handshake or still a competitive frame of snooker to be played. Oh, it is going to be a frame of competitive snooker to be played. The green is being missed. I don't know how on earth he's missed it, but he is going to miss it. Well, cream on. And yeah, just that's going to be very, very disappointing there from his point of view, because that's one of the easiest shots that you can miss. I mean, I don't care if you needed a bit of adjustment, and I don't care if you say the cue ball was close. You can't afford to be missing shots like that, especially in the semi-final decider. It is now massive advantage from the confidence point of view of Zhou Long. He comes into this frame fresh from the previous one, and is it finally going to be the time for him to try and step up his game and just try and queue 2 good frame wins. It's not really off to a good start because he had an easy red, an easy black. And he runs himself slightly awkward on this red in terms of the black position. So thinking a couple of steps ahead. Ooh, just about manages to find a gap there. Really nice shot to be played because I have to say I didn't really see that one on. To be playing that cue ball in behind that big pack of reds and one more loose red. But of course, if he catches that red, it's game over, break over, and you have to play a safety shot. In the end, he's still on the black. Slightly too much of a distance than he would have liked, but he's able to take it nicely. And yeah, the problem for Zhang is the 48 points that Zhou can score. I'm not going to say that he will score, but 48 points that he can score of this position could have been his for the taking. That's basically 50 points there of an advantage in the decider. But I'd say you take it if it offered to you. And now Zhou is managing to get 3 reds out of the way. He's got himself on the black. So that he's going to get the reds count over to 8 of them. Well, I mean, if there was someone that I would usually back in a no-pressure situation to be on top of his game and playing the shot into the best possible manner, it would be number 1, Zhao, number 2, Ronnie O'Sullivan, number 3, Zhou. I know he's underrated, I know he's the world number 30, but I have genuinely not seen someone just not care at all and then just turn up to the scene, play one shot and spread the reds out perfectly, just as he has right now. Just needs to be on the collar. And is he going to be on the collar? Wow. That is an absolute shocker, that. And I can't blame him on this one because he's done everything right. And he's just super unlucky because he got the pink into the open play to be right above the cue ball. And if he doesn't have the pink in the way, he can go for the blue. It's not going to be an easy one, but at least he has got a shot. I don't feel like he's got a shot here at all. Well, I did say there was going to be a couple of twists. I certainly didn't expect it to come of a forte of Zhou, where he's usually so clinical at. Well, he's going to have to try and do something with his pink. Whether it's going to be just putting on the side cushion, but that's not really going to help him. He needs the snooker to be lined up. And if he lines up a snooker, probably all is forgiven to him. And there's not a lot to forgive, by the way. Because, as I say, I feel like if he plays that shot 5 times, he's going to be on the red, on the collar, I should say. On 5 of those occasions, unlucky there. It's a really good effort, but I feel like that red is going to be visible to the cue ball. And at the same time, this position, how dangerous it is. It could be in the 70% club, usually. No curse, please. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Like, it was a curse. I realize what you say, but it was such an unfortunate outcome because I know for a fact if that pink is over the middle, 90% Zhou wins that frame because he doesn't really crumble under pressure when he's got an easier position ahead of him. And as I say, hasn't got to do anything with it, which is why it is super dangerous that Zhang comes across to the table. And if he was 180 for each of the players before the start of this the frame, I mean, tell me it's not a 180 now. Tell me Zhou has got even a minor advantage over Zhang. Probably does for this simple shot that he has to play, but I still feel like there's a red potentially to be played there into the right corner. And if he does and if he makes this one in, all of a sudden he's going to be a real threat for this frame to be finishing his way. A bit surprised with the shot that he went for. Slightly passive, and I mean, one for me, one for you, and to win. Nah, I'd say Zhou to win. I still feel like that was injustice to him, and his old one. He probably had that lucky bit of getting that snooker in behind the yellow at some point, but I don't actually feel like it cost him anything. After the game, since the beginning of the match, if I well understood. Yeah, basically, yeah, you never have. I feel like maybe there's been so many frames, this is the 11th one, but maybe there has been a couple of frames where you felt like there was one chance and it was taken, but neither of those frames were taken by Zhou. That's a very important point. If it was nil on the scoreboard for the frame, it was always on Zhou's point, and it was always Zhang making those breaks of 95, 67 or stuff like that. And yeah, that's basically been the frame, and that's why I said at the start, you didn't really miss a lot because it's just same frame over and over and over. You can justify it in the decider, you absolutely can. You probably can't justify it to be happening on, I don't know, 7 out of 11 occasions. And Watchalong is taking a long time here because I have a feeling he's got a red available into the left middle, but whatever he does, he's playing this red by the way, whatever he does, just don't leave the red over the right middle. Let's see what's going to happen. No, he's not playing it. So he's taking that red and he basically pushed it into the other bunch. So he clearly feels like it's not a risk to be taking on in the decider, and you can understand it. Because as much as I feel like those shots are always likely for you to be made, not so much in the decider, and also, whatever you say about them being made, there's no guarantee that you're going to be sort of in the 100% zone where that red is not going to be over the pocket, because you've got no idea whether you're going to miss it in the front or the back end jaw, especially under such pressure, and therefore, you've got no control whether the red is going to go. And you've got the third variable where it's such a dangerous position where you leave a half chance away and you drop down from 50% back to 20% or so, and your opponent instantly becomes a massive favourite for them to be the winner and the finalist there as well. A lot of stake, by the way, so the pressure is going to come in place. Let's see who's going to be under it first. I feel like the answer was Zhang under, because he was actually the one with the brilliant long red to get him started with this 11 frame, and in the end didn't really work out. Now it's Watchalong to try and do something about this one here. So yeah, just looking at the red that he's got available to him to be played into the left corner of the table. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to be the right approach for him to go for. Zhou nicks it, fair play. Let's see. Let's see, Sean. I'm not sure, because there's still a lot of variables, and I wouldn't be, if you told me right now Zhang is going to win this one 70 to 25, I would not be surprised at all. I would be now, because it's not going to be to 25, it is going to be to 26. A brilliant long red, under pressure, slightly unlucky yet again, and remember the blue that I mentioned, he could have gone for, if the pink not been in the way. Well, the blue is there, the pink is no longer there. This is a really difficult shot under pressure, but I'm not going to say that right now, if he makes this blue, he's going to win the match because of the black being out of position. And, you know, he doesn't really have an easy red to land straight away after the blue. So probably just take 1 point and play shots in behind the green or the brown. I feel like if it's 4-3 and you're leading, that's fine for you to be taking this blue on, but not a 5 each for the final spot. Especially for a potential... Is he taking this blue on? I mean, I was thinking about all of that, and now, is he taking the blue on? No, he's just... Like, the second that he was looking at playing the shot at the green, and then he's aiming at the blue, I'm thinking like, well, is he going to be taking this blue on? And in the end, he was just forcing it off the side cushion there for the cue ball. So, once again, a single point. I don't know why it says 26 there, though. So, 26-1 for Zhang under, to be trying to get that deficit back down from 25 points for him to be leading. And remember, the reason why, you know, Zhou was thinking about that shot for so much time, because once again, he's got all of these reds to be away from the cushion, so all he needs is a snooker, and then he should be entitled to a really good chance of an opportunity there. But it looks like he didn't manage to get this one perfectly in, although he's still going to limit the visibility for Zhang. So the cue ball has to be going the long way around. Is he going to be close to the pocket? The red certainly is going to be. And I feel like the path of the cue ball is going to be perfectly lined up for that red to be taken. And also the cue ball is going to be drifting wide onto the right side cushion. It is going away there from Zhang under. And in deciders, it is very difficult to swerve momentum in your way. Zhou just taking extra time there, which is absolutely understandable. You know, he's been here for 5 hours almost, and it still all comes down to the next couple of shots there for him to be made. It is all the battle for 50 points, and then if you score those, you're going to be well in the zone for the final. But easier said than done. All the colours out of position apart from the brown, and quite a lot of them actually compromise massively. Now then, this red, and I don't really like that he's taking so much time on the shot. Then he's tried to wipe his cue down, then he's gone down to hit the shot 4 times. Every single time he's gone back up there, so 5th time now. Just 6th time now. don't really like that because it doesn't do the players a lot of justice most of those times. And if anything, I feel like it reduces the chance. 7th time now, he's gone up to hit this the cue ball, and he's gone up straight away there. 8th time now. I mean, he's smiling about it, but I'm not sure if he's actually going over the top with this one because Zhang win. We'll have to wait and see how this shot goes, but yeah, certainly would not be smiling about this one because I feel like with every single time he does it, he's reducing the chance of him potting this raid, which is not a gimme. He's managed to pot it. Now, is the cue ball going to finish? It's looking nice. It's looking really nice on the blue. Yes. Fair play. I said it. He's proved me wrong. I'm wrong. He's right. And he's played that shot pretty much perfectly. For the blue to be out of position, he was always going to be playing for either blue or brown. And it was super difficult. Probably the most difficult part of that shot because, you know, you would have expected the red to disappear. And there's a nice little bonus that he's got that red available to him into the right middle to be taken. Of course, not really a nice bonus, the fact that he has to bridge over the blue here. And also, I mean, if he gets the pink into the right middle shortly, which is going to be freed up by, occupied by that red for now, it's going to be a nice little chance of getting that pink to be on the black spot, which will boost his chances of making this break to be the match-winning one once again. But is he going to be forcing the cue ball to be playing away from the pink? Needs the cue ball to bounce away slightly more. And I feel like he needs to be taking the pink now, because that's going to give him the best possible chance of potting and still having a chance of being on the next red. Zhang Wei probably not at this stage, but from what we've seen, anything can happen. And Zhou is going to be all over this chance that gets himself presented. So, break of 7 points. It still feels like a massive one. Don't tell me he's going for a safety shot. There's no way he's backing down on this one. He's just trying to play a snooker instead. No, he's absolutely hammered the green home. Now needs the cue ball to be going down the table, and he hasn't really done so. It's awkward. It's not bad, but it's awkward. He probably has to be reaching over to try and hit that red, and 35 points advantage. Those points just don't seem like they're mounting. And this is the 3rd chance that Zhou has got ahead of himself, and it feels like it's always one more shot. I said it with the blue. I said it with the red. I said it with the green. But once again, it just keeps popping up one or more shots there for him to be taken. And this red to be missed there by Zhou. But the good news for him, he was trying to make sure that the cue ball was going to bounce away to the top part of the table, creating an absolute chaos on the table as well. And it's now 35 points of a difference here. So let's see if Zhang is going to be able to try and go for the red into the left corner. But like, he's placed the cue ball absolutely perfectly. Super close to the ball cushion and also super close to the green pocket as well. In terms of the reds, all of them, I would say, are in playable conditions. 6 of them in good position. 1 of them just about playable on the black ball cushion. But I've seen a couple of those dropped there by Zhang. So I feel like it's all about the first chance. The colours are playable, especially the black and the pink. That they're out of position, massively out of position, but they are playable. Let's see what he's going to try and do here. And yeah, with him playing that shot with so little power, he was always going to be going for a safety. I feel like he could have played this shot nicer though. Zhou has got a chance to be taking the red into the left middle. Yes, it is risky. Yes, he could miss it, but he's guiding the cue ball into the zone where he's full of colours, so it's going to be quite difficult to make himself not land on one, but also just leave the red in the position where it's going to be possible easily there. And Andy sleepy, more fatigued than... Yeah, just... Well, you can understand why. You know, he's battled long and hard here, and it doesn't seem like he's had a really good chance here since that green being missed. Yeah, this one is done. Well, as I say, I've seen a lot of people say this one is done, and yet, you know, Ali Carter was through to the semi-final. Chris Wakelin had that comeback completed. Zhao Xington was out against Mark Selby, and yet neither of those things have actually come true. So I would wait until he's around 70 points clear, with 50 on the table, and then we can talk about this being over or not. At this time, it's still take it as one shot at a time. And yeah, I mean, you try and get the cue ball to the ball cushion here, which I mean, is that something that he's looking at? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to execute it perfectly, although that's going to leave him with no chance of basically putting any of those reds onto the side cushion. I have to feel like he needs to try and do it while he's got a chance. If he sacrifices the position of the cue ball slightly, just make sure that Zhang can't access the same red with the same shot that you play. And, well, Zhou has tried to do it, but I felt like he was trying to basically kill two birds with one stone there. And he's killed neither. He's really killed neither, and he's left a chance on for Zhang. I know it's a long shot. I know it's quite rusty now. I know it's a decider, but that chance should not be left on the table there for Zhang, because this could be the difference between victory and defeat for either one of the players. And let's see which one is it going to actually be. He's got a couple of reds to be taken there with a long shot, and I'm very surprised he's turned both of them down. He's still going to try and get this red to the corner pocket, but that's basically a half-hearted shot in terms of I'm going to try and focus on the cue ball more. But, I mean, I'm not going to criticize him if he makes the red in. But just better make sure he's on the colour. He makes the red in. Brilliant shot there by Zhang. Now, where's the cue ball go? I don't like the line. I don't like the pace. And he's going to be in an interesting position there for the outcome of the decider, because probably not going to pot any of those colours. But in fairness to him, he's going to have a really difficult snooker lined up on Watchalong if he plays this one well. Oh my word. Has he underrun this one? Has he underrun this one? I got the audio to be slightly 2 seconds on there. Nah, I feel like he's alright, because Watchalong is wandering around the table. This was super, super close. That was millimetre or 1% less of power, and that would have been a disaster for Zhang in the end. He's probably played it perfectly, but was it worth it? I'll tell you for free it wasn't. 6-5 Zhang will win. Well, as I say, it's a bit of a 50-50 there. Paul is still saying 54 for Zhang. And, I mean, that was super close for comfort. I want to see the replay of that, because I was so focused on just trying to see the contact that I forgot to turn the audio on to realise what the referee was saying, whether it was a foul or not. And, yeah. At that time, before I realised that Zhou was coming back to the table, I thought it was a foul. Now then, let's forget about it. He's got one red onto the black ball cushion, which is going to be the easy target on paper to be aiming for, and it's probably going to be the safe one as well. Wobbly frame. I mean, if you've seen that shot, you know what I'm talking about. That was absolutely not inside the comfort zone. And, I mean, tell me, who's going to be the favourite now? Zhou has got an advantage of 34 points, and I've just looked at the odds. They've closed the odds now, because they're like, absolutely not, thank you. We're like, just flip a coin. Just flip a coin for this. And before the frame has started, and now as well. This has been, what, 2 minutes now since he's been looking at this shot, and he still has got absolute black hole in his eyes. Absolutely nothing, like, you know, vacuum. Thinking about what he's going to have for dinner. But whether he's going to be the finalist of the World Grand Prix, or whether he's going to be out in the semis, remains to be seen. Watchalong takes too long. Well, tell me that he should be just playing this one in hope in your decider after a 5-hour battle. Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I'd pray first and then just hit this shot on, but that's probably going to be my best chance. And, I mean, listen, I've been talking to you for 3 minutes, but I can't say that, yeah, clearly, like, I don't know why it's taking so long, just clearly hit it off the ball cushion and down the table it goes. It's not as simple as that. If I was to make a suggestion, and it's just in the nowhere, from the bulk onto the right side, try and find a perfect way to try and hit that red. But even that is super difficult to execute. Let's have a look at the replay. The referee was concerned there, just making sure that there was a touch. Let's have a look. Just about, yeah, to be fair, it wasn't like I thought it was with the last second there. You had touched it, you can see it on the replay, but he says that it was very close. But the suggestion that I said, hey, he's going to push that red, which probably is going to be the only one that is safe right now, towards the pocket, and you can't clearly control it. Also, that shot is going to be played 10 times. You may be able to get it for on the 10th or the 9th time. He can't afford to be doing that. You've got 5 reds pretty much across the entire table. So he's got something in his mind, but as I say, I feel like he is going to go with my suggestion. Maybe adjust it to himself, how he needs it, but yeah, the referee there just holding the rest, and Zhou is still thinking about it. No, he's going to go for the left side, okay, so that's going to be interesting. So he was always going to hit the ball cushion first, because he can't access enough of the side cushion. So going for on the left, see where this one's go, because I feel like this could be the first and the only try, and still could be the last shot that he takes. Ooh, it's a decent effort. It's a decent effort, but no. No. The applause are there from the crowd, but they didn't realise that it could well be his last shot that he's played. This red is playable into the middle. The black is... you are able to access the black as well. And Zhang here basically has got 2 options. He's got a red, which is going to be slightly difficult to be taken, especially with the rest, but he's going to guarantee him basically a shot of the black or the pink. Or you can try and just get that red into the middle and don't worry about what happens and just go with the flow in terms of the cue ball being sent to the top part of the table. I mean, he's going for a rest shot, which I have to say, just make sure you drop this one in, because that's going to be a waste of an opportunity if there ever was one. He's got the red in, had a lot of time to prepare for this shot, and could have done with avoiding that kiss on the red, which he's still going to need for him to be the winner of this match. He pushed it slightly further away down the side cushion. I'm not sure if it's playable now. Into the left middle may just about be. But the problem that I was going to mention right now, which is going to be relevant here, is that he's got a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the black. He wants to try and take the most expensive colour into the green pocket. So let's see. There needs a big bounce here. 5 hours since the match has started. I hate you all, man. I wanted to watch Zhou go on against Zhao so badly, but yeah, I hate you. Now, it's better live up to the expectations, and the decider seems to have been going up properly now. Where's the cue ball going to finish? He got the black in, but yeah. I feel like the match is just slipping away there from Zhang. And he's got a couple of glimpses and a couple of sparks there, but he just doesn't seem to cue it well at all. And there was a problem with relevant, very much to Zhou there, but right now it seems to have been the problem of Zhang under for the last couple of frames. And yeah, for him to be leading 5-4, now 5-all, and still absolutely no chance of going for that red into the right corner, especially with this conservative short selections previously. You can try and go for this red with a double, but I mean, even that attempt is going to be blocked off by another red. So, yeah, just take this red into the right corner pocket, then force the cue ball to be going sideways onto the cushion from the left-hand side, and then see what happens with that one. Of course, easier said than done, once again, as I say, but that's the only thing that, if he wants to try and continue the break, that's the only thing that he can do. But with how much time he's taken, he's probably just going to try get that red away from the side cushion completely. And yeah, basically, it's taken around 10 minutes. He's been quite fortunate with the way that he had that snooker lined up. And yeah, let's see what he's going to try and do here. Is he trying to go for a double now? Is he trying to force the cue ball to the top part of the tape? He's going for a double. He's going for a double, and he's got it. Wow. I didn't think that a double was on there. I thought the red was going to be blocking that, but what a shot that is. And that changes everything there from Zhang, because I felt like he was taking way too long to be taking another approach for an attacking shot there, but it clearly felt like he was getting that cue ball into the safe zone, and boy, this could be an important shot there for him to be on the charge to the final. Well, you can barely believe that. It's just a 1 point, but the drastic change that he makes to this frame campaign, and he's gone for another difficult red straight away there, so play the pink. I mean, this is going to be a shot of all or nothing. I'm trying to figure out if he's going to need the blue, but he's going to be irrelevant if he doesn't make the shred in. It's just about close enough to the pocket for this one to be a standard shot. But remember, the golden rule of snooker and the decider, anything is missable under pressure. He's taken this one, and he's made it. Now, needs a big bounce. He's been there before when he's run himself out of position on the black, and he's managed to sort out the 2 biggest issues within a couple of minutes' time. Incredible twist there, when it looked like he was going to be once again slipping away from Zhang, and I said he wasn't cueing well. Oh, you better be queuing nicely now. And game on. Well, let's think about this one, because 23 points of a break here for Zhang. Does he need the blue? Because that's the only way I could actually see this one going up, apart from the pressure and, you know, the yellow being out of position, the green being out of position. Yeah, that's all fun and games, but both of them are playable. Blue, not so much. If you're going to be taking this one along the side cushion as your frame ball, good luck with that one. And if you're going to try and get in behind of that blue to be taking it into the green pocket, well, you may have a bit of a difficulty doing that as well. So just trying to figure out how many points does he need to be 19 points clear or more heading into that blue. So he's behind by 3 points. He's about to take the penultimate red, so that gets him into a potential 16 points here that he can score. It's going to be really close, but he's not going to be taking those reds with the black. So I feel like we'll need the blue. You think so? Either I'm doing my maths wrong. I feel like you might need the blue, you know. He's going to get 9 points of the bold colors, so he needs to be getting 9 more points of an advantage here. So I don't feel like he will get it. I feel like he will need the blue, one way or another. Zhou Long there, just crossing everything, crossing his legs, crossing his fingers to try, and I hope that it is going to be another chance there for him to come back to the table without needing snookers. Yes, blue needed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's going to be close, and it depends which red, which color he takes after the last red. But he's about to take the yellow or green, which, to be fair, is going to be important because it makes the bold colors slightly more accessible to him. Because if you have the yellow and green out of position, it may be difficult for you. Now then, whatever he does, by the way, he needs to get that cue ball as close to the bulk area as he possibly can do. You know, he's got this red to be available now into the right corner. Whoa, it's straight. It's super straight, and with the rest shot, I mean, it's probably not as bad as if it was a long shot there, but it's still quite difficult to be queuing this one super straight. So, well, I mean, we mentioned if it was going to be on the last black, it was a bit of a joke. Can come down to the last blue here. 37-36, nothing to separate the players. Waiting for the last moment, I could, but I have to go training, so I missed the end. As there too slow. See you later. Well, Letitia, can't disagree with that one, and thank you very much for tuning in. And the fact that I'm delaying someone else's training there is very much good news to me. Thank you, appreciate that. And yeah, good luck with that one. But you probably come back from training and still be playing, so you know you're not going to be missing out on a lot here. So yeah, you know, it's one of those things. Now then, jokes aside, let's get down to the serious business. It is this red and 4 more shots for Zhang to be the finalist at the World Grand Prix for the first time this season. He's taken a long time on this red and he's missed it. He's missed this red, and this now is going to be a lottery ticket. Letitia, you've gone at the wrong moment. Cancel training for at least 20 more minutes, because this is now a red over the pocket for Zhou Long. And is he going to be able to try and make Zhang pay for this one? Because, well, it's not quite on the last black, but it seems to be on the last red where all the drama is going to unfold. And 37 points each. Now needs that cue ball to be guided to the top part of the table, and it feels like he's played this shot absolutely spot on to be trying to be super close to the brown and green. Not quite perfect on either one of them, but still 37-37, 5 frames each, and it all comes down to the last 7 shots or so for Zhou Long here. What drama. I mean, still, it's going to lack in quality in comparison to Wakelin against Zhao Xington, but for pure drama, I mean, you have to say this probably has to be one of the matches of 2012-26 season, and it's still no idea who's going to be the winner, because, you know, the story of Zhang needing that blue, well, I can tell you for free that Zhou Long will need the blue as well for him to be trying to win this frame. Now, just going for the brown instead. So, as I said, he wasn't quite perfect on either brown or green. In the end, it looks like he's just about managed to get fine enough for the yellow, although it doesn't want to be straight, but also he doesn't want to have a minor angle to be forcing the cue ball for the yellow to the top part of the table. So then, he needs a mighty shot here on the yellow. Needs the cue ball to come up, down, 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 down. And just about fine. Once again, had he not been for the blue, he would have been on a roll here for this frame to be his for the taking. Where is the blue? It's on the side cushion. just about lower than the bulk line. Super difficult to get in behind of, but also, if it's a frame ball, if it's a match ball, under those circumstances, it is going to be difficult to be rolling that one into the yellow pocket. So, ideally, you want to try and get in behind of it, but it depends what angle he's going to have on the brown here. I feel like he is going to try and get in behind of it, but that's a super tight area for you to be working with. Now then, gets the green. So he's got 9 points of an advantage. So blue is going to be the match ball for him. And maybe that mistake from Zhang will still give him that chance of, you know, just give the pressure away to Zhou. Force him to make a mistake on the blue, and Zhang will be there to pick up the scraps. Of course, he didn't do that intentionally, but still may work out to be that way. He gets the brown in, and it's not going to be over because it feels like he's tried to make contact with the blue, tried to push it over the middle, and he's not on it at all. He's got a double, all I'm going to say. Whistling away there. He's smiling because he knows usually go for the double. But Zhang ain't going to be smiling about this one. He's going to be super nervous. Wow, this is a perfect double setup is all I'm going to tell you. Honestly, like. But it's a decider. And it's a match ball. 13 points. 18 to go ahead with 13 at the table. Surely it'll be game over. And is he going for this double? Might not get another chance. Nope, he wasn't. And when you don't go for a double, make sure you play the good safety shot, which hasn't really done. I mean, he hasn't done. I don't know. Like, he had the spine of the black and the pink waiting for him, but just about underrun the cue ball for them. And the blue is at the top part of the table there to be seen. Safety not short. I have to say, if he misses that double, so many people are going to be like, why did you play the safety shot? But when you play the safety shot, make sure you get that cue ball at least close to the spine so that you force him to be playing the swerve here. Technically, Zhang can pot this blue because he's got so much of the pocket to aim at. And technically, Zhou might have refused the double to have played his last shot of the match. He's gone for this blue. He's missed it. Now, where's the cue ball heading? He's getting quite close to the ball cushion, black ball cushion. He needs it to be tight there, Zhang. And it is going to be perfectly... Ooh, that is nasty. That is nasty. Even for a safety shot, that is nasty there. Because it's absolutely millimeter close to the black ball cushion. And, well, it's all going to be about trying to get the blue into the safe position there. Because it feels like, yes, Zhou has got a bit of an advantage that he doesn't need the rest of the two colours. But still, it is very much the battle for the blue. And he's played the shot well enough. Doesn't drop the cue ball into the left corner. And they're all doing if he loses. Taking too much with a single shot before the last round. They missed the 1 feet straight. Yeah, I mean, that was a shocker, to be fair. I know it's a decider, but that was a shocker. As much as he probably leveled things out there with the double that he's played. But he only has himself to blame for running himself out of position, to be fair. But he's played a really nice double in the decider. And then he's got on and made it absolutely horribly wrong for himself. So, yeah. Zhang doesn't seem like he's too happy with the safety shot that he's played. By the way, I am going to say, if he goes over 5.5 hours, I am going to have to watch Xiao Guodong and Zhao Xingtong on my own, because that's going to be taking one step too far. And if he was the final, and he was the second session, you could make an argument about it, but I feel like that's just going to be pushing slightly too far over the edge. And, yeah. Apologies, and... Listen, there's not going to be a lot of people as disappointed as I am, because I was looking to that match badly, but 5 and a bit hours and still no way past to see the winner. This is a risky shot though, and this is a really risky shot. Wow, Zhou Yilong might have blown this one, and he might have heard me and said, well, it's going to come down to this one. I'm going to be the one to lose, and that is going to be an absolute shocker there. Well, we'll see. Listen, if it ends now, which you probably will, he dropped the cue ball into the right middle, got the blue to be heading into the left side cushion, and it's left it over the pocket. So, all the pressure is back on Zhang. He can try and make this all right. If he makes this blue, and he gets himself positioned on the pink, which does he need the black as well? He will. Tom Snooker is, depending on rhythms too, pausing too long over simple shot. He's not helping. Black ball, yes, it literally... Well, he is pushing the edge there. We have seen the referees call the foul shot with the cue ball not being placed inside the D. The famous Jimmy White against Hossein Rafai there. Let's see. The blue And the shot for the pink. Is he going to be on the pink? He is on the pink, but I can't see him getting on the black yet. And you can see he's disappointed. He knows anything is missable. And this pink is not easy, but if you make this way onto the... Oh, this is nasty on the pink. This is such an awful shot to be faced up with, especially with the penultimate one. To be played ahead of the black there. Well, let's have a look if he's going to go the way of Zhang. He better go now. And I feel like after that chance from Zhou, he needs to be taking this pink, but he'll be a mighty shot if he actually makes this one in. And he is in. Now where's the cue ball? Of the side, of the other side, of the bog. This is going really nicely to the black. He just needs to speed up. This needs to speed up a bit more. And he's on the black. Not perfect. You're never going to be perfect on the black in this position. It is the black ball game. 53 plays 50, 5 frames each. It all comes down to the next 30 seconds. Or maybe 30 minutes. Depends on how long he was going to take on this shot. The black for the final. And the first World Grand Prix final in the career of Zhang. It all comes down to this. And he's made it now. Just making sure that the cue ball is going to get past the middle pocket. And it is a handshake. And Zhang is through to the final. It has been an extraordinary match. And after 11 frames and over 5 hours of action, it is Zhang that comes out on top. And no wonder the fans are saying, let's get out of here. We've had enough. And we've certainly enjoyed all the action here that we've seen. Commiserations to Zhou. He had played a good game. But I felt it was always going to be Zhang match to lose. And I did say when you don't take your chances, you're going to be punished. I did say Zhou was going to win this decider. I was wrong. And I can't say I'm disappointed to be wrong because Zhou didn't really deserve to win this match overall. I mean, he's done really well to force the decider. But in the end, Zhang is the deserved winner. And he's going to play either Zhao Xington or Xiao Guodong in the final. And we could still see another new ranking event winner this season. If it is going to be Zhao Xington or Zhang, we'll have to wait and see. Or is it going to be 2 for Xiao Guodong? Feel free to tune in for the Xiao Guodong against Zhao Xington. And we've had drama in the first semi-final. Let's see what the second one has got to offer for us. Who'll win? Zhang won. Great game. Yes, absolutely great game. And yes, if this one you enjoyed, feel free to tune in for Zhao Xington against Xiao Guodong. I am looking forward to that one as, well, probably one of the most anticipated matches there that is not going to feature on your salon. Stay tuned in. There's less than 45 minutes till then, so feel free to go onto the channel. I'll get the stream started right before the match starts. See you all then. Thank you for the support and stay tuned in. The World Grand Prix is becoming the tournament of the season and it's still not over yet.